Good morning, everybody. Nice, full, packed house. Nice to see your faces on this wonderful June 7th election day. Good luck to everybody, right? We are going to open up with the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Deb, with veterans, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Our current veterans or people from active duty, please, you can render a salute during the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. All right. For those of you who may be Zooming in or calling in, public participation, it is posted on our website. There's links and there's numbers to call in, links you can click on for Zoom, and then, of course, on the agenda as well. With that being said, I'm going to open this next portion up for oral communications. We set aside about 15 minutes, and what that is any item that is not on the printed agenda, if it's not on there, feel free to come up. You can speak on for 3 minutes. There's a clock right there. It'll start. Once it gets down to 1 minute, you'll hear a beep. That means you got 1 minute left. So at 3 minutes, I will cut you off. So please don't make me cut you off because I will. With that being said, we'll open it up. So please come on down.
Back again. I'm Deb Askew, and I'm the Veteran Service Officer for Tuolumne County. Thank you for letting me speak. You should have a handout on your desk, and this is a recap from July 1 to yesterday, June 6th, of the monies and the things that our office has done. We've had, and I know you can't see this, people that are looking, but we've had 115 outreach encounters, over 6,000 individual encounters through our office, and 1,167 new claims this year. And please remember, this is through the pandemic. And I want to confidently say, we are the only Veteran Service office that never closed. We adjusted how we did business, but our doors were always open through the last 2 years, doing face-to-face encounters. So the big thing is we've brought over $1 million as of yesterday into the county for our veterans. And I listed the top 3 awards. We just had an award of $240,000 to an individual. The least one was $169,000+. Reoccurring funds is over $98,000, and these are all new claims. So this is monies coming into this county from the office. And the last number there is the almost $38,000 for Medi-Cal. We work with the Medi-Cal office, and we get subvention money. This county gets subvention money from Medi-Cal, all these claims to help pay for our office to offset the cost of supporting. And I listed down there, we serve those who served, and we never closed. Our phone number and my staff, Vicki and Bob, and we have a student, I didn't list him, but Chris, he's a retired Coast Guard individual. And go out and vote. That's my last word. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Deb. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Chuck Keel from Luke Court Independent Living. I'm a broker as well. And I was in the place in Jamestown, Bear Tent Brewery, and I picked up the Gazette, Jamestown Gazette. And there I saw Ryan's little blurb about, what's going on, which great things are happening in this county, by the way. I'm so happy. But one of the things that's happened is a crisis with housing. And maybe, I don't even need to speak, but I just listened to the lady that's in charge of the Veterans Affairs. And she could house up to, we have 12 rooms at Luke Court Independent Living. And by the way, we never closed either. And not one person got sick from the COVID or died. Elsewhere, they did. Nobody got sick. So So this is a safe place. It's off of Kalamazoo, and it's beautiful. It has pool. It's just I think it'd be awesome for somebody like the veterans. We have one vet, and he's been there probably 3 years now, and he's really happy. But he wants to move and into a trailer and be more independent. But maybe he will, maybe he won't. Anyway, so this is for sale. My wife and I want to retire, and we're building a house up Shaw's Flat, and it's about half done, but we would like to finish it with cash. And so we need to sell this first. And so, like I said, 12 bedrooms, and there's a lot next door that I split off. So you could build another 5-bedroom house, probably as big as you want. But so that'd be 17 rooms. And the rooms that I rent out recently has been to workforce housing. We have 5 guys that, 2 of them are dishwashers. So is that it? Should I get
You got 32 seconds.
Oh, two
right
seconds. Oh,
32. 29.
I wasn't listening. Sorry about that.
Fine.
Okay, so I don't know. The county, I was talking to Jaron, and the county has, like it's they want new. But I was saying, I don't understand that. We have a crisis here. And we are housing people, but they come and go. It's not like we're going to kick them out the door, but they will move on. So if the county or the vets took this over, they'd be there forever.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome to the board.
Morning. Jason Revord, One Pile at a Time. Wanted to come in today and tell you guys thank you. We really appreciate the money that you guys gave us for our equipment. We've put it to use. We've done a lot of great work with it. We still plan to continue with that. We got somewhere between 270 and 290 yards of trash out of the East Side Stockton Road project. We're now looking at going over to Elsie's and working on getting that stuff out of there, looking at somewhere between, we were just down there the other day, probably between 80 and 100 yards that's down there. It's not a lot of trash for us. It's a lot of difficulty getting it out of that hole. But we really wanted to come here and tell you guys thank you very much. We really appreciate all your guys' support. It's been a struggle, but we're making it through. We got a few other projects coming along, but we just really wanted to come here and tell you guys thank you very much for all your guys' support. We do have a concern. You guys are having all the work done over at Camp Hope, and now that we've cleaned up the opposite side of the street, our biggest concern is that the folks that are still living over at Camp Hope are now going to be moving over onto the Casanetto property. We would like to know what you guys plan to do to stop that from happening. It's private property. I mean, these guys are on the creek. They're destroying this stuff. What's the plan that you guys have to do with keeping these people off the creeks? What are you guys coming up with? What's being done? I plan on being at solid waste on Thursday, and I'm also going to be at the homeless committee meeting. Want to find out what their guys' plans are, because honestly, I'm not seeing the problem go away. I'm actually seeing in some places that it's getting worse with certain individuals. They just keep moving from one camp to another. So any information you guys can give to us, we'd really appreciate it. Other than that, thank you guys very much. We really appreciate all your support.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted you to know that your group is very much appreciated.
Good morning. Welcome to the board.
Jim Grossman, a retired individual from Tuolumne County, lived here about 50-some years. Had an experience a couple years ago here, 2 years ago. And I've been cleaning up Tuolumne County for about 28 years. And so I saw in downtown Sonora, which as a kid we grew up and we walked the streams, we enjoyed it, but we never trashed it. And what I see, I, out of courtesy, went to the police department and I said, I'm just giving you a courtesy call. I'm going to be cleaning the 2 bridges just down the street here. And they said, Mr. Grossman, you can't do that. That's illegal. They don't belong to you, and the stuff in there doesn't belong to you. I says, well, I'm not going to leave it there. And so they said, well, you need to go up to City Hall and talk to them. So they started me on the rat race. And I went up there. I got the same song and dance. You can't do that, Mr. Grossman. That's illegal. So I said, well, this is just a courtesy call. I'm just letting you know I will be there. So I took and didn't like the response I got from our elected officials, okay? For somebody who lives here, somebody who's been out and climbing the banks, hauling this crap out of here, to be told you can't do that, I did it because it's wrong. What's happening to our community is wrong. You know, I'm afraid what's going to happen. We go out, we work our weekends, we give our time, we give our equipment, and we clean and we clean. And basically, when our own people won't back us up, goes against my grain. This is where I grew up. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Yep, welcome to the board.
Morning. My name is Lori Livingston. I'm the Executive Director of Tuolumne County Arts. As your local mandated local arts agency, TCA's work helps to sustain the vitality of the arts and artists locally, thereby boosting the local economy and making the arts more accessible to all members of our community. We're committed to helping our community thrive through arts and culture. Through tenacity and hard work, and with mostly volunteers, TCA has been able to navigate through a challenging 3 years. Many of the ways in which TCA operated before the pandemic are no longer viable. The work in the last 3 years has in part been a necessary exercise in reinventing, restructuring, and triage of the business. Our overall goal is to create an environment that is friendly to innovation and investment, as well as supporting an environment that is responsible to community needs. We need local government help in being able to accomplish our mission. TCA has been here for 44 years. Out of those years, as your local arts agency, there has only been 3 years of consistent monetary support from our local government. We have received support from the Sonora Area Foundation throughout these years, but that too, although greatly appreciated, has not been consistent and yearly. I want to emphasize that TCA is only one part of the arts and cultural sector, and as such doesn't and shouldn't operate in a vacuum. There needs to be a focus on helping all the entities that constitute our arts and cultural life, the museums, parks and recreation, and the library, to begin with. TCA is asking for local government to support us as a line item that would be from TOT monies. 2% of TOT monies is not unreasonable if you believe that the arts are an important part of community vitality, community engagement, and as an economic driver for arts and cultural tourism. And that money can free us from a narrow focus to the ability to work with the other arts and cultural entities as a coalition and an incubator of events, projects, and offerings to and for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the board.
Good morning. I'm also from Tuolumne County Arts. I'm Claudia Puccinelli. I'm the president. I, too, have lived here since 1976, so before maybe some of you were born. Anyway, I'm just emphasizing what Lori was saying, that we see art as a way to help the economic health of this community. And if you look at any great city, what do they all have in common? They all have huge arts and cultural sectors. And all we're saying is that we feel that we could do that here, that people could come here. Yes, they come here to camp and fish and hike and be outdoors. But we also know that people who come and are engaged in the arts and cultural sector stay longer and spend more money. More money. Longer. They stay longer. Anyway, I know you have, you're facing the idea that you have to do budget every year, and I know it takes a lot of time and energy, and I just want to applaud you because I know it's a difficult process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room? All right.
Hello, I'm your political watchdog, and you can start. And I apologize for being so groggy and sleepy, but over the weekend I was reading the Sheriff Handbook, 60 pages. Hooah! That is very intense, but it kind of puts you to sleep if you're not you're not a sheriff deputy, and it will put you to sleep at times. But it does list U.S. Supreme Court rulings. That got exciting. Okay, outside of that, let's see, the Belarus Act. I said I would look into that last time I was here. There's no violation of the RICO Act that I could see, and I did mention that. But there is a violation of a federal ruling. I'll have to write a letter to Anaya Kirk, and none of you are responsible for the Belarus Act because it was passed in 1982 to bypass Prop 13. So nobody can get blamed here. So I'll write it up, and I'll have that legally served on, and we'll go through this motion again. And then, and then David Goldenberg's, you're over here. This is probably from a gated community. I do believe in this, but I don't think the property owners, ranchers, farmers, wine growers, poultry, renters, or any property owner on Prop 13 or not on Prop, they shouldn't have to pay for it. The county can pay for it. You hire out all the tree service, all the tree yard workers, everything. If you have to go to Mono or Innu and they're not heavily forest, bring them in, pay them directly, and just have it done and free of charge. That's good government. You're supposed to work with your constituent. Good. When people pay their property taxes, honestly, on April 10th and December 10th, they expect honest government in return, not to get shafted by government. Oh, you're going to do this. Oh, you're going to do that. It's an ordinance. No, you're not. That's all. I'll send you a letter on that. One more minute. Okay. Now, let's see. I got an email from my constitutional corners. Thanks for being so aggressive. This was Wednesday, May 18th. That is what it takes to get their attention. Please keep a record of what and when you present critical information. For instance, city and county governments cannot tell you what you can do on your own property. You don't have that authority, like the Vegetation Act. The Organic Management Act, William McKinley signed that into law, crafted by Congress, and June 4th, 1897. You can't violate the RICO Act. You can't violate the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And you can't do that against your constituents. It's illegal as a municipality government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment in the room? Yep. Good morning, welcome to the board.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice sticker.
Well, thank you. I want to thank Dory Beats and everyone who showed up on Saturday at the OES conference. There were a lot of people there, I thought, and I missed you, Mr. Goldenberg, but I saw Mr. Campbell. And then behavioral health came to the Mother Lode Roundup Parade, and they put the green ribbons downtown, so that was nice to attract a little bit of attention. And I want to applaud the Sheriff's Department, who's putting up with a lot of crap in our community. And at some point in the near future, we really need to deal with our opioid problem that's here. I can't do anything across the nation, but we can try to do something here. And we've had a number of overdose deaths this year, and we had 35 last year. That's a lot. So I believe October is our overdose awareness month. So I would like us to do something, maybe even a resolution. But we need to have some outreach into the community where we don't talk about the national statistics. We talk about what's going on here. And I applaud the Union Democrat. I thought they did a really great article on drawing attention to the issue here. And I know in 2020 was the last data from the CDC. We had nearly 15,000 opioid prescriptions written in this county.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment in the room? All right, not seeing any. I'm going to go to Zoom. We're going to jump to Zoom real quick. Okay. I'm sure you got lots to fill us in on. Nice. And while they're Mr. Holland, would you please unmute? And Carol, I'm being told by staff that there will be an opioid presentation in July.
I believe I'm unmuted.
There you go. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now? That's wonderful. All right. Good morning, Honorable Supervisors of Tuolumne County. I highly respect what you do, just not always happy naturally with the way you do it. It is generally felt that there are members of the board who don't take the safety of our residents and visitors seriously. Your decision of May 17th regarding the outdoor audible alert systems leaves the public vulnerable. Your decision additionally contains no performance date for OES to institute the currently installed systems. We kindly expect a little bit more skin in the game, and that you rectify this situation as soon as possible due to the impending extreme fire season ahead. Well, thank you very much. Dave Holland, Friends of Pinecrest.
All right, thank you, Dave. Is anybody else on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close public participation or oral communication and open it up to staff reports. Debbie. I'm sure you got good excuses why.
Sorry, I usually hand those out early, but we've been trying to deal with ballots downstairs. So my name is Debbie Batista. I'm the Register of Voters. I hope to goodness that everybody knows today's Election Day. So one can vote in person if they go to one of the 4 vote centers. One can vote in person downstairs. The vote centers have had some activity this morning, which was very positive. As of 9 o'clock today, 20 people had come to the 4 vote centers and voted. Considering in 11 days for 5 vote centers for some of those days, we had a total of 50 voters in all 11 days. We had numerous days where nobody showed up. So please vote today. Drop off your ballots at one of the drop-off boxes. You can drop off your ballots here. You can drop off your ballots at a vote center. All of that has to be done by 8 o'clock. You can still go to the post office. Please make sure that they stamp the date because it has to be postmarked by 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight, but the post office is not open at 8 o'clock. At 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight, and then we have to receive it within the next 7 days. As of last night, we've received just a tad over 10,000 ballots. That is really low for Tuolumne County. However, we're kicking push when it comes to the state. The state as of Sunday was only at 14%. We're really close to 30% of a turnout. So remember that your vote is your voice. And even if you don't believe that you can affect the federal or the state, you absolutely can affect your local representatives. So get out there to vote. We'll even take in ballots that are wet. So please send them in and get them into us, and we'll have results tonight. At 8 o'clock, we'll be pushing the button. And for those who've never heard Randy Hanfeld close the polls, he will be closing the polls at 8 o'clock. And it really is a wonderful thing to listen to. Thank you.
Good morning, board members and members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director, and it's not my ballot that's wet, it's my husband's, okay? It's not my fault. I just wanted to make two announcements today that you might have heard that Tuolumne County is preparing a climate action plan. If you go to the Tuolumne County webpage, and up on top is a search bar, type in climate action plan, and you'll be taken to our project homepage where you can review the document. And we'll be happy to and encourage you to submit comments through June 15th. At that time, we'll be reviewing all the comments, making any changes to the document, and then bringing a final draft forward to the Planning Commission and ultimately your board for review. The other announcement I wanted to make this morning is that we have a new method that constituents can turn in code compliance complaints. If you, again, go to our Tuolumne County webpage, search code compliance, you'll come to our code compliance homepage. I'm going to be leaving these in the back. There's an option to submit right on the webpage. It's a form will pop up, and it is a PDF fillable form. You can just fill out the information requested, click submit, and you don't have to do any extra emails, no extra phone calls or anything like that. You will get a response from our department letting you know that we've received your complaint. You'll get a case number and ways that you can follow up on it. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware we have a new swifter way, hopefully a little bit easier for concerned citizens to provide potential case information to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Quincy. Eric, good morning.
Thank you, members of the board. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. Just here to report on a few things. In regards to recreations, we're excited to announce that this next Monday, the 13th, all three of our swimming pools will open for the summer, Tuolumne, Twain Harte, and Sonora. So swim lessons and all of our programs will start that day. Registrations for those programs are currently going on right now. Those can be done on our website. Through the county website, you can register for all of the different programs and camps that we have offered. We are in the process of finalizing our summer rec program. We had been working with multiple school districts this spring to try and secure a facility. We thought we had multiple that ended up falling through, but we do have one that is going before their school board tomorrow for final approval, and we're pretty optimistic that that's going to happen. So we're excited to say that we're very optimistic that we're going to have a summer rec program this year. It's been several years since we've had it, so we're excited to have that back. With that, though, again, I've said this each time I've come up, we are still in the need of staff in our aquatics, our summer rec, standard park. We are hiring all of those positions right now. They are currently all open, and we are seeking applicants for all of those positions. In regards to the library, just a reminder that our summer reading program will start on June 21st. Our Fun in the Sun kickoff day event is from 10:30 to noon at the Sonora Branch Library. We are also looking for tutors and learners for our summer literacy program. So anyone interested in either the services or helping to tutor those that require the services, we are looking for those individuals. And we just received from the state library another batch of the park passes. So we do have the California State Park passes that you can check out through the library, just like you would any book or material with your library card. And you can use those at, I'm not going to say all because there are some exempt locations, but you can use those to get into many of the state parks across the state of California. It is a state park pass. It is not a national park pass, so it will not get you into Yosemite. But there are big trees and other places like that you can use, and check those out to attend those for free. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Freeman, good morning.
Good morning, board. Kim Freeman, health officer. I'm here to give you a report about COVID and other things, public health. As you have seen in our weekly reports, the COVID cases have kind of slowly been up-ramping. We had hoped we had seen the top, but according to what's been going on so far this week, we're going to be spiking even higher. And we have more hospitalizations than we've seen since this approximately 6-week slow ramp up. So we're here to make everybody aware that this is going on. COVID's still out there. Cases do seem to be mild. It's something that people need to be aware of. A lot of people test positive when they think they just have allergies. And so the important thing is to be vigilant and to know that, so that if you are positive, you're staying home. If you have symptoms, you're staying home and not infecting other people. We are currently at the medium community level and high community transmission level, alike a lot of other places in the state. But that's probably going to escalate to being in high community level after this week. We have seen the increase in hospitalizations. So we encourage vaccinations. Everybody over 5 can get vaccinations and boosted. We encourage hand washing. We encourage wearing masks in high-density public indoor spaces to help prevent spread, and staying home if you're sick. We are closely monitoring other things going on in the state. Monkeypox is out there, but it seems to be isolated into the Sacramento area and all linked to somebody who had traveled to Europe. Doesn't seem to be a local threat at this time, but something on our radar. And we're also watching the formula shortage. If people are interested in alternatives, at least they can contact WIC. The phone number for WIC is 533-7431, or you can look at the CDPH website. In accordance with this, our weekly updates are going to start including other things, not just COVID, that are affecting public health. So plan on seeing some of those things roll out over the course of this month. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator, with a few updates. Let's start out with our draft Hazardous Vegetation Management Ordinance. As you know, the Fire Safety Advisory Committee approved a draft that is being publicly circulated. We will hold the 7th in a series of public meetings next Wednesday, right here in the Board of Supervisor chambers at 6 p.m. We have copies in the back, and also you can go to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee webpage, where all the previous meetings and that draft ordinance is available for the public to review. The second item I'd like to give an update on is on Tuesday, March. What month is it? It's June now, but this was May 24th, in conjunction with Tuolumne County Sheriff. We held a test of our emergency alert notification system, or our Everbridge. And so we're very thankful for the coordination with Tuolumne County Sheriff and their dispatch. The test went very well. We sent out approximately 33,000 alerts to registered numbers. Unfortunately, we have a lot of work to do with educating the public. Only 8,000 individuals confirmed they received that alert. And so it is really important that we get the public to understand that this is just a layer, but it's also very important. While we are allowed to purchase both business and residential lines, it is important for individuals to opt in. And the reason why is because you can put in multiple methods. Your landline, your cell phone, your email. You can also prioritize which one you want to come first. Understand that if you have multiple methods, if you confirm with the first one, it will not send to the others. And so it was a great test and understanding for us. We did open our public information line, which I want to reiterate to the public, 209-533-5151. That is the information line that we will have live receivers of individuals when we have an event. So we opened that line, and I got to give a kudos to Trevor Gregg of IT, who helped set up those phone lines, even helped us answer those incoming calls. We took 289 calls that day as a result of the test. And the idea was to deter folks from calling 911 or the sheriff's office. So we were able to answer a lot of questions, remind folks that it's important for you to confirm when you do get the message. We did find one of the areas that we're working to fix is that when the call came into landline, it was also often said spam. So we've got to fix that, because we had a lot of our elderly demographic individuals that called us who said, we didn't answer it because it said spam. But they wrote her number down and said, okay, well, when it comes next time, I make sure we'll answer that. So there's a lot of information and education that we have to do, and we will continue to do through both offices to make sure. But I wanted to remind folks, it's an easy way to sign up. We have a brochure in the back, but if you go straight to our Tuolumne County webpage at the top, it says emergency alerts, just click on that, and it will walk you through how to do that. You can also sign up through your mobile phone. Just look up apps for Everbridge, and then when you type in an area, put Tuolumne Citizen Alert or Tuolumne Alert, and it will then sign you up through your mobile. So very, very important. Again, it's just one of the layers that we use, but an important layer if we need to get a hold of you during an emergency. The last area that I'd like to just update on, and thank you, Carol, for the kudos, and Supervisor Goldenberg and Campbell, but this last Saturday, we held our second annual Tuolumne County Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall. Last year, we held that virtually because of COVID restrictions. This year, we decided to do it in person. We had 17 organizations or agencies that had booths of information. Again, a great turnout. Many of those organizations also gave presentations. The sheriff joined and talked about evacuations. Mike Mazuch and Team Elite and Animal Control talked about animal evacuations. Madeline Amlin did a phenomenal job from Tuolumne County GIS talking about mapping and resources that are available to individuals. Of course, our partners at American Red Cross talked about sheltering. CAL FIRE was also there from TCU to talk about current conditions, but also defensible space and home hardening and some of those things that we can do now to prepare. Our partners also from the U.S. Forest Service talked about the Stanislaus and fire restrictions. Kelly Schroeder and Bill from air pollution also talked about air quality and burning. And then we had partners from our Tuolumne County Firewise who also talked about how you can create a Firewise community. There were many other folks, including Sonora City Fire, our T-Cares ham radio, partners Groveland CERT, as well as our Sheriff CSU unit that were there. And so we think it was a great event. If you missed it, our friends and partners at Access Tuolumne did tape it live, and you can go to Access Tuolumne and watch a video recording of that. And so it was a really good event. We are already talking about next year's event and holding it annually on the same date every year to make sure that we are providing information out to the public. With that and with your permission, we have a video to debut, if it's okay with the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that.
This video was done with Access Tuolumne as well. You might recognize some folks in there. I only got put on because I was the only one that volunteered, so. Tracy said I had to do it. No. Yeah.
Fire department. Good evening, sir. My name is Nick. I'm with the Tuolumne County Fire Department. There's a wildfire nearby. We're doing mandatory evacuations. You have 10 minutes to pack a bag with personal belongings and head down the hill to a safer location. Do you have any questions for me?
10 minutes?
Yes, sir. 10 minutes.
What if this happened to you? You and your family were awakened in the middle of the night by a knock on the door and told to evacuate your home within 10 minutes. Are you prepared? I'm Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services Coordinator, and today we'd like to talk to you about the steps that you can take in order to be prepared for such an emergency. The first step is have a plan and have a go bag. What's a go bag? A go bag is a backpack of any form and size that has everything you might need or want to have in case you have to evacuate your home. We recommend that every family member has their own bag. And what does that mean? What's in those bags? Well, you can personalize it, but there's some basic things that we suggest that you have in there. Some items that we recommend that you have within the go bag. First is this pair of shoes, something sturdy. You have no idea sometimes where you're going to end up as a result of your evacuation. We also like to recommend a sweatshirt or jacket of some sort. It might get cold when you're out and about, depending on where you end up. A pair of pants, another top, other items of clothing. Also, depending on where you end up, especially if you go to a shelter, it's nice to have a towel or a washcloth, something from home to use in the event you are evacuated. The last few years, COVID has taught us to be prepared with masks and hand sanitizers. Having that in your go bag is also very important. Always having some bottled water. Obviously, you're going to get thirsty, and you may not know when you're going to be able to get to a place that you can have that water. Personal items, whether you wear contacts, another pair of glasses, sunscreen, ibuprofen, Advil, Tylenol, deodorants, toothbrush, toothpaste, maybe a comb, hair ties, depending on what you need. Have this all ready to go. Medications. Having an extra supply in your bag ready to go means that you won't be fumbling around for those the night of, or you won't need to refill those some way, somehow, during an event or even through a shelter. Flashlight. Obviously, if you are evacuated in the middle of the night, this may come in handy. Cell phone charger, also really important. Most folks grab their cell phone but forget to take a charger. Speaking of chargers, having a solar-powered one is really important as well. Many of our wildfire events cause power outages, and that means you will not have electricity. So having solar-powered is important so that you can contact your family if need be. One of the other items we like is either a notebook with pens, copies of your driver's license, or all of your passwords, vaccine cards, etc. that you might need to have extra. So having that in some kind of notebook that you can put in your bag is important as well. A lot of folks like to have a hat depending on the weather. Depending on the season, bug spray. You never know when you're going to need that. Reading book. For you or even for your kids, having some type of activity for them. It may be a long drive, and there may not be those types of items available in a shelter if you have to go to a shelter after being evacuated. So having that in your backpack will come in handy. The last item that we recommend is that you have some cash. Definitely have cash on hand within your backpack. You never know when the systems are down and you cannot access any money to pay for certain items. So having cash in your bag is a definite must. So now that you have all the essentials for your go bag, let's see if you're ready when you get the knock at the door in the middle of the night.
You have 10 minutes to pack a bag with personal belongings and head down the hill to a safer location. Do you have any questions for me?
10 minutes?
Yes, sir, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very jazzy music. Alrighty, that's our debut of our new video that we're going to be sharing with the public and hoping that folks will get prepared. Cannot thank Jerry Day and Access Tuolumne, obviously, Bobby Bergstrom that you recognize with his family, Supervisor Campbell assisted with a few shots of something as well, And then obviously our partners, our county fire 761, engine 761, the new engine, and CAL FIRE as well. So we wanted to share that with both you and the public. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dory.
Nicely done. Thank you.
All right. With that being said, do we have any more staff reports in the room or on Zoom? Okay. All right. We're going to close that portion of the meeting, and we are going to move on with the consent calendar, and then we'll take a break after that. So, Clerk of the Board, would you please read our consent items?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the May 17, 2022 meeting. Item number 2, adopting subsequent resolution 58-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 3, consideration of approval of services agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Marrick Care Home for residential placement in an amount not to exceed $125,000 per fiscal year beginning July 2022 through June 30th, 2023, requesting the board authorize the county administrative officer to sign the agreement and all related amendments and documents. Item number 4, adopting resolution 59-22, authorizing the submission of a renewal application and delegating signature authorization to the district attorney to sign for the California Office of Emergency Services Victim Witness Assistance Program grant. That's it.
Short consent. Would any board member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Not seeing any? Okay. I will look for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. Did you say that? I didn't hear that. I thought of it myself. Is there any public comment? All right. Any on Zoom? All right. I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to approve consent.
I'll second.
All right. First by Campbell, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes 5-0. I am going to call for a short break. We'll resume at 9. Let's do 9:50. Right. It is 9:55. We're going to start this puppy back up. We're going to do items 5 and 7, and then we're going to go on to our first 9:30 appointment. Number 6, we have somebody coming from CSAC. They won't be here till around 11, so just a heads up to our board for that. So item number 5, Clerk of the Board, would you please read that?
Presentation of County Service Award to Eric Roberts and Keith Schertz of the Sheriff's Office.
Do you have an extra pen? Yeah, put mine down in my office. Good morning, Sheriff. And you are on. Oh.
See you.
I think Heather and I keep pushing the button at the same time, and now it's back to muted.
Hello?
There
Okay,
we
we're going
go.
to try this again. Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chairman Kirk, CAO's office and County Council. So, Bill Pulley, Sheriff, I'm here today to actually recognize 50 years of service to this community and to the Sheriff's Office. So I'm going to ask Deputy Keith Schertz and Sergeant Eric Roberts to come on up right now. So, as they make their way up, they're here now. Other than just being outstanding human beings, these two gentlemen have committed so much service to this county. It's just amazing. It's you can't even, in the time we have allotted, describe what these gentlemen have seen in their careers, what they've done for our community. But make no doubt about it, it is monumental for what they've done. So I'm going to start with Keith. Keith is getting his 20 years of service award today. He was hired in 2002 as a jail deputy. In 2003, became a patrol deputy. Some of his assignments are SRO, School Resource Officer, Boat Patrol, Bailiff, Dive Team. Now, all of these assignments take away, you have to go to training, you get called out and all these things. And so there's a lot of time away from the family. And so I wanted to give him an opportunity to acknowledge his family while we're here because they are so important. So I see he has stripes. You don't. How does that work out at home? Who's in charge?
He doesn't live at home anymore.
So next is Sergeant Eric Roberts, who is 30 years of service with our office. We were calling around kind of asking about anecdotes about Eric, and the first thing, very quickly, somebody said he walked the earth with God as he was creating the earth. So, been around a while. Yeah.
Dave.
In 1992, he became a jail deputy, and in 1996, he became a sergeant. He's 26 years a sergeant, is that correct? Eric was so instrumental in our design team and transition team for the new jail. He helped design it. He helped work out all the kinks and all the things like that. One of my favorite stories about Eric is he's walking during construction. He's walking down the hallway and he sees a outlet right in the middle of the wall right here. And he's, what is this outlet doing sticking out of the wall at eye level? And Eric has a great knack for looking at plans. He goes back, he looks at the plans. Not only is the outlet not supposed to be there, there's supposed to be a window here. So Eric started going in, and he made him go back, made him fix it, and I think he found 129 outlets that just were not installed or installed properly. He was our quality control guy, and thanks to him, we got a lot of things that were missed by the construction company. So, and again, he's done this basically for the last 5 years, maybe even 6 now. Yeah, and so all this time takes away. I know I was very demanding. Our office was very demanding of him. He would come out at a moment's notice, and I know we took a lot of time away from his family too, so I wanted to get him to acknowledge his family. So, as you all know, we couldn't do our jobs without our family, so they're so important. So, Chairman, if you'd like to come down and help me pass out these awards.
Absolutely. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to have public?
Whatever you would like to do. You're in charge.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's have the board, if you guys have any comments or questions, or open up to you guys.
No, just Eric, 30 years, long time, right? Yeah, and that's wonderful. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And Keith, so you're 2/3 of that at 20 years, right? But the longevity, the time that you guys spend, in the department and helping everybody, all, not just the department, but all the citizens. So just thank you, for all your efforts.
I introduced my wife and my son, but the sheriff department's also my family. I've been there for 20 years. So
Absolutely.
Beautiful relationship. Done a lot of things besides just the things the sheriff said.
Yeah, and well said, recognizing that, because that's important. Thank you.
Yeah, I just got to thank you guys for busting your butts day in and day out, for this county. And you mentioned that it's like a family over there at the sheriff's office, and that's what I've observed. You guys, you watch each other's backs, you help each other out, and you got a really good sheriff most of the time. No, you have a really good sheriff and a really good team, and it really shows that you guys are kind of the backbone of this community. Keeping the rest of us safe and enabling us to do the things that we do. So, and the people that support you, your family, I really have to thank them. It's a difficult thing to be married to or have family members in law enforcement. There's those worries that you always have. But without that support of the family network, you guys couldn't do the job that you do. So it's just this big community involvement that it takes to make a successful law enforcement agency, and I'm so proud to see that we have that in Tuolumne County. So, and I'll be here to congratulate you on your 50th anniversary with the county. About 30 years, right?
Good.
And you in about 20 years. So.
All right. I'd like to say, first of all, ditto on what Supervisors Goldenberg and Campbell have said. But my own addition to that would be I am so grateful right now, especially with all the pressure that is on your department, all the different things that are going on that make your job so stressful, especially now. I hand it to you, and I want you to know that I'm really, as one of your board members, looking forward to making some positive changes to help you in that.
Supervisor Brennan.
It's hard to speak last because all the mic. Can we turn that down a little bit? Great, thank you. It's hard to speak last because I think many of the things that I wanted to say have already been said. But thank you for your years of service. 30 years is how long I've been alive. I was born in '92. I grew up in a community that was safe and I could walk around. There were always issues. Every community always has issues. But I was very blessed to be in an area where go exploring outside, go walk downtown, go hang out with friends. And both of you, I think, contributed to that and being able to grow up safely in this community. So thank you. Thank you to your family as well. I completely agree. This has been a very hard time, seeing from the sidelines and that to be in law enforcement and the pressure and the online battering that happens all the time, where no matter anything, whatever decision's made, it's never good enough. There's a lot of pressure. For you to be here and to mentor, I think, as we're trying to recruit more deputies coming in, sergeant deputy, it's hugely appreciated because we've got a huge issue. We've got a lot of vacancies to fill. They're going to need people like you that have 30 years, that have 20 years of experience to mentor them, bring them into the department. I think under our sheriff's leadership, that's going to be incredibly important as hopefully we address that issue and make our community safer for that next generation. So thank you.
All right. So it's really hard for me to say anything that hasn't been said, but I mean, I work in law enforcement a little bit on the other end of things. And I remember my son asking me about my career, and I said, don't you dare ever even think about it, because it's not what it used to be and the crap that you guys have to deal with on the streets. And so thank you guys for your service. I think we need to change your name to Enoch, because Enoch did walk with God in the Bible, so maybe that should be your last name. But thank you guys for your service. I believe our board is committed to, there's a crisis out there with law enforcement, with retaining and attracting, and it's a new era. And so I know I'm committed to seeing that through, and it's going to be a lot of work. But thank you guys for sticking around, and your families. They didn't choose this career, you guys did, and I hear that from my wife all the time. And so if we didn't have them, we're nothing without our spouses and our kids' support. So thank you, spouses and kids. All right. With that being said, I will come down and give you the awards.
So far, neither one of those guys have talked about retirement. So that's
awesome. And we do have to do public comment if there's anybody in the room who'd like to come up and say additional words.
I would like to disagree with Supervisor Campbell, because even though Bill Pooley and I may not agree on everything, I think he's been an outstanding sheriff all the time.
Cool. Our district attorney.
I just want to give a huge shout out to both Eric and Keith. You know, it's incredible the community that we exist in on the criminal justice side, because both of those men were formative in my career. And I don't even work in their office. They don't work in my office. But Keith Schertz has given me more feedback on my jury presentation than any one of my supervisors combined. Okay? And Eric Roberts, every single time I would call the jail and ask for a favor, he would remind me that I would owe him one. And I still owe him a lot. So I'm just super grateful to both of them. They are incredible assets to this community and to our county and to our criminal justice system. So hats off, guys.
Awesome. Any other public comment? Any on Zoom? Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys for your service, and stick around another 20 because we're going to need it. All right. Okay. With that being said, we're going to move on to item number 7. So, Clerk of the Board, would you please read that item?
Item number 7, consideration of adopting Resolution 60-22, proclaiming June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15, 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Tuolumne County.
Morning, Chairman Kirk, members of the board. I'm Nicole Griswold, Agency Manager with Health and Human Services. June is World Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and June 15th is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. In California, Adult Protective Services receives an estimated 202,549 cases of reported elder independent adult abuse per year. Elder abuse is one of the most disturbing and rapidly growing areas of crime that goes substantially unreported. It's believed if there is one case known to APS, there are 24 cases that go unknown. And for financial abuse, only 1 in 44 cases are known. There are no risk factors other than age for who might fall victim to elder abuse, and victims often endure the abuse in secret to avoid stigma and embarrassment, protecting abusive family members, fear of retaliation from their abuser, or fear that others will not believe them. Loneliness to resilience is the theme of this year's World Elderly Abuse Awareness Month. Our seniors have been even more isolated the past 2 years due to COVID. Isolation and feelings of loneliness, depression, worthlessness, or feelings of being a burden plague our seniors, thereby resulting in limited connection and socialization, and oftentimes only being exposed to interactions with their abusers. You know, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a village to care for our elders and assure quality of life. I encourage this board and community members. Actually, you know what? I challenge this board and our community members to reach out to a senior in your neighborhood, a person who seems isolated in their home. Talk to them, take them goodies, take them treats, maybe offer assist to help them in their yards, invite them to a family dinner or a holiday dinner. It doesn't cost you anything to have an open seat at your table. Invite them to a community event. Say hello and engage in conversation with a perceived grumpy elderly you see in the store. Let them be involved in your children's lives. It's like having bonus grandparents. Visit one of our local senior homes and make a connection. Our elderly community has so much to offer, so many stories to tell, and so much historical information to give, so many life lessons to offer. It's truly amazing what our elders have endured, the lives they've lived, the hardships, happy times, the easier times, the hard work, and the love that they can share. Together, let's help them build resiliency, give them back their voice, and restore their quality of life. With that, I want to thank those who do this for our senior population every day. The DA's office, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, Adventist Health, Area 12 Agency on Aging, Nancy's Hope, Catholic Charities, Interfaith, local churches, and of course our heroic social workers that do an exhaustive job of keeping this population safe. To make a referral to Adult Protective Services, please call 209-533-5771 during business hours. After hours, holidays, weekends, please call 209-533-HELP. That's 209-533-4357. If you're a mandated reporter, you must complete a report of suspected dependent elder abuse form, which is an SOC 341, and that's available online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. I'm joined here today not just by Nicole Griswold, who is an incredible advocate for our elder population over at Adult Protective Services, but also Jan Fuller. She's standing behind me and won't come forward. I'll tell you a little bit about Jan, who is our elder abuse advocate. She's fully funded by our underserved, unserved victims grant that we get from Cal OES. Jan serves our elders. She serves our dependent adults. And one of her favorite sayings to me over and over is that she loves doing that job because she gets it. You know, one of the goals of that grant is to serve the underserved and unserved in a developmentally respectful and honoring and appropriate manner. And Jan does that every day because she gets it. She told me the other day, she goes, listen, it's about having an elder serving an elder. I get it. And we are so thankful to have Jan working with Assistant District Attorney Eric Hovater in the pursuit of justice for our elder and dependent adults who enter into the criminal justice system, and we work with them to seek justice. In the last year, we served 137 elder victims, 5 dependent adult victims, and their families. Those were folks who were victims of homicide, attempted homicide, assault, battery, financial crimes. Of those victims, we filed 95 cases, misdemeanors and felonies, and we took 5 of those cases to trial. There are some courts in the state of California that have specific courts designed for elders because it is hard to testify. It is a difficult environment to be in if you are an able-bodied, able-minded adult, let alone in a position or in a time in your life that's difficult. And so we are so grateful to the passion that Jan and Eric display. We're very grateful for the continued support by this board, by the CAO's office, and by our community. This year we're bringing awareness to elder abuse prevention by having a social media campaign that talks about risk factors, red flags. We have some incredibly informative videos featuring 2 Erics that work for the county. And then at the end of this month, it's our hope that we'll be able to announce the date, location, and time for what will now be an elder empowerment conference that we hope to have in the fall, that we want to bring elders in to, not just those who serve them. So we're very excited about that. We'll be doing that in conjunction with Adult Protective Services. And join us on June 15th by wearing purple to bring awareness to this very important issue. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up to the board members for any comments or questions. I'm going to start with Supervisor Brendan.
Well, Nicole, thank you so much. Cassandra, I really appreciate it. We have a huge elder population in Tuolumne County. We also know that we have, with that, I think, high rates of that abuse, and we see there's a huge number statewide, and we know that it's elevated here in particular. And so I appreciate your attention to it and our continued support to help you be able to fulfill that mission, protect as many as we can. I love, in part of this, though, looking at loneliness as part of the probably most crippling thing of growing older. I've seen it in my own family where we tried to address it there, but the social isolation or going to a home or kind of closing, some of the places they used to go, some of the habits they used to have. And if you're not talking to anybody and you're not being seen by people, it'd be very easy to be taken advantage of. I love that we have, I think, as this board and this community is looking at aging in place, aging gracefully, aging as not just leisure time, but it's transitioning to a different period of life where we're able to look at them as leaders in our community. So many of our different community groups and some of the ones that were mentioned there are led by elders who have left the workforce and are now donating their time to the benefit of the community. And that's good for everybody. So thank you for the work that you do. I think it's incredibly important. I think blue zones and the community we're trying to foster will hopefully also address proactively and hopefully reducing that. And for those that feel like there's any issues, if they feel like something doesn't look right, see something issue with a neighbor, please do reach out to Adult Protective Services. Reach out to the county. We have a lot of very competent, qualified, passionate people that will investigate it and see if there is something there. You're, I think, very rarely going to get really definite proof that something's happening. Let the professionals be able to check it out, and you might be able to help save somebody from a lot of loss. So thank you all.
Come on. Oh, there we go. I think I'd like to start out my comments with a question. And Nicole, if you can answer this. We have we used to have only one social worker involved with elder abuse. Is that still the case?
We currently have 2 social workers now, 2 full-time
Great.
social workers. And we have other social workers that can take an APS referral if needed.
So what is their caseload average?
The average is anywhere from 10 to 20 cases per social worker.
Okay.
We try to get those closed out within 30 days.
Right.
So we can keep them open for longer.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that we have a little bit more support from the state. And it just struck me, I am one of those elders. I'll be 70 in less than a year. So with that, I besides inviting your elder neighbor over to dinner, I would also like to tag on to Dory Beats as the OES coordinator to remember your elder neighbor when there is an emergency event. Yes, remember your family and your go bag and so forth, but try to remember that person in your neighborhood who may not even have an awareness of what's going on. And then finally, something that harkens back to my social worker days, and I didn't hear, so I wanted to state it now for the public. It is to call in a report for elder abuse. You don't have to have proof. You just have to have a suspicion. And that's very important because a lot of people don't understand that distinction. And the investigation will reveal whether it is founded or not. So I just wanted to put that out there. And thank you for all that you do.
It's been well said by other board members, and Jan and I have worked together for a long time, and so I know I can imagine how well she works with people. And Nicole, I just had to tell, I wanted to tell you that I don't think I've ever heard the mission and the job that you do articulated better than what you did. So I really appreciate that, and I hope people were listening because I thought I couldn't say it better myself. So, well done. And thank you to our DA who's leading this effort, and I think is a good role model for the entire office.
And Supervisor Goldberg.
So Nicole, Jan, Cassandra, thank you, for everything that you do. Supervisor Brandon pointed out the, high numbers of elderly people in the county, running about 40%, so it's substantial. Supervisor Half made a comment about we need to, from the emergency services perspective, when we're looking at evacuations and stuff, is know your neighbors. I know people in my neighborhood, they're physically disabled, can't drive. In other cases, they have issues such as Alzheimer's, which prohibits that. But what we're looking at here, though, is elder abuse. And, I've stated this before, I have personal, with my own father and my father-in-law both on the financial side, there was abuse, and there's way too much of that going on. Not so easy to prosecute and sort that out. I get that. But we can't ignore physical abuse. Certainly that occurs, far too often as well. You talked about 137 cases last year, 95 filed, 5 went to trial. I guess I did have a question in that. So if 5 went to trial out of 95 that were filed, were a lot of those resolved successfully because of the system, working on them, or?
Absolutely. And, one of the things that we consistently prioritize in my office is the victim's position on having to walk through a trial. And unfortunately, sometimes we also get to a point where our victims are no longer with us. And so that can impact the outcome of a case. But yes, out of those, I was looking at that this morning, I think 86 of them resolved either through trial or through plea.
Good. And that's good. The system works when that happens. And right. If we have to go to trial, then it becomes traumatic in many ways. So, correct. Just looking forward to the Elder Abuse Conference coming up, and please keep us informed on that. And thank you all for your efforts.
All right, before I make comment, I'm going to open up to public comment. If there's anybody in the room who'd like to comment.
Well, I just want to thank them for changing it from elder abuse to elder empowerment. And I went to almost all of those, and they were really fabulous. And I would encourage everyone to attend, and I will be happy to help you if you need help with that. And I would encourage people who are lonely or need something to do and you don't drive like some crazy idiot to volunteer for the Meals on Wheels program, because they need drivers, and it's really nice if you have a driver and a helper, because it makes it a little bit easier to deliver meals to people, because a lot of those people are very isolated and they're very lonely. And I would include on your list of other agencies our Veterans Affairs Officer, because I've been with Debbie when elder vets call her day and night, and she answers their call. That woman's amazing. And we have a lot of women in our community that live in their cars. So if you see these people in the grocery store, please acknowledge that they exist.
Sorry, Carol, all I got out of that was no crazy idiots driving elderly people. Thank you. So my comment, the board's already spoken, but thank you, Cassandra, your office, for making examples of people who do abuse the elderly. I know it's nice to see those cases in the Democrat or Memo the Load. And for me, I've made this clear before, when it comes to like budgets and priority, I always think of 911, who do you call, and then children and elderly, because those are the vulnerable populations that I think government and society is tasked to look after. So it's important to me, and I think it's important to this board and in this community. So today is about making awareness. A lot of people don't go reported who are abused. And so that's what we're doing as a board today. We're doing a resolution trying to make this community more aware. And so I'm just going to read part of the last two whereases and then the be it resolved, because that's what we're doing today. So it's recognition supports the critical need to raise awareness of this disturbing reality while also highlighting our beloved elders, a special part of our community. And whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to raise awareness this June by honoring the From Loneliness to Resilience campaign. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 2022 as a World Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15, 2022 as a World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and urges all citizens to join with us in recognizing this month, declaring ourselves to the task of protecting our elders and assuring quality of life. So with that being said, I will look for a motion for this resolution.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 60-22, proclaiming June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and June 15th, 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Tuolumne County.
I have a first by Supervisor Goldenberg.
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you guys very much for what you do. Okay, it is 10:30. Item number 6, we're going to skip over until that person is here. So we're going to go to the first 9:30 appointment, number 1. So clerk of the board, would you please read? And do we need time to set up, or are we good to go? We're good? Okay. So would you please read item number 9, or 9:30 appointment?
9:30 a.m. Item 1, consideration of approving updated budget policies.
All right. Good morning, board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I did pass out the redlined version of the board's budget policies. The redline were not included in what was uploaded to the board agenda, so I passed those out, and there are some copies in the back for the public as well. All right, so the Board of Supervisors, as you know, has policies that direct the way that the county administrative officer develops the annual budget. These policies provide clarity on priorities and offer direction to staff as well as the board. It's critical to keep these policies updated to ensure they stay relevant with the board's intent and the changing needs of the county. As you'll see this morning, the CIO's office is recommending changes to your existing policies. These changes have been reviewed and approved by the budget team, and we'll talk a bit more about what the budget team is in a bit. And as I mentioned, there is a red line version which shows the areas for proposed changes, and we'll also go through that in this presentation here. So ultimately, staff, we are looking for your board's approval on the updated budget policies that include the changes that we'll discuss this morning. So I'm just going to go through them, and then we'll discuss, answer any questions and go over anything else that you'd like to discuss. Okay, so the first policy that we are going to discuss this morning is policy number 1 of your board's approved budget policies. And as it states right now, it reads that the board will balance annual operating budgets without the use of one-time revenues, which is described as unobligated available beginning fund balances and other significant one-time revenue allocations. This policy serves to ensure that ongoing expenses do not exceed ongoing revenues. So I want to talk a little bit about fund balance because as you can see in the way that the policy is described, it does include the term fund balance, but I want to talk a little bit about fund balance and where it comes from. You can see in the chart here, this is a historic, this is history of over 10 years, what's that, 12 years, 13-ish, of fund balance that we have received, that has been in the budget. So first you can see in the first column there, it's the estimated fund balance, and that is what we do kind of at the recommended budget time. That's what we estimate fund balance will be. And then the actual fund balance is what fund balance ends up being during the adopted budget. That's once we know what our revenues actually came in at, what our expenses actually were, and then that's where we landed. And you can see in the next column, the variance, that our estimated fund balance has always been, well, according to the history back to 2010, this is as far back as we could go without some major, So you can see that the estimated fund balance has always been lower than actual. Actual has always come in higher than we originally anticipate. And then you can see the percentage there. So, and I did put it at the bottom there, and obviously we'll talk more about this at the next 9:30 appointment, but it is the estimated fund balance currently for this fiscal year 21-22 is $5,079,000. And so I just kind of put that just for reference, that if it did not increase at all and actual fund balance were the same, then you can see what the average has been over these last many years. So the average for actual fund balance has been almost $3.5 million. So the reason why we bring all of this up is to say that the proposed change to this first budget policy is that what you can see there is that we propose to change it to balance annual operating budgets without the use of one-time revenues. There still is no desire to use one-time revenues to go for ongoing expenses. However, what we're proposing the change to read is up to 50% of the 10-year rolling average of fund balance can be considered reoccurring and may be used toward ongoing expenses. So if we go back here, what we're saying is that the average of the actual fund balance was $3.5 million. If we use that, this principle, this 50% of the 10-year rolling average, that would give us $1.7 million could be potentially used for reoccurring expenses in fiscal year 22-23. And I just want to talk a little bit about why we're proposing this. The majority, so fund balance comes from a variety of places. It is not just one-time monies. In a lot of cases, as your board knows, we have a significantly high vacancy rate in the organization-wide. And so a lot of what this fund balance is actually salaries and benefits, savings. And those are, as you know, reoccurring expenses with reoccurring revenue mostly to go toward them. So the idea is that if we use 50% of the average of the fund balance that we've received over the 10 years, that it really is reoccurring expenses that we would be we would be applying this reoccurring money toward reoccurring expenses. Because again, the history, if you look at the history, we have always had fund balance. So it is not just a one-time infusion of cash, where say our revenues were abnormally high for some reason. So that's the first change that we are proposing. And again, So I guess I could go through the whole thing if you would like, Supervisor or Chairman. And
when you say go through the whole thing,
go through the entire policy.
Yeah,
and all of the
let's go through
changes?
the whole
Okay,
thing, and then
perfect.
we'll have questions.
Great. Okay. So that's the biggest, I would say, the biggest change that we are proposing. Next, number 2 here is to dedicate unobligated available beginning fund balances to establish annual contingencies, pay off county debt, increase reserves, fund future liabilities, fund capital equipment, plant, and infrastructure. And then we added and other one-time needs. That is just in practice with what your board currently does. So we added that language in there. Secondly, budget non-earmarked general fund contingencies at no less than 1% of the general fund budget. We're not requesting any changes to this policy, but we just wanted your board to see. So right now we're only discussing fiscal year 21-22. So at the adopted budget, the general fund budget was $88 million. 1% of that would be about $885,000. In actual contingencies, as of last week, it's 2.9, almost 3 million, which means you actually have an excess of $2 million in contingencies. So you are well in line with your current policy related to contingencies for the general fund. Fourth, the policy is to establish general reserves at 5% of the total operating budget for governmental funds. So that includes, governmental funds include your, not only the general fund, but also your special revenue funds like, the general fund, but then also funds like, all of Health and Human Services, your roads, but less any capital budgets, if that makes sense. So the county will strive to set aside a minimum of $250,000 annually until the reserve is fully funded. And again, we're not proposing any changes to this at this point, but just wanted your board to see that in this current fiscal year, 21-22, the governmental funds budget was $169 million. 5% of the governmental funds budget would be $8,445,000. Your actual reserves are $4 million. And so you have a remaining need there of $4.4 million still to be fully funded at your reserves. Number 5, again, we're not proposing any changes to the budget policy here, and this is all about funding future liabilities. I'm not going to get into too much detail here, but it does speak to how we calculate these internal service funds that then we apply to the rest of all of the departments each year in the budget. So it speaks to workers' compensation, the internal service fund there, liability insurance, unemployment insurance, post-retirement medical leave liability, and our PERS, Public Employee Retirement System. So I didn't want to get into too much detail there. We're not proposing any changes, but just continue to keep them funded or to get them funded. Next, an addition is, this is something that has been in discussion with, I know that CIO Tracy Riggs has spoken to your board about this. And we did discuss this with the budget team as well, which again, we'll get to in a second. But we are proposing to add this policy that your board would approve changes to personnel, including additions, reclassifications, or departmental reorganizations only during the development of the recommended and adopted budget of each year, except when adding positions that are exclusively grant funded. And this serves to ensure that your board is seeing the organization in its entirety at all times, as opposed to kind of piecemealing and then maybe not fully having the full picture of personnel changes that may have been adopted or approved throughout the year. So this is really just an effort to try to keep it a bit more like organizationally focused, if that makes sense. The next policy is that the board shall also use the following additional policies as a guide when developing the budget. So this is a little change, but it's not, the change would be prioritize funding. What it would read is based on the board established priorities and objectives, basically what you see on the board here. And removing the phrase for public safety and road maintenance services. That already is your board's priority. Your funding already has the majority of your board's funding, and any budget already goes to public safety and roads. But just adding that based on board established priorities and objectives just really helps to kind of tie it to what your board is trying to do with your strategic plan. Also, you'd strive to provide funding to adequately maintain existing plant and infrastructure. No change to that. We're also removing the bullet point of maintaining a comprehensive and quarterly budget monitoring and reporting program. Not that we do not monitor and report the budget, but that the comprehensive reporting program to your board on a quarterly basis. So it would be removed from the board's budget policies and would just would remain as an operational activity that the CAO's office and then the rest of the organization already does. And that is in part because we kind of eliminated the mid-year budget process this last year, and we think it went fairly well. It kind of cut back the number of times that we're discussing budget and made room for some other items of discussion with your board. So that's what that's meant to do. And then, of course, maintaining an active long-term capital improvement program, which will remain as your board's policy here. And then match specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific program expenses. Basically, if the funding from the state or federal government goes away, the program goes away as well. And then lastly, the budget team. So we're proposing to add this as well, that the county administrative officer shall establish the budget team consisting of all department heads and their key fiscal staff. The budget team shall develop a balanced and comprehensive budget recommendation for the CAO during the recommended and adopted budget process. And then at any time during the fiscal year, all requested budgetary actions from departments must be reviewed and supported by the budget team before being presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So this budget team concept was something that we actually learned when we went back to Virginia and did the high performance organization training, or the lead training that a bunch of us went to, and it was very intriguing and interesting, and it's been something that we've wanted to implement for years, but we're finally kind of getting there this year. It's still very much a work in progress, and we have a lot of room for growth, you could say. But overall, I think we're in a better place than we were, say, last year without the budget team. So the idea is that the budget team gets together, they review whatever's kind of being proposed, they put together the comprehensive recommendation, they put that to the CAO. And one thing that we did discuss with the budget team is that by ordinance, the CAO is obligated, is required to put a balanced budget to your board. So at the end of the day, the CAO is the one who has the authority to recommend a balanced budget to your board, not the budget team. So there may be a few instances where the CAO's recommendation is different than the budget team, but one thing that the budget team talked about was they at least want to know what the CAO's recommendation is before it goes to your board. And so, again, as we'll be discussing in the second item, there are a couple, you could say, discrepancies, but the budget team was made aware of it ahead of time. So we feel like that this is a really collaborative process, which is something that we're trying to move toward as we move toward becoming a high-performing organization in Tuolumne County. And so the budget team is one more step there. And then also I just want to highlight the little bullet point there. At any time during the fiscal year, all requested budgetary actions. That really only refers to those actions that come to your board that require a 4/5 vote. So anything that requires moving from contingencies or increasing appropriations of any kind, or personnel we already talked about. So it's really just those items that we're referring to where the budget team would have to be would have to be reviewed and supported by the overall budget team before it went to your board. And I just wanted to highlight, I put this little chart in here just so you could see who the voting members of the budget team are. The budget team decided who would vote. We had a discussion about that. And so the decision was every department head would have one vote. The CAO's office does not have votes. However, we are the department head for some departments as well. And so those like managers were given votes as well. So that would be like the, let's see here, the facilities manager, homeless services coordinator, the OES coordinator, and the veteran services officer, and the library and recreation manager. So they are not like true department heads, but they were also given votes here. So that's the piece about the budget team, and that's all I have for the budget policies. Looking for questions from your board, and then ultimately I'm looking for your board to approve these changes with any modifications you may have.
I'm going to open up with Supervisor Campbell.
Well, I'm going to start out right at the outset by saying I'm so proud of the work that you and your team and the Budget Congress have done. I really hope the community is watching this, because I look at where we are now in terms of our budget practices, and the actual end product that we have is night and day better now. And I think some of the recommendations you have, I mean, I guess we'll talk a little bit about that, but this is just, I'm so impressed and happy with this. This is one of the things of all the things that we have changed and reformed in our county over the past few years. This is what I am most proud of. And I'm proud of the work that you do on this. So I just wanted to say that at the outset. And I really am so grateful for the work of the department heads that have participated in this and giving the board so much of a better, clear direction about where the priorities should be and where we can afford things and where we can't afford things. You know, the fundamental building blocks of what our job is, you know, to be stewards of taxpayer dollars, and this is the kind of information we need to be able to make those difficult decisions that we get paid the big bucks to make. And so I'm really, really happy to see this. In terms of questions, so going back to basically the first thing you talked about. So using the 50% 10-year rolling average, can you kind of explain? One of the big complaints that I think constituents have about the way we did budgets in the past, and it's really nobody's fault. It was just kind of the nature of the poor economic times that our county was in, and for a very long time, and continues to be in many significant ways, is that we would come with a recommended budget that had a huge hole in it, millions of dollars, and then over time it would get filled up, and we'd figure out ways to move things around, and then all of a sudden there'd be no hole. And from the community's perspective, it would be we would drop the bomb and say the sky is falling, and then they would check back in a few months later, and then we'd have a balanced budget. And so the community perspective, it would be, how did we get from a $4 million deficit to now a balanced budget? And I think this, to me, addresses a big portion of that. But my question is, could you explain a little bit about what is, so essentially we're saying that we're doing 15% or 50% of a 10-year average. Where do you come up with that 50%, and why do you feel strongly that that is something that we can count on to the level that we would be able to use it in budget predictions?
Well, the 50% was just a conservative guess, or not guess, but a conservative recommendation. And we did talk about this with budget team, and Tracy and Debbie actually specifically, I mean, with the entire budget team there, kind of felt like that was a number that they were comfortable with, that we felt pretty confident that 50% of, on average, what we've been bringing in can mostly be applied to reoccurring, because it likely is as a result of reoccurring either expenses or revenue that came in higher, or expenses that we didn't spend in the previous year. So 50% was sort of the collective recommendation.
Supervisor Campbell, if I could just speak to this for prior budget history and the way that we would work on budgets. In the past, because of the budget policy and how strongly my predecessor felt about using one-time revenues, some of what you may have seen when we had these gaps was because we absolutely did not use any part of this recurring fund balance to balance our budgets. If that were the case, for example, you'll see in the future item, we are using part of the fund balance to balance our next budget. And if we did not, I would be coming to you today asking you to give me authorization to issue layoff notices. And yet we may not need to do it. And so this allows the flexibility within a very comprehensive complemented budget document of a lot of departments and a lot of funding to allow the numbers and the programs to work, because as you're seeing with that fund balance is most times, at least over the more than the last decade, how we end the year is significantly better than what we when you budget. But you budget for the worst case of everything. What if we have a fire? What if the sheriff has to do evacuations? What if we have to do all of these things? So we put these numbers in the beginning, and thankfully they don't pan out. But if they do, we have a way to cover it. We have contingencies, we have reserves. We've only used part of our fund balance. So that's part of what this is. In the past, there were a lot of conversations. When my predecessor was in here of asking, why can't we use part of a recurring fund balance to balance a budget? Why are we taking things apart when we may not need to? So this is giving, if your board approves this, it's giving our office and our budget team the opportunity to have a little more flexibility as we work towards this and the adopted budget without coming to you on June 21st and asking, or say June 7th, and telling you I may need to issue layoff notices that maybe in 6 to 8 weeks we may not need to issue. So it's just giving us the utmost flexibility to ensure continuity of services.
And I appreciate that. And that's kind of the point I was trying to get to, is that to me this is a more honest description of what the budget is actually about, because we do use fund balance, and we always have. And so this is factoring that in so that we're not pretending that we're going to have to eliminate things or making all that effort to eliminate things that in the end we will probably be able to afford. So that's the point that I was trying to get to, and so I appreciate that elaboration. I do have a couple other questions, but I want to give other board members some time since I took a fair amount of time there. Thank you.
Vice Supervisor Hoff.
Yeah, thank you for this. I won't repeat. I agree with Supervisor Campbell, so I won't repeat all of his comments. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this that will help our guidance from here on out. I do have some questions and some comments specifically, but overall, I love the whole team approach. I'm so relieved, so happy to see the high performance organizational policies or ideas being implemented finally in our county. It's a breath of fresh air, and I really appreciate it. Can you tell? Okay, so number one, I assume here when it reads that up to 50% of the 10-year rolling average of fund balance, we're talking actual fund balance. Okay.
Yes, that's
and
right.
I would try to do the math quickly, but I didn't have enough time here because I just caught this right now. So our rolling average, our 10-year rolling average, we couldn't use what we have projected for the 21-22 year because we're not done yet.
Yeah, I just used that. I did use that figure.
Okay.
Just because we have always actually received more than what our estimate
Right.
was. And so that was a conservative number to put in there, that if we didn't, for some reason, not receive more, if that was the only number that we received, then our average would be $3,493,000.
And I respect that, but moving forward, if we're going to use the actual fund balance, I think we should set a policy that we use the actual fund balance. And so it would be from 2020 to 2021, all the way going back to 2011, 2012, and use that figure always, each year. Use actual figures. Another comment I wanted to make is number 3, the non-earmarked general fund contingencies at no less than 1% of the general fund budget, but that doesn't mean we can't put more in. I wanted to really reiterate that. We will have bad times. We all on this board may not be here during those really bad times, but even in bad times, I think 1% hopefully we can do, but we can always do more in good times. So I wanted to make that comment. On number 5, I know we haven't talked about it much lately, but I really do look forward to whenever we can looking with that financial advisor on our how best to fund our future liabilities. I think that's critical. So I wanted to make that line in the sand right here. And in number 7, you struck the maintain a comprehensive quarterly budget monitoring and reporting system. What I didn't hear and what I wanted to state to the public is that this reduces staff time. We're looking at ways to reduce staff time. Not that the staff isn't doing the work, but they do extra work for these presentations. And then they have to sit here in these meetings. So I want to make it abundantly clear to our public that this helps with our capacity. Not that we're not doing the work. I have questions about how we do the last bullet under number 7, match specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific program expenses. I believe in this. This is big talk. It's not as easily done, but I would really like to figure out as a board, as a collective, how we do this, because we've always, as the board, said these kinds of things and then not followed through. And we need to follow through on this. If the state reduces our funding, we have to figure out how to reduce the services. It's just not right. I think that's it.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, and thank you for bringing this back. I wanted to reiterate what Supervisor Campbell was saying, that the Budget Congress, I think, is a huge accomplishment in this. It's a very smart, very collaborative way. I think that's fantastic moving forward. I also think it's really great that we're going to be talking about having a limited amount of time to do the restructurings of departments. As mentioned, having them throughout the year, it's hard to see the cumulative impact on that, and I think to try and make sure they're all going towards the same goal. So having those at the same time hopefully will reduce some of the demands on department heads. They know what time of year to do it and what time of year not to do it, and have a fair standard across the board. So both of those I think are really good. And also working to establish it be our priorities and objectives. I do have concerns simply about changing it from what are two, I would say, of the biggest liabilities that we have, which are roads and public safety right now. Both in, I think, funding for salaries, but also capital expenses there. But I do understand us doing it for our priorities and objectives. It's, to me, I guess I'm a little neutral on that. I did have one particular question. This is about the reserves. A lot of these are very nice round numbers, which I'm just wondering when they were established. Obviously, time value money with inflation, if that's 10 years old and we're still putting because $250,000 into reserves, I think we've talked about before, it's not really good. That's not really anywhere near what we need to be putting in to actually even survive 1 year of a downturn. So do we have an idea when these were last amended, the numbers?
I think that actually, the $250,000 into reserves in particular, I think was changed in 2018.
Oh.
Right, that was changed right before Mr. Pedro left.
Okay. It changed downwards?
No, it did not exist in the past, so we added that in 2018.
Okay. I would recommend the board, just one thing is to increase that. I think we've had that intent, and to pass that down, that there really should be more money put into reserves on an annual basis than the $250,000. As we see, to achieve where we want, it's a couple of decades of doing that, assuming there was no economic downturn, we had to tap into it, which is unrealistic. My main concern is with number 1 and the conversion of 50% of the fund balance into our existing budget. And to me, the wisdom of the initial policy, which specifically said fund balance should not be used for that as a one-time expense, still stands. This is, even if it comes back every year, from different sources in that, it is one-time money. It's line items that were allocated and not paid and closed out. To me, it feels like we're limiting the capability of this board to invest in many of the one-time liabilities we have. We have one of our goals is to repave one road per year. Without ARP funding, this is the most likely amount to be able to ensure that happens. It could be budgeted for, but also flexible money that's able to be invested in a project. That's very hard to come by. I look at it as we do have generally conservative budget figures, I think, on revenues. So that's one of the issues of we budget conservatively. Our expenses seem to exceed that. The revenues come in better. So like you said, plan for the worst. I don't think it's an issue with the fund balance. It seems to be an issue with the budgeting. And I'm not necessarily in disagreement that I think that's probably the right approach to do it. Overall, I just don't think it's wise to borrow against one-time funds for our operating budget. I'm worrying about the impact on existing fire stations where we've been buying a lot of equipment with that fund balance. I don't think for some of the issues we're thinking that are recurring, compensation is absolutely huge. I think everybody is aware of that. This is not enough to solve that issue. It will add some to it. But then if we look at all of the years of the fund balance, if it's 50% of the average, 7 out of 8 of those will be years where that amount is increasing because it was so low to start out with. Only one of them, I think, is actually above the average that we set, which is the 1.3 million, right? Can we go back to that slide? We're talking that while we have this policy from, except for 2012, 2013, 2010 to 2017, every year that amount will increase over time and take up more and more and more of the fund balance. So the 1.3 million is also offset by the first one, which is only 138,000. And again, 7 of 8 of those are below that average. So I have concerns about that. I would like us to ideally have a separate vote on it. I'm open to any discussion with the board on that. But I really do want to be able to support the Congress and the rest of the updates and changes in this because I think they're very positive. This is just one. After speaking with staff, I'm still not convinced this is the right solution to it. Especially when we have damn near $600 million in different types of liabilities at the county between roads, deferred maintenance, unfunded pension liabilities. There's just a lot, and I think we need and our reserves are so low. That fund balance would be better spent on reducing our liabilities or creating assets rather than putting it into ongoing liabilities that if the fund balance gets reduced and we achieve our goals here, we fill some of these positions, we see the money spent for where we allocate, that will be basically budgeting money we don't have. We could have, for example, a year where our fund balance, because we're successful, drops below what the average may be, because the average for 2020 is bringing it up to 6.5 million. And we'll have to reevaluate this policy within a few years. So those are my concerns, my questions. I'd recommend moving up the reserves policy from $250,000 to maybe $500,000 per year. And I would recommend that we do not adopt the first section on the rolling average of fund balance.
So, sorry, I have a question on that. So I'm not super clear. So then you would want any additional fund balance to be set aside for contingencies?
Did you have a question for me?
Yes.
So we're discussing a language.
I'm not clear on the first part. So we do use fund balance to balance the budget at the end when the budget's adopted. And so what's being proposed here is that instead of waiting until the end when we have the adopted budget, we move that up to the front so that we have a more accurate picture of what the budget looks like earlier. But you're saying that we shouldn't use fund balance at all for balancing the budget, and that any fund balance should be used for going into contingencies, or I just wasn't clear on what. Are we not using fund, or are you proposing that we don't use fund balance at all to balance the budget?
I'm suggesting that according to the budget policies we have, for example, our fire departments have said we need to have a strategic replacement plan. That would be an ongoing expense we need to budget for. We have not yet allocated the money in the budget to do so. So the way we've been able to fund fire equipment is generally using fund balance to offset that expense and buy a new piece. And so it does add into the budget. It is an expense we could have budgeted for. We do it through this way because we haven't created that. My worry is that by putting this at the beginning of the budget, it may go into potentially a new program. It may go into an increase in an area where it's already functioning fine. There's not necessarily huge, say, across the board. And with that, without having, say, for example, that 50% lockboxed in some way to ensure it goes to a new road project, to ensure it goes to fire equipment. And I think there is a budgeting way to do it in a smarter, more intelligent system on a yearly basis. That's just not incorporated into this, and I would think I'd need to see that first. So if this said we would take, of that 50% of fund balance, 25% of that amount would go to a road project, and 25% would go to fire equipment, that I could support because that is very in line with what we're currently doing, and I would agree is more intelligent. By putting it generally into the budget, it can go into anything, which also may not be some of these highest priority things that are costing us money to not fix. And fund balance tends to be the more flexible solution of how we invest back in those capital liabilities. So I'm not suggesting don't use it. I'm saying it's not specific enough to the intent of that. It could go into, I don't know. It could go into another program instead of something that's paying back what we can't already afford right now.
I guess if we were to say that, well, because first of all, it's 50% of the average predicted fund balance. So there's still money at the end to shore up if there were additional costs. Now, it would be less on average than we would normally have. But if there was something like a fire station had an expense toward the end of the budget and we needed to find a place to pull money from, there is still money there. And I guess if we're saying we're setting aside 25% for one thing or 20 or,
Can I ask a clarifying question that might help both this conversation? And then we do got to let Goldenberg speak and then myself as well. The language is clear. It says used towards ongoing expenses. So we wouldn't be, say we adopted this policy, we wouldn't be adding new things to pay for. It would be for past ongoing expenses, correct? Or
couple things. So that may not necessarily be true. It's anything that would be recurring. So that could be staffing. And what I was just thinking was if your board wanted, because we took the liberty of adopting these and putting them into how we compiled the budget. So it might be you could put this on hold, go to the budget presentation and look at what that would look like in real life mechanics. And that might help you make a decision on whether that's something you support or not. Okay. And that might help a little bit. But you would see that this could mean, like I had talked about earlier, today, if we did not use fund balance, part of the recommendation would be me asking you to allow me to issue layoff notices when we may not need to do that. So that's what we're trying to avoid as we get to the final year, finalize revenues, find out where the expenses are. But that might be an option is table this, go to the presentation, look at how we've implemented that, and then come back to this and have a discussion of how you feel about it once you see it in action.
Okay. I'm going to, since we're already in the discussion, I want Goldenberg to have his opportunity. But before I let Goldenberg and them, I have a few questions as well. Actually, you know what? Because let me hear Goldenberg. Let's give him a chance. And then we'll go from there. Because I don't like to count to three, but I also can count to three. And so I just want to hear where the board's at.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Campbell. The budget congress process is excellent. Right? Allowing all our departments to have a real voice moving forward and bringing their key staff involved as well. Really important. It should have been done a long time ago, quite honestly. When I'm looking at this chart, right, we can and must do better in our projections, right? The only realistic year that I'm seeing here, fiscal year, the 2010-11 at 6%, that might be a little bit low, but we ought to be able to project, within about 10%, and we have not been doing it. And so it creates major issues and distress amongst the board, trying to figure out how to work in the budget, and the trust factor with our public, right? When they see these wild swings, and then sometimes realistically within weeks, right? One board meeting we're sitting at here, it's all doom, and then 2 weeks later, oh, well, we found an extra $2 million. It's we can't allow that to continue. And I know there's a lot of different factors that go, into this, but it creates a lot of problems amongst the board and mistrust in the public, and high levels of concern amongst our own employees. You talk about potential layoffs, and look at what you're doing with your employees, back and forth, and the stress that it puts on them. I think that when we're looking at the numbers to have in reserves, we're far too low, and I agree with Supervisor Brandon. $250,000 a year takes decades to get us to where we need to be. We really need to be up in the neighborhood of $10 to $12 million, and we're at $4 million. And $250,000 a year, and not even every year has previous boards allowed those funds, to contribute. Supervisor Brandon mentioned $500,000, perhaps increasing. That's still going to take a long time. I think we need to concentrate our efforts and get it up there as quickly as we can, because there will be more downturns. Absolutely, we're going to see them at some point. And we need to be prepared. Other than that, just a couple other quick points. As far as figuring out the 10-year rolling average, the 50%, I'm okay with those concepts, but we do need to very much look towards funding things that are our board priorities, like we talked about, roads, fire service. We need to have a plan to do that. And I know we're working to get there, but we're not there. When we're talking about on item 6, as far as approving changes to personnel, keeping them to the recommended and adopted budget, I'm all for that. We don't need to have different departments coming at us, banging away all year long, pleading their case. They need to be respectful of a budget process that we agree upon. On item 7, the quarterly budget monitoring and report program, recommendation here is to eliminate that. I distinctly disagree with that. And my background in project management, I think, really speaks to this, is that if you don't have information that can point to really a point in time, and I don't know if it needs to be quarterly, but it needs to at least be biannually, that we take a temperature check and we see what we're doing, because the last thing you want to know is, oh crap, we're in trouble, and it's too late. Right now you're trying to recover from something that's already occurred. So we need to have some sort of reading that indicates where we are, throughout the year. I personally would like to see quarterly, but be willing to discuss that. Other than that, I just concur with the whole budget team process. Again, I think it's really good, and glad to see it. So thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. I had, and then I'll give my comments, and then I'd like to hear from the public comment. I know in past, Tracy, we had talked about trying to get to 8% of reserves. At what point do we make a decision on how to raise that roof? I mean, is today
You could do that today.
where we're suggesting?
Yeah, that was the minimum threshold that was set, back when, as you know, we have the highest reserves we've ever had. This board also, while it says 250, it's it says that's the minimum. Your board put in $1.2 million this fiscal year, so it allows you always to do more, but doesn't cripple you in the years that you may not have it, where you may be looking at eliminating positions in effort to get your reserves amount up. But yes, your board could. That is an old number. That is not one that we actually took on to even have a conversation knowing, but you're right. I mean, ideally, that 10% is what is in my mind that I'd like to see us get to. Will it take time? Absolutely. And, for those who work with me, any step forward is a step forward. So that 250 is a step forward. If we can do more, we always should. But if we wanted to increase that, this would be the time that your board could direct us to do that.
When was the last time our board did 250 only? Have we always done above that mark?
Well, we have done it every year since we put it into place, except for the year that we added the Amador contract, but I'd have to go back. I think we may have done it at adopted, but when we did recommended, that was how we did the last minute change to add the Amador contract and trying to partner with GCSD because of what the impacts of their finances for fire services.
So I'm fine with, if the majority wants to raise it to 500, that's great, but it sounds like we're already put it, like you said, we did 1.2 million. So it's on our radar. So I'm fine if we want to bump that to 500. And to change the policy from that we're trying to get at 5% up to 8 or 10. Question. When it comes to discretion of using up to 50%, what if we, over the next few years, and I don't anticipate this happening, but we start filling our vacancies, we have a down economy, obviously you would use your discretion. Maybe we're only going to use 10% next year or 20%. This is just a ceiling, 50%, correct?
Correct. And remember that there was a very hard line, and Supervisor Half will remember this when she worked in our office, that we never used fund balance for anything that was staff related. That's what drove us to do some of those notices that we did when maybe we didn't necessarily need to do them. And as Supervisor Goldenberg and several others of you have said, that creates a lot of angst, not only for our employees and our organization, but for our community. So our effort, your budget team, is looking at how do we have what's the best way for continuity of services as we work through a very complex budget with a lot of moving parts between state and federal funding and the grants and all the allocations that we receive.
Okay. And then when it comes to number 7, I agree. I know public safety and roads are basically our highest priorities, but we have a new process, which is priorities, objectives, action items. That's going to drive our funding, so I'm good with that one. Supervisor Goldenberg had a concern about the quarterly budget. Can you explain to me why we may not need a quarterly budget update from your perspective?
Thank you, because I wanted to address that, so I was going to ask if I could. So you may remember what we used to do was we did June budget, September budget. We tried to get something done in December, which we called a first quarter or half mid-year essentially, and then we would do year-end. That usually happens between February and April, just depending on how things are going. We this year, and you may remember because I brought it to your board to make sure that you approved it, we stopped doing the mid-year. Because it's not really a mid-year, we just do budget in September, which means we're doing it again 2-3 months later when, in fact, when we do the year end, which is that February mark that we start looking at it. So we are doing the semi-annual, not to mention the expectation that your department heads are adhering to is that they're watching their budget every single day. And they're having reports from their staff, but for us to look at it, your analysts are also running these numbers and are looking at the department so they can provide their best support. But we still plan to do the recommended, but formal presentations, recommended, the adopted, and then your year end, which will happen between, like I said, usually around March to April, so that you still have several presentations in a year.
Okay. So I'm fine with removing that. And I know from past experience, if there's ever issues with the budget, we're the first to know. You let us know. Before I have those are just my questions. I want to hear from public, so I want to open up for public comment, and then I'll make my final comment. So if there's anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item, now's your chance. All right. Anybody on Zoom? Sure. Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Well, then I'll make my comments, and then half as a suggestion. Where do I start? First of all, thank you to the budget team for putting this together. I love the idea that the organization has more buy-in to this process, because there's one thing that I hate is, as a board member, is we have these meetings, and then whether we like it or not, people reach out to us and they complain, or they feel like they're left out, or this department's getting more attention than this department. And this really puts a lot of the ownership on the organization. There's a process. It goes through the CEO's office, comes before our board, because I have spoken with some department heads who've been a part of this budget team and some folks, and it's great for them to be in a room and they get to hear what everybody's struggling with. And hey, you know what? My issues are bad, but yours are worse. So let's fix that first. And so I love the idea. I'm glad that we're there. It feels like we're in a year of restructuring the way we do things, and I think it's positive and it's good. So thank you guys, and thank you to the organization for doing that. Never be perfect, but it feels like it's better. I will tell you I remember my first year in office, spending hours and hours in that office at night, going through the budget, looking at one of the biggest things I did is I went back over time and did some charts. And I remember vividly thinking, why are we having this discussion where we're gonna close down Parks and Recs, and we're gonna close down the animal control, and we're gonna be killing animals, and that, I mean, that was what was in the news, right? To find out that it's not that bad, so I went back, looked at the charts. It was always, we'd always come out ahead. And so it was really frustrating, because when you're in the community and you're only getting bits and snippets of this, it basically sounds like your government's not being transparent, because we're scaring the hell out of you, saying that we're going to raise your taxes or ask you to raise taxes so you can fund this and that. And then like a month later, we're like, oh no, we're good, $3 million. We don't, and people are like, screw you guys. You're giving us whiplash here. And I'm saying, yeah, I feel it myself too. So I look at this like I would run my household, and I don't like to ever pretend that there's going to be money, but data, I love data, and the data says that the last 10 years we usually have some money to work with. And so I'm okay, especially since there's a ceiling up to 50%, and Tracy knows that our board will flip out if she screws it up bad and is way off in the budget. So I'm okay with being conservative, going down this process, giving it a go. I would warn you right now, with inflation, with the economy, we have to be very careful next budget year. I think it's going to be a different budget year. So I like the idea of, I wrote down here, simplify, streamline, and transparency. We have to do that better, and this does that for me. When it comes to what Supervisor Half said about using past numbers, actuals versus, I didn't write it all down, but you got what she said. So basically everything she said, completely on board with. And let me see. Reserves, we talked about that. Looks like we're going to bump that up. I wrote down notes, but they're all over the place. So all that to say, I like where we're at. And Supervisor, so we'll open up for any public or for any closing comments. Supervisor Half did have a suggestion, so I'll hear from you.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of the things that the board brought up. We need the structure of this update policy, but we also need flexibility. I can hearken back to those days that our CAO talked about, and they were grueling during the Great Recession. They were absolutely grueling, and we'll probably have them again, and hopefully not anytime soon, but I don't know. So I am an advocate for keeping the $250,000 for putting towards the reserves, with the idea that this board will do more than that, absolutely, whenever they can. Can't speak for future boards, but I don't want us to be pigeonholed. And speaking about the flexibility, my last comment is that under number 1, and with regards to what Supervisor Brandon said, I'm wondering if we could maybe almost combine what it says here, the up to 50% of the 10-year rolling average of the actual fund balance can be considered recurring revenue and may be used toward ongoing expenses, or for anything listed in number 2. That gives us greater flexibility.
Number 2 being?
Establish annual contingencies, pay off county debts, increase reserves, fund future liabilities, and fund capital equipment, plant, infrastructure, and other one-time needs. I think that gives us greater flexibility because every year brings something different. And we have different things that we have to address that become urgent. And this gives us that flexibility that way to make those decisions. So those are my comments.
I'd say that would be an improvement from my perspective on the language.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. One of my prior prior to this board meeting was, I brought up to Tracy yesterday, why don't we just put all of it towards number 2? So I think that's a good compromise. It would give flexibility. Any other comments?
Yeah, just a couple. We've well recognized our vacancy rate, right? We're hovering 17 to 18%. It's hurting us badly. Our productivity goes down, our employee morale goes down because they're getting pressed harder and harder. We have to address that, and these are things we're discussing, and obviously it's part of the budget on how to get there. But previous boards not long ago, they had substantial layoffs in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 people per year, a couple of years in a row, and we need to sort out how not to allow that to happen again. But we're also dealing with the issues of the vacancy rate, and that costs money. We understand that, so we need to look at those on the priorities because it's hurting us really badly. It's hurting us throughout the county government. Thanks.
Any closing comments before I try and summarize all this?
No, I think that works. I think the suggestion or the compromise suggested by Supervisor Half and with Supervisor Brennan's input, I don't see any issues with that, and I could be on board with that. I think it's just important to remember that where these contingencies are originating is from unfilled staff positions in general. I mean, the vast majority of it is from that. And so I do place a higher priority on maintaining staffing with those funds, since that is where that's where it's being created is with the staff. And so we need to at least maintain the level of services and our employees that we have with those contingencies. But of course, if we're able to do that and there is still money for capital projects or some of these other things that are outlined, then I'm perfectly okay with using that money. And it's been said several times by other board members, so I won't belabor it, but I really feel strongly that from the public's perspective, this is a much more accurate and honest way to budget, because we don't like to admit it, but all counties use contingencies in this way, and by saying it up front and right in the beginning, we give a clearer picture to the public about what their government is doing with their money. So that, to me, it's about being honest and being upfront about how this budget is actually going to work. And the thing is, if we got into a position where we were not meeting that 10-year average, it could go two ways. It could either be a good problem to have, where we have all of our positions filled and we have everything staffed to the level we want it. And if that's the case, then yeah, contingencies are going to be lower, but at that point we actually are staffed to the level we need to be. So that's, in a lot of ways, that's a good problem to have. Will create other issues, but and then in the other respect, there will, whether or not we, if we have a major economic issue where we are also not meeting that 50% of the 10-year average threshold, this is not going to change that. It's not going to create money that's not there. So we will have a problem one way or the other if whether we do it or not, we're not going to have that money to spend. So.
Yeah, just one last quick point. When I talked about the vacancy rate, there will always be a vacancy rate, right? Through attrition, through people, retiring and the hiring practices, bringing someone on board, or if somebody leaves, our county to go someplace else, or even deaths, right? That's what happens with attrition. So, But realistically, that should be down maybe around the 7% rate is probably a lot more realistic. We shouldn't be counting on money, that comes from the vacancy rate to, fund other things. We need to ramp up. So,
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm going to summarize this really quick.
Chairman.
Yes.
I didn't have comments.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Thank you. So I appreciate Supervisor Half and the recommended language change. I think, Chairman Kirk, to your point, initially that is my understanding of how we were using this before, was only to item 2. And it could only go to that, and sometimes we would violate that out of great financial necessity, we being the royal we. But I think that is an improvement in the language, and I'm comfortable moving forward. I did want to thank staff for all the hard work in this. I think on this board, what comes back to us, I think this change is not going to end up, it's not a pro or, I guess, not pro staff decision. If we hit a point, and everybody up here, I think, recognizes the vacancy rate and compensation issue we face at the county. Everybody does, including myself. In a time when we hit an economic downturn, there are 2 places really we would go that are not cuts to be able to sustain ourselves. One of them is reserves, and one of them is basically fund balance, reserves and contingencies, and then to an extent fund balance. If we put 50% of this, $1.3 million, into the general fund, and then seeing a more flush budget going and adding positions, very important positions potentially, but new expenses onto that, and then we hit that economic downturn, we will have less of this money that can be used to backfill it, and that could be, on the one hand, to expand or help with some of the compensation at the county, but what it would also mean is that to balance that budget, which we have to do, would mean closing programs or more layoffs, because it reduces that flexibility, because we've increased our ongoing expense. Or 2, if we hire new positions with that money, that also means that when that downturn comes down, without new revenue, staff will take a heavier hit, either in cuts, furloughs, layoffs, something like that. So I don't think this is a matter of whether we're supporting staff or not. I can see the argument that this is a better way to budget it, but it does reduce that flexibility. So we're going to have to be very financially disciplined about how we approach things that we can't end. We can't, close out, or a one-time investment, anything that is ongoing basis. So with that, I would like to make a motion to on the reserves.
I'll let you make
okay,
it. Well, hold on. Let me speak to that real quick, because you do bring up some valid points about downturns and economy. But what we're talking about, the timeline here, what is the timeline from when we make this decision to adopt it? We're only talking about 2-3 months, right?
Right. Your board will approve the adopted budget during a public hearing on September 20th, but we will begin working on it in July.
So,
And we'll
if there was we would be experiencing an economic downturn, or we'd be experiencing all those things, and just to hire staff alone isn't happen overnight. So I think if we were in a bad situation, we would be abreast of it. CAO would, the budget team would, and I don't think we would be making recommendations to spend monies when we know in 3 months we're going to be cutting staff. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, this stuff it's not going to happen quick.
Right. I mean, let's face it, COVID was unprecedented, where we shut down the entire world market within a 30-day period. So that doesn't normally happen, and we are normally later than others. So for those of us who went through the 2008, it happened down in the Bay Area and coastal areas a year before we really felt it. But I'm not always going to know in July that we're going to have a fiscal downturn in March, but we'll do our best. We're reading economic reports and forecasts, and we're keeping our ear to the ground, but we do our best to provide the best information and accurate information to your board when we're doing a budget.
Okay. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Jaron, and we do have our item number 6 from CSAC here. So you want to make a motion, I believe, or?
Since there was some disagreement.
We did do public comment, yes.
Since there was some disagreement on the board, I was going to make the motion. We could do a vote. I wanted to motion that we amend this to establish for Rule 4 that the county will strive to set a minimum of $500,000 annually until the reserve is fully funded.
So before you make that motion, that's what I was going to clarify. I believe there was consensus for the $500,000. I know half was against it, but I believe there was consensus to raise.
Well, I don't think I spoke to it. I think Supervisor Half kind of embodied my opinion, where I'm okay staying at the 250. That was your statement, right? Staying at the 250.
Okay.
And we can always put more, but by saying we're going to put $500,000, we're handcuffed to that, and we cannot do less. So,
okay. Well, let's take a vote, because I'm kind of the opposite, where I think we should raise the bar a little bit. I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we can always go backwards. So go ahead and make your motion.
Well, is it easier to go
Could
backwards?
I ask a question too?
No.
While you're making this motion, you've also discussed, because it's part of the same item, if you want to stay at 5%, you want to go that the area, the amount that we're trying to get to, is it 5? Is it 8? Is it 10? If you could do that
What do you
all in
recommend,
one.
10?
Ultimately, I'd love to see us at 10. Well,
10.
But it's probably a more realistic need than what we would have now. Also, keep in mind, Eric and I were just kind of chatting here that as our budget grows, that number grows, right? So, like this year, we would need an additional $400,000 to meet the new amount. So that number will always be changing and forevermore. Whether the bad years, it'll go down. The good years, it's going to continue to increase.
I would just say we figure out the 5% when we hit the 5%, and then we can realize if we want to cap it. Because we could say we want 20 or 30% until we're actually putting more money, which we are doing now. I'd say that's probably a problem for a few years when we've actually even hit that standard. So I'll just keep my motion to the simple, amending it from $250,000 to $500,000 annually for item 4 for reserves.
So you got a first by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second that, but I do believe CEO Riggs had a very valid point. We need to look at the ultimate goal of what we're trying to get to, and I would really like to say, maybe not all the way up to 10%, but maybe we should set 7% or something as a new goal, now, and 500,000 per year to get there. So,
Well, for the motion right now is specifically just for the allocation, whether 250 or 500.
I'll leave it at the second, and then when we're done here, I'll make a separate motion.
Okay. And then,
I'm confused. I think we're overcomplicating things a little bit. We do have a recommended
we have a
update
motion
to
in a second.
budget policy. Are you looking for multiple motions on each of these elements, or?
I think Supervisor Brandon was correct. We have a motion in a second.
Right. Okay. So I'm trying to clarify what we're making a motion on a portion.
Just on the 500,000
of the updated recommend budget, and that recommendation is that we up the or that motion is that we increase the contingencies to
500
reserves, 500,000 or reserves
yes.
from 250 to 500.
Yes.
Can
Okay.
we get public comment? Or did we
We already did public comment. Yeah. Okay. So we have a first by Brandon, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. So it passes 3-0. Brandon, Goldenberg, Kirk, and then Half and Campbell opposed. And then we'll do one last motion, which is to adopt with the change for number 1, which would be to add or number 2.
Yeah, I'll make a motion if that's okay, Chair, to approve the recommend with the exception of what we just voted on, to adopt the updated budget policies with the aforementioned change for item 2.
Okay, so I have a first by Supervisor Campbell.
And can I also add to that motion that it should say actual fund balance?
Yes, that was. Is there anything else you need clarification on? No? Okay. Yeah, the actual fund balance, sure. Okay, so first by Campbell, second by.
I'll second that.
Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope.
No.
Passes 5-0. Awesome. Thank you.
No, I had a no vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a no vote. So a no vote. Okay. Goldenberg. So passes 4 and no vote by Goldenberg. All right. Thank you, team. Thank you, budget team.
Chairman,
And,
I think
yes.
Supervisor Goldenberg had mentioned he had a motion that he wanted to make.
Oh, you have a separate
Well,
motion?
I heard from our chair that you weren't going to accept another motion, or I still want to look at that reserve amount, increasing it to 7%. I'd like to make a motion to do that.
I'll second.
Yeah. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And, okay, so I'm clear on the last one.
We're burning through these pretty quickly. So I haven't voted yet. You want to increase which?
From 5% to 7%.
Because is that not already addressed in the budget policies that we just voted on and approved?
It's number 7. Established general reserves at 5%. So he's saying change it to 7%.
But we just voted to approve the recommended budget policies with
Correct. So your
with
board,
$500,000.
right?
And
I'm sorry.
So let's amend it. So
amended the first section, but not adopted.
So we already approved budget policies as they are. And so this is a motion to change what we just approved.
Quite honestly, that's where my no vote came
Okay, well, then
from.
we just speak up. That way we can, before we take a vote, that way we can change it. So
this is why I'm
going to look to the county council. If we amend, can we go back, pretend like that vote never took place? He wants to add from 5% to 7%, and then we'll take another vote. Can we do that?
Well, we're not going to pretend it didn't happen, but you can certainly amend it.
That's why we got you in the room. So can we just, the last one was approved 4-0, and now we're going to make an altercation or a change from 5 to 7. All right.
And I do have a question.
You know where I work.
I have a question for staff.
Prison.
Are there any issues that you can see increasing it from 5 to 7?
No.
Okay.
So I am fine with that. I would have
so I would like to
voted for that, but
amend the motion to approve the budget policies inclusive of now going from 5 to 7%.
Second.
All right. First by Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Better not say no. All right. Okay, motion passes 5-0 on that portion. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to go to item number 6. So let's come back at 11:45. Going to resume. For those of you who might be on Zoom or on the phone, when we're done with this item, we are going to go into our next budget presentation. We're going to do the presentation, and then we're going to have public comment, and then we'll break for lunch around 12:30, and then come back and finish the budget presentation later. Okay, so that being said, Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 6?
Item number 6, presentation of the 2021 California State Association of Counties CSAC Challenge Award to the County of Tuolumne for Resilience through Shared Forest Stewardship by Jacqueline Juan Hernandez, CSAC Deputy Executive Director of Legislative Affairs.
Jacqueline, welcome to Tuolumne County.
Happy to be in Tuolumne County, and especially walking in here and seeing so many familiar faces. You all have a lot of active participants in the county associations, and we really appreciate that. Thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to join you today. It's wonderful to be here in person. We had a real nice drive up. I'm Jacqueline Wong Hernandez. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the California State Association of Counties. We are a membership association, and we represent all 58 counties as advocates on your behalf to the legislature at the state level primarily and also at the federal level, as well as provide education and training, conferences, workshops, webinars, institute courses, and I know a number of you have participated, and we really try and focus on trying to be helpful and telling the county story also to external partners. So 2021 was another challenging year for all of us as we kind of did the remote participation in everything and tried to keep everybody safe and still tried to stay connected to counties. Despite these challenges, CSAC remained dedicated in protecting county interests and advancing those core county priorities at the state and federal level. And CSAC leadership and staff served as an ongoing voice for 58 counties during the regular and often daily communications with the governor's office. We helped to position counties to take advantage of ARPA opportunities and to secure investments that would normally have been unattainable during a typical budget year. Some of those translated into large broadband investments, $6 billion in broadband infrastructure, and additional investments in homelessness, some of which went directly to county governments. And we've also tried to navigate everybody's home key issues as best we can with your very active supervisors. Before I go into the Challenge Award, I want to acknowledge 2 of your county leaders who've taken significant steps to better serve county residents through CSAC's Bill Shiatt Institute for Excellence in County Government. So I want to take a moment to congratulate Supervisors David Goldenberg and Jaron Brandon for earning their institute credentials by successfully completing 60 hours of coursework. we're very proud of our programs and just so glad that the supervisors find value and take the time out of your very busy schedules to do that. But today I'm here to focus on the tremendously innovative work being done by Tuolumne County. In 2021, we received more than 400 entries in our annual Challenge Awards, which each year spotlights the most innovative and effective programs developed by California counties. And that's the highest number of entries for us in the 28-year history of this program. Tuolumne County's entry, Resilience Through Shared Forest Stewardship, stood out to our judges, and I'm honored to present the county with the CSAC Challenge Award. This proactive, partnership-driven program, which many of you are familiar with, but I'm going to talk about anyway because that's why I'm here, it was aimed to increase the pace and scale of forest health projects aimed at building local landscape resilience and to protect communities against catastrophic fire. With the 2013 rim fire in recent memory and looming threat of future fires, coupled with the fact that nearly 80% of the county publicly managed land is split between the Stanislaus National Forest and Yosemite National Park, collaboration was key. That collaboration resulted in the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, or YSS Collaborative, that included more than 30 stakeholders with the goal of management and restoration of forests within the county. As collaborative work continued, the county also entered into a master stewardship agreement with the Stanislaus National Forest to work side by side to prevent future devastation by wildfire. As a result of the county's efforts and partnerships, projects have been developed, grants awarded, and relationships built between unlikely partners, such as the timber and grazing industries and even motorized recreation groups. Tuolumne County has committed to implement only those projects that have consensus agreements from YSS, and to date has received nearly $30 million in state and federal funds to treat 22,000 acres of the Stanislaus National Forest. Because of this program's effort to mitigate catastrophic wildfires by partnership building and collaboration across industries and government entities, I'm pleased to be able to present the CSAC Challenge Award to Tuolumne County, which is right here. So would love to present it to the team or whoever wants to come up and receive it, and to really just congratulate all of the team members and county leadership in pulling off an innovative and just really truly collaborative program.
Before we do that, any board comment, and then I'll go to public comment. You want the presentation? All right. I'm being told the presentation first. So Liz, yeah. Liz and team members.
So as you know, I'm Liz from the County Administrator's Office, but I invited the team, and only a few could show up, and I'm really grateful. But there are a lot of other folks who are involved in making this happen. So who we have is Brian Wayland, who is the current chair of YSS, and then Mike Albrecht, who is one of the founding members of YSS, and then Brian McCory, who works in the Stanislaus National Forest. When I saw Brian here, I was just reminded of all of the crazy, wonky days in the early times of the MSA, like 4 years ago, trying to figure this whole thing out, because we were kind of one of the first to make this thing happen. So anyway, and then of course Merve Mitri, who has been so critical in all of the day-to-day operations for making the MSA successful, and the grant requirements and the contracts and everything from day to day. And she's actually going to be leaving us to different opportunities, but she's done a phenomenal job to sort of getting us to the next level with the implementation of CERL and additional funding that will be coming our way from the federal government. So anyway, I'm just super, super grateful for the entire team. There is no way that this would have happened without any one of the individuals in the Tuolumne River Trust. They're at an all-day staff event thing, but they are our project managers, and they are a critical piece of this as well. So I'm just holding this thing, but I am just so grateful for the entire team.
Let's get a photo with the folks who are here. Have them come up. And CSAC, feel free to join in there too. All right, well, I'm going to now open it up to any board members who might want to make comment. You want to start? Sure.
I just want to say congratulations to you all. I mean, catastrophic fire, that is something that we all worry about. It's the biggest threat we have to our county. And the amount of money Liz and the team, Merve, you've been able to bring in and administrate and put towards reducing that risk. Not a little bit here and there, but I mean large sections of land. It's amazing. It's a huge success story. To those in the audience, CSAC is one of the best, most active voices in being a policy advisory group to the governor's office, to the legislature, to all the leaders in the state. And for them to come here and be able to recognize little old Tuolumne County in what is a statewide achievement means a huge amount. And so I really also appreciate and thank you so much, Jacqueline and Catherine, for coming up here, being able to hang out in the county. Like I said, St. Charles, best pizza place. Anytime, come on back. We're so happy to have you here. And it means so much to me, to us, and to the county.
Cool. No, we'll make comments real quick. So, yeah.
So just a quick comment from me is that I believe that Tuolumne County is setting the bar with YSS Collaborative for the whole state. And I don't know, maybe the region, maybe the Western region, I'm not sure, but we're definitely setting the bar. To the point where the federal government has given us an additional $55 million. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, better than good work, you guys. You're phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, we have a phenomenal team. I remember way back when this was a harebrained idea, and we were first, our county was awarded something like less than $10 million. It was $5 million. And I remember thinking, oh, that's way too much. We're never going to be able to spend that. Now it's 10 times the size it was then. And it's just a testament to the quality of the ideas and the amount of work coming out of our team. I appreciate CSAC and the recognition from them. It really means a lot. I know you work with all 58 counties, and to have you come take the time to come and recognize our county and the work that we've done really means a lot. So thank you very much for visiting. And Flappy's Pizza is good as well.
Supervisor Goldberg.
I can't pick sides, though.
My wife cooks better pizza.
I have connections to both, so I can't pick sides.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, what's occurred here is so wonderfully unique, right? You know, when the MSA, YSS, the Tuolumne River Trust, sorry they couldn't be here today because they've had a huge part of this. It's just, it's amazing, what's been accomplished, and there's so much more that we're still working on and moving forward with. The whole Cerro project is incredibly, it's simple yet complex at the same time. But, the theories are pretty basic when you look at it from a, protection, standpoint. So just thanks to everybody for coming together and having the flexibility to adapt and recognize that we don't always agree, but we can come forward in a common way to achieve objectives. So thank you.
And I'll make my comments after public comments. Is there anybody in the room that would like to comment on this item? Anybody on Zoom? All right. Well, then, so much has been said. Thank you, Liz and team. I remember when I ran for office, the first thing I learned was what is YSS and what is the Master Stewardship Agreement, because that was the gist of what was happening in Tuolumne County at the time, especially my district with the U.S. Forest Service. And yes, Tuolumne County is setting the bar. I will have you guys know that being a part of NACO, I heard some NACO legislative proposals where some supervisors in other counties in Utah and other states were talking about, we need to form these groups. They're called Master Stewardship Agreements. And we need to, I'm like, yeah, we've been doing that. We're leading the charge of that, baby. So I didn't even comment. I just, okay, let them go. So we are leading the charge. And there's 10 infrastructure projects that were funded by the federal government. That's several projects, 1 of 10. So thank you, CSAC. I know you had a lot of applicants. Thank you for coming. It seriously means a lot that you guys actually drove down here, gave that presentation. You could have just FedExed it, and but thank you guys. It means a lot because Tuolumne County, I know our state is so diverse, but when it comes to fire, we do it right here, and it's because of these people. And putting politics aside, there's lots of different folks who represent YSS, but that's why we're successful, I believe. So thank you guys for coming down here. Drive safe, and God bless you guys, and thank you. So this was a presentation only, so I'm just going to give you guys a round of applause for your work. So thank you. All right, thank you guys. Okay, we're going to jump into our budget number 2, the 9:30 appointment. We're going to do the presentation, and then we're going to open it up for public comment, and then after that, we're going to break for lunch and resume after lunch. So with that being said, Clerk of the Board, would you please read our 9:30 number 2 appointment?
9:30 a.m. number 2, presentation on the status of the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget and consideration of providing direction on further budget development.
Okay, good afternoon. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me are 2 of my members of our team, which are Liz Peterson and Eric Earhart. First, I wanted to start off, and just a huge shout out and a thank you to our entire team. We talk about the budget team, but it's even bigger than that makes this very complicated, complex document come into existence, and then to get it balanced. Everyone makes this a priority, and I just want to make sure I tell everyone thank you, that this is another one of those things that cannot be done by one person, and this is where the team is also so critically important. I want to make sure your board is aware that the document before you that you will see, the budget is fully balanced and would be ready to go. If your board, we did ask you to set time aside for the 14th. We would only need that special board meeting if your board had substantial and significant changes and feedback that you needed from us before you could approve it on June 21st. If those changes are minor, some direction, we have a few things we'll be asking you to consider that would change it. That would not require a special meeting as long as you are all resolute on what you want, so that when it comes on the 21st, you're ready to approve it. Remember, we need to have this document in place before July 1st. It's what gives the authority to expend. You are the legislative body that gives that authority. And not only that, but Debbie's office has to have time to get this loaded into the finance system so that she's actually able to process payroll and invoices and such for operations as we go into the next fiscal year. So with that being said, you guys have heard me say this. It's just been an odd process for the last couple of years as I've stepped more and more out of the detail of budget. For those who know me, I always loved budget, and I used to spend an incredible amount of time staring and looking at all these numbers. But I have an incredible team immediately in our office and an extension of that throughout the organization. And they've done a phenomenal job. Liz has been stepping in more and more. And Liz, you've done awesome. And she's just picking this up and rolling with it. So thankful. And I will defer to them for the presentation. We do have a few slides where we will ask someone to come up and give your board a little bit additional information, and it's during that time those are areas where we'll be asking your board for additional direction other than what we've already incorporated into this budget. So thank you for your time, and we'll get started.
All right, good afternoon. So we always like to start our presentation with just a reminder of what our mission statement is, and we commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. That is the Tuolumne County mission statement. Additionally, the County Administrator's Office, several years ago, we established our own mission statement, and that is we support the Board of Supervisors in achieving their goals through service and collaboration with county departments and the community. So we just like to start with that as we get into this. So before we dive into the budget itself, I just want to provide a brief we'll call it Budget 101 real quick, just so that way everybody can understand what we're talking about when we talk about things like governmental funds, enterprise funds, and so on. So our governmental funds are comprised of our general fund, which is where we see most of the discretion that your board has. That includes public safety, recreation, library, general governmental services. The special revenue funds, those are funds that have dedicated revenues that are supposed to go to things such as public health, roads, behavioral health. You know, those are funds that cannot be pulled back into the general fund, so they have special revenue funds that have to be used to those expenditures. And then capital funds, obviously, that's for our major capital projects. Enterprise funds, those are our funds which are based on user fees, such as our ambulance and airports. And internal service funds, those are the ones that we use internally for reimbursement for things such as insurance, liability, workman's comp, and so on. So as we go through this presentation, we'll be bouncing back and forth using those terms. So as our CAO said, this budget is currently balanced. The budget has been reviewed with the budget team and is unanimously recommended for approval to your board, with the exception of a few minor changes that we will talk about a little bit later in the presentation here. And should your board direct little or no changes to the recommended budget, it will be ready on June 21st, and we will not need that special meeting on the 14th. And again, this is our spending plan to get us from July 1st through September until we do the adopted budget as well. So you'll get another stab at this in the fall. So high-level overview of our governmental funds. Again, general funds, special revenue, and capital. Our total budget for those is about $202 million, and you can see the breakdown there. 102 being the general fund, 93 million for special revenue funds, and about 6.6 in our capital funds right now. And we do provide just a graphic for that as well, so you can see the breakout in this pie chart here with our general fund on the right there at 102 million, and special revenue funds at 93 million. So where does our revenue come from? This chart here shows our revenue by source. So this is for all those governmental funds. State revenue makes up the biggest chunk of that at 31%. Taxes at 26%. We'll talk a little bit about those taxes here in just a minute. Federal revenues and other is the 14%, which we broke out on the right there for you as well, so you can see where those come from. So that is the breakup of where our revenues come from that we have to cover the services for the community. And one of the documents that kind of guides what county government does is does guide what we do, is the California Constitution. That tells us that public safety is the first responsibility of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety services. And we share that to show you that that is where your budget is aimed. So when we look at the next slide, you'll see that the majority of our budget, we get the next slide. 36% of your budget, this recommended budget, goes to public protection, 7% to public ways and facilities, health and sanitation, public assistance. All of those make up that public safety. And general government is 26%. That is things such as the administration of the office, the Board of Supervisors, elections, finance, so such as the auditor's office, personnel, which is human resources, our capital, all of those things fall in that general government category, just so your board is aware. Now, where does that money go when it comes in? 45% of the expense goes to salaries and benefits throughout the county. 34% goes to services and supplies, and that includes large projects such as the MSA. Other charges are broken up on the right there for you as well. And we have other, which is the fixed assets, contingencies, transfers out, and our allocations that we have there. So just a real quick breakdown is chart. You can see where those expenses are going by the type of expense. Now, when we look specifically at the general fund, this is where your public safety, recreation, library, general government, administration, all those things come out of the general fund. It's about almost $103 million. 45% of that cost, or that revenue that comes in, is from local taxes, 23% from the state, and 11% from the federal government, only 10% for charges for services. 5% of this budget is comprised of that beginning fund balance that we spoke of earlier, and 6% is just a makeup of other items. So when we talk about local taxes, the three big ones that we rely on is our property taxes, is that large bar on the right. In 2019, you can see it was about $20 million. And then you have sales tax after that, and then TOT tax. You can see in 2020, TOT tax took a little bit of a dip. That was during the midst of COVID-19. However, it popped right back in 2021 back to about that 4.8 million mark, and it continues to grow. The growth that we see in 2022 is also part of that additional 2% that we have in the TOT. The important thing to remember about TOT taxes is it is at 12% right now, and all 12% comes back directly to Tuolumne County or stays with Tuolumne County. It does not leave Tuolumne County. When we look at those other two taxes, property tax and sales tax, get the next slide. When you pay your property tax as a local taxpayer, 64% of that goes to the school district. Only 26% comes back to the county of Tuolumne, and the rest is broken out to special districts, fire districts, and the school districts. So just as a kind of a graphic there, when you pay your property tax each year, 26% comes back to the county of Tuolumne for services. When you go out and you spend $100, the sales tax you pay in the county, you're paying 7.25% sales tax. So for every $100, you're going to spend $107.25. Only $1 of that will actually come back to Tuolumne County. The state keeps the majority of that, and 25% comes to our local transportation. So that's, again, just want to make sure that the public and your board is aware of where your taxes are going. So just some real high-level significant changes we're seeing between the recommended budget and the adopted budget. About $1.5 million increase in property tax this fiscal year. Sales tax, we're estimating about 3.5% growth, which is about $366,000. TOT tax, when we combine those two, it's about $1.2 million increase, which is going to bring us up to a combined total of $8.4 million, which is higher than it's ever been. And then the last one we want to highlight here is our juvenile hall camp beds and outside bed revenue. This is the money that we get for housing out-of-county youth in our local facility here. It's going to increase by $280,000, bringing that total revenue to $610,000. We just want to highlight this because the net county cost of the juvenile hall now is less than what we used to pay for housing juveniles out of county and those placements that we had previously. So it has significantly reduced our cost in that cost center. So we just want to highlight that. So those all combined is about $3.4 million increase. The top five there, we just want to point out that if we do see it, or when we do see an economic downturn, those five will be dramatically impacted. So when we look at the general fund again, the expenses by function, public protection is 47%, general government is 44%, and then we see those other smaller sections there such as debt service, recreation, education would be your library, public assistance, which would be veterans, and health and sanitation. So we just want to provide that graphic for you as well.
Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because we just chatted plenty about it. But I do want to mention, Tracy talked about these board-approved budget policies is how we developed this recommended budget. So we did use these as the guide. Obviously, these are not reflective of the changes that your board just made, but generally they are used as a guide, and we'll see a bit more, particularly on the up to 50% of the 10-year rolling average of fund balance being considered recurring and being used for recurring expenses. You also will see in this budget that there are a number of one-time items that are in the budget that fund balance is going toward. So I will not, again, belabor this too much. There are personnel changes that you will see in this budget as well. There are recommendations. We'll get to that. There are recommendations. There are personnel changes already included in the budget, and then there are some additional personnel changes that departments have recommended that are not currently included, but that will be considered at adopted per your board's policy. And then at the meeting, at the board meeting on the 21st, you will see how this budget does align with your board's priorities and objectives. We'll put that together for you. So just wanted to sort of highlight again, and then the fact that this budget team was the one who approved these changes. And again, there are just a couple minor differences between what the budget team is recommending and what the CAO is recommending. We will call those out. But just wanted you again to see that it is this whole team who has collectively put this budget together for your board's approval.
Okay, so when we look at the recommended budget versus the 2021-22 adopted budget, we do see an increase in our discretionary revenues. That's primarily sales tax, TOT, property tax, and some other line items in there of about $4 million increase coming into the general fund. However, when we look at the departmental revenues, there's a decrease of about $933,000. Overall, when you look at the budget, you'll see an increase in revenues, but that's due primarily to the additional revenue that we're getting for the MSA program, which is another $4.5 million this year that we think we will be able to expend. In addition to those increases, we also see some increases in salaries and benefits across all funds. It's about $7.1 million. $3.5 million of that alone is in the general fund. This is due to a number of things. One is we had some bargaining take place last year. That's a result of this, but also, as we've talked about previously in this year, we have a lot of employees that are still moving through the steps and just the natural progression in their careers because they're within that first 5 years of their current jobs. So that's added to that cost as well. We also see an increase in mandated costs. Again, that's workman's comp, our PERS fixed cost, as well as our liability, which is our insurance, has gone up. So about $2.5 million across all funds, with about $1.4 million going directly to the general fund. So just another way to look at that. So when we put it all together, here's that same information in a table, so you can see the net is actually a reduction of about $1.8 million. So while we have that increase in general revenues, we have some additional expenses that are outpacing those revenues, which we see year after year. So when we talk about what's included in this budget, we have about $3.2 million set aside in contingencies. The cost for the employees' MOUs, those increased changes. $200,000 for the assessor clerk software conversion. They're using old, outdated software that is no longer supported. A $500,000 transfer out for fire for ongoing operations. So this does not include any additional equipment for fire. This is just to make sure that they can keep operating. Only about $750,000 for capital improvements, which is primarily just deferred maintenance. We're talking about HVAC units, roofs, the bare minimum, and this really doesn't even quite cover all of it. $50,000 for some turf maintenance equipment for Standard Park. $72,000 for an upgrade for our collections, our ORR, Office of Revenue Recovery software. I believe they're still using an old DOS-based system, if you're familiar with that. $40,000 for a software upgrade for the public defender. This will allow them to go more paperless and also integrate with the district attorney's office and the courts. We do have bargaining coming up this year for all of our employee groups, so we're setting aside $150,000 for outside attorney for that bargaining, and it also does include $131,000 for access to Tuolumne, which you'll hear a little bit more about here in just a little bit. Last month, your board also provided direction on the American Rescue Plan Act funds, our second allocation. So when we look at what we're estimating to end the year with, which is about $1.3 million from this year, we'll get another allocation of about $5.3 million. And so with what your board has already directed of about $3.1 million, we'll still have approximately $3.4 million in contingencies in our American Rescue Plan Act fund. So as we move forward. So here is a high-level overview of what your board has already directed those ARPA funds to go to. We have the staffing for the Groveland Fire, broadband project manager, a couple road projects, some animal control vehicles, and just some other items there, as you can see. So altogether, about $3.1 million.
Okay, so here are the personnel changes that are included in the budget, and this is where we just want to really highlight that what you're seeing here on this slide, this is the recommendation from the budget team. The next slide will be the recommendation from the CAO's office, and the one that's the CAO's office is actually included in the budget. So these positions came recommended by the budget team because the budget team felt strongly they only wanted to approve additional positions or changes to positions that either had no net effect on the general fund or no increase really to the general fund, or were covered by grants or had another revenue source to help pay for them. So that's these positions. But I will go to the next slide here and show you the ones that the CAO's office are recommending and that are included in the budget are here listed. And so I will go through those. The ones with the asterisks are the ones that are different from what the budget team had recommended. So first, we are requesting to reclassify the chief building official to an assistant community development director position, and that is to provide additional flexibility to that position and that department. Also, we are looking to convert the senior environmental health specialist to a principal environmental health scientist. That position is vacant, the senior environmental health specialist, and this is an effort to adjusting a little bit of the scope of duties in order to be more successful at recruitment. We're looking to add a deputy county counsel, and that would be funded by the MSA, and they would work primarily on the MSA. As you heard, there's a lot of work and money happening. But then they would also be able to add capacity to county counsel's office to work on other land use projects as well when needed. We also are looking to reclassify the executive legal assistant to an executive legal so we would to an executive legal assistant 1, and that would be in the county counsel's office, and then also reclassify the county counsel attorney assistant to an executive legal assistant 2. So this executive legal assistant 2 does paralegal work and is able to bill for their time, and so the revenue that they pull in offsets the increased cost. We're looking to convert the facilities manager to a facilities director, and that is about giving additional capacity, in a few different areas, additional flexibility to the facilities department, but also to Eric. Eric is technically the department head for the facilities department, and so this would take that off of his plate to give him more capacity in his role as the assistant county administrator. Also looking to convert the HR tech to a senior HR tech, and again, that's just about flexibility, being able to do more with our existing staff. We are also including an IT tech 1-2. That job description may change a bit, but generally the cost is near the same. And that position would be specifically to serve the committees and commissions room that your board has expressed interest in. That would allow hybrid meetings, so virtual and in person. We have the funding in this year's budget, the 21-22 budget, to actually do the construction work. We went out for RFP. We found someone. The work will not be able to take place until I believe next year due to supply chain issues. But the idea is that we would hire the IT tech sooner to be able to have them train and learn the system, even the system here in the board chambers, but then also all of the other systems that we have existing. And that position would specifically support that committees and commissions room. Also looking to convert, Roger in the IT department has a security administrator. As you know, he's been unsuccessful at fulfilling that position, and so we contracted out for those security services. And so he wants to convert that existing security administrator back to a network analyst too. That was what it was before. He came to your board and converted that to security. He wants to convert it back just to make sure that he's able to keep up with his workload in IT. We're also looking to add the senior juvenile corrections officer, and that would be in the juvenile hall. That is to ensure that we have adequate staffing in the juvenile hall, and the senior gives us the most flexibility with kind of the highest level of coverage and being able to cover folks there. And that is being offset, as you saw, that we have increased revenue from our camp program as well as from our MOUs with our other counties, and so there's an offset there. Also looking to add an administrative analyst. This would be for the MSA. Again, as you heard, lots of money, lots of projects. So this would be funded by the MSA grants that we are receiving. And then also an administrative analyst for OES. And OES was successful in receiving a grant from the state for like a coordinator of sorts, and Dory could speak more to that, but anyway, so we would be adding that position as well, again funded by grants. And then probation is looking to convert, they have 2 probation techs. They want to eliminate one and convert one to a deputy probation officer. They would be funded by the SB 129 program, but ultimately it's a cost savings by eliminating 2 positions and then adding just the 1. And then lastly, we have a vacant sheriff's corporal position, and the sheriff is looking to convert that. We are looking to convert that to a sergeant. So in total, you can see the net general fund cost is $133,501. And again, that is included in the budget. Okay, as well as, so those were the general fund positions. Here are the non-general fund. In the fire fund, we are converting administrative assistant to a department head. And again, that's just to give more flexibility for that administrative role, that they can do more. And then in public works, we are looking to eliminate the staff services analyst, and that is currently vacant. The department feels like they don't have need for that particular position. HHSA also has a few changes, personnel changes, and so looking to reclassify the agency fiscal officer to the HHSA fiscal officer, and that really is about giving that position more broader range of duties. Also looking to convert and then add a 0.2 FTE for the medical office assistant to an office assistant, so making that full-time. Add in community health worker as well as an agency program manager. That's in public health, so in total that's 2.2 FTEs. In behavioral health, looking to add the deputy director for clinical, and so deleting the deputy director. But so the deputy director clinical would be focused specifically on providing clinical services. Then also reclassifying the transportation officer to transportation coordinator, as well as reclassifying the behavioral health worker 2 to an LVN 2. Also looking to convert LVN 2 to a clinical registered nurse. And then adding an administrative technician and reclassifying behavioral health program supervisor to more flexibly staffed behavioral health program supervisor 1-2. So again, it's really just about flexibility. A lot of these positions are. And then in social services, converting the services support assistant 1-2 to a social worker assistant, converting the deputy director to the agency program manager over child welfare services, deleting the eligibility specialist trainee 1-2, that's 2 positions, but then reclassifying the trainee 1-2-3 to integrated caseworker 1-2-3. Some adjustments for compaction as a result of the changes listed above. And then converting the eligibility specialist supervisor to a staff services analyst, eliminating the existing office assistant, adding the administrative assistant, adding an HSA personnel assistant confidential, and then deleting the administrative assistant. So in total in social services, that's actually a reduction of 2 FTEs. In total at HHSA, their FTE changes would be 1.2 increase by 1.2 with a cost of $518,000. But of course, all of this is already covered by the existing revenue that they bring in, so there will be no cost or impact to the general fund.
Okay, so when we get back to the general fund, just a high-level summary, we're estimated to end this year with approximately $5 million. Per the board policy, we would take the first $1 million and put that in contingencies. Our one-time expenses in this budget right now, as it is built out today, is about $1.2 million, and we have ongoing expenses in the budget of just over $600,000. So based on the discussion we had earlier on the changes to the budget policy, this fits within that new policy. So we have an estimated remaining fund balance of about $2.2 million. So what's not currently included in this budget is any money for reserves. Traditionally, we do not put any money in reserves until we get to adopted. There's no funding for additional fire equipment. There's no funding for additional deferred maintenance. There's no funding for capital infrastructure projects such as the historic courthouse or the TGH campus. The IT Internal Service Fund. Several years ago, we replaced our ERP system, our phone system, and for those programs both, we had to borrow funds to do that. We also, with the CARES Act funding, we purchased several hundred computers at one time, which means all of those things will need to be replaced at one time. So with this program, which you'll hear more about when we get to the adopted budget, we would start building essentially a savings account so we don't have to borrow in the future to fund that. It does not include the additional personnel request, which will show you high level of what that looks like. It does not include the department one-time request. It does not include anything for bargaining. It does not include the cost for the minimum wage increase, which is going to go up to $15.50 an hour in January, and that's due to the current cost of living increase. And also does not include any money for a transfer out to Pine Mountain Lake Airport for their ongoing operations to make sure that they balance. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later as well. We won't go through each one of these positions specifically or individually, but just to provide your board with an overview of what departments have requested. So all of these positions have been requested to add capacity or flexibility to the different departments. Collectively, the annual cost would be about $736,000, and this is all for just the general fund alone. If you were to implement all of these positions as requested for this fiscal year, by the time we hired them, it would be about $644,000. But again, your budget team opted to hold off on these positions until we can look and see what the actual fund balance is and get a better idea of our future projections. So in some additional positions outside of the general fund, in the airport, they wanted to do a conversion there, and also in the fire fund, add another administrative assistant. Again, holding off on these for further discussion until we get to the adopted budget. These are some additional one-time requests from your different departments, from the district attorneys, human resources, including the classic comp study. IT has made some requests, some capital improvements. There's a request in here for a capital improvement plan. We did issue an RFP to find out what it would actually cost for that capital improvement plan. We got 3 responses, anywhere from $173,000 to $370,000. So we do have those responses if your board opts at the adopted budget to include that, or if they want to make changes now. Some building security for public defender, and again, CDD has several requests. Standard Park has several requests. One of the big ones on this page here is the Columbia Pool. We'll talk about that a little bit more here at the end as well, but that's about another $1 million on top of the rest of the capital improvements. So collectively, when we look at some additional items for fire, Pine Mountain Lake, Health and Human Services, Public Works, all of those things that we just talked about, it's about a $6.7 million list of additional one-time requests that your departments have. Again, we're holding off on all of those until we get to the adopted budget and we can come up with a better recommendation from your budget team. And speaking of budget team recommendations.
Yeah, so just to sort of underline here, the budget team's recommendation is to approve only those positions, as I mentioned, that are cost neutral or fully funded by grants or other revenue sources. And then lastly, they really want to emphasize this. So the budget team recommends that the board's top priority be competitive compensation for our employees and using as much of contingencies as possible for compensation rather than one-time requests, capital and deferred maintenance, and additional personnel actions. So we just wanted to make sure that was highly stressed.
Okay, so this is where we have a few areas, a couple of slides that we will ask individuals to come up and address the board so you can ask questions and get them answered. In particular, one of the areas that we need your board to consider, and we are recommending that you do make the transfer, is for Pine Mountain Lake Airport. And Pine Mountain Lake Airport, for those who don't know, is a little bit different than what we have at Columbia Airport, in that because of the nature of the property ownership in Pine Mountain Lake, adjacent or surrounding the airport, it's not able to be classified as you see the NPIAS FAA airport. What that means is it does not qualify for grant funding like Columbia Airport does. So as a result, FAA does require for Columbia Airport to allocate a portion of the staff time that is spent working up there. So the way that allocation works and has been working is 80% of staff time is charged to Columbia and 20% of all staff time is charged to Pine Mountain Lake. As you can see, there's a history here where the general fund taxpayers have been backfilling the cost of operating the Pine Mountain Lake Airport. And there are some things we can do. We believe there are some creative solutions that we can work towards, but 2 things: asking that your board would consider go ahead and doing the transfer one more year of $92,602, which would reduce your contingencies by that amount. But I'm also asking your board would provide the support and direction to staff to spend the appropriate amount of resources to begin having conversations with those stakeholders for Pine Mountain Lake Airport. And I'd like this to start late summer, early fall. So we have plenty of time to have a conversation with them as we move into the next year. And it gives us time also to look at what all the solutions might be for addressing the airport up there. I do feel strongly that with the airport and where we're going with the Highway 120 corridor, that it could offer some great benefits and attract different groups of people to come in. There's other services that have started as a result of having, the flights over Yosemite, that kind of stuff. So with that being said, I know, and I can't see because I can't see behind me, but I believe Kim and Benny, are they here? I'm looking because I can't see. They're here and they can come up and answer any questions you might have and provide additional information.
Hi, do you have any questions?
And I hate to do this, but I will remind our board we're trying to break for 12:30 lunch. So if we do have any pointed questions, do we want to maybe save those for when we return at 1:30 and open it up for public? That's what I'm saying.
Right, I would finish the presentation. I realize we'll go later than the 12:30, and then that would allow anyone to provide input to you that might not be able to come back and wait around this afternoon. So you can use that consideration this afternoon when you make your decisions.
I think on that, can we wait until 1:30 then ask questions of the airport?
If this is going to influence your decision, it's up to you. She'll be here later, so I think they will be. It's up to you.
Well, we got to get through the rest of the presentation, do public comment.
I believe that there might be someone here that would like to speak about Pine Mountain Lake directly.
Okay. So I'll open up for public comment specifically for Pine Mountain Lake then. Hello, good afternoon, welcome.
Hello, and thank you very much for allowing me to address you on this topic. My name is Mike Gustafson. I'm the president of the Pine Mountain Lake Aviation Association. Our membership comprised of 147 people who both live and operate out of Pine Mountain Lake. I wanted to kind of point out to you there are things that happen at Pine Mountain Lake Airport that are not just necessarily people playing with little airplanes. The very first thing that happens there very frequently, almost every day, is PHI operates a helicopter that comes up into that area and picks up people and medevacs them back out either to Modesto, to Sacramento, and in some cases they go to a pickup point and they're jetted someplace. That really applies to the corridor. As we have more and more, we have Terra V, Under Canvas, Rush Creek, those others, there are events that take place that they can't get to the Mariposa airport as quick as they can get to our airport and medevac them out. In some cases, they do land on the roads, but it's very dangerous, and the helicopter pilots don't like to do it. Secondly, during many of the fires that take place, CAL FIRE will close our airport, commandeer it with our help, and they will then position all of their fire attack helicopters at our airport. It's big enough that it can handle. The last time there was about 7 helicopters parked there with all their support equipment, all their support people. They were camping. They had big trucks coming with gasoline and fire retardant, and it was all because the airport was there and it was able to be used and it was in good shape. And lastly, as they pointed out, there are now Air Tour Company, one of them, maybe there'll be more, who's operating an air tour up through Yosemite off that airport. And that's one of the first times we've had that in a very long time. It existed about 20 years ago, but for whatever reason, it went out of business. I understand the issue is $92,000. Well, I want to point out that the 94 homes that are around that airport that they alluded to that have access to the airport all have homes and hangars that are not tents. I say that with a smile on my face. These are substantial buildings, substantial structures, and the property tax that you collect from those to go to your general fund are not insignificant. And then when you take all the aircraft that are also in those hangars and you put that into your general fund, that if, and I just point out this, that if the airport went away, if it fell into disrepair, if an issue came where the state took away the operating permit for that airport, your revenues coming from that area would drop a hell of a lot more than $92,000. So I encourage you to fund the airport properly and, just stick with it. RTTF, which is where you're kind of going with this NIPIAS concept, might be done.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
showing up and giving us your 2 cents. Appreciate it. Yep. Okay, is there any other public comments specifically for the airport? Zoom? Okay. All right, we'll finish up with the presentation.
Okay. Sorry. So another item that we're looking for your board's direction on is related to Access to Tuolumne. So last year, your board approved a contract with Access to Tuolumne, and the contract is for that they receive 25% of the franchise fees that the county receives each year. So in the budget as it is right now, we anticipate to collect $525,000 in franchise fees. 25% of that would be $131,250. And that is included in the budget. The cost is. The contract was written so that it expires June 30th of this year with the option to extend for 2 3-year terms. And so really what we're looking for is seeking your board's direction on extending that contract for another 3 years. And Jerry is here and does have a few slides that he would like to present to the board on kind of what Access Tuolumne has been up to lately.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Just a few slides I'd like to share with my presentation. Top one, yes. There we go. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll get started and we'll catch up. Over the past 8 months, we've had significant technology and infrastructure improvements at Access Tuolumne, increasing production efficiency, creating new ways to view our channel, and greatly expanding our ability to broadcast live events. We began producing regular programming from our studio starting in November, and we now produce 3 regular shows in the studio, with 4 shows in development and 8 others proposed. So I want to talk specifically about a few of the operational improvements. The studio improvements, we've redesigned our lighting rig to accommodate 2 set areas, 1 green screen area, and another physical or practical set. We purchased a TV news style desk with 8 different configurations to accommodate a variety of programs. You can see some of the ways that we've utilized that so far. A big one I want to talk about is live ability. Previously, we were only able to go live from locations that had adequate broadband. We have technology with bonded cellular, which allows us to go live from virtually anywhere in the community. If there's an accident, a national disaster, or a fire, we were able to utilize this equipment to go live from those locations and send a message to the public on any of our channels and on social media. We've used this technology twice so far, one for the Mudload Roundup Parade, which we aired live, and then this weekend for the OES-sponsored Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall. Reach. Oh, there's live. So Reach, Access Tuolumne can be seen on Comcast Cable 8, accesstuolumne.org, and via our Roku and Apple TV channels, but we can all now be seen on Sierra Nevada Communications Channel 17.8 in the Groveland area, on Amazon Fire, and we just recently added an iPhone app to watch the channel at the click of a button. You could always watch the channel on your any sort of smartphone via the browser. It's just even more easily accessible here with the app. Finally, on operational improvements, we have working on right now to consolidate operations. We work out of 2 different locations, a little closet out of Comcast, which has our broadcast equipment, and a studio. And it's difficult with a one-man operation to be at 2 places at one time. So fortunately, we have a partner now in the superintendent of schools that is going to allow us to have all of our location in a single spot so we can monitor the station and continue to do our production. This is also a big improvement will be in the quality of our signal. If you watch us on Comcast right now, it's the way that Comcast has set it up that we send our signal. It's kind of like chewing gum and baling wire, the way they do it, and it comes out looking pretty poor. Now we'll have a direct fiber line, and the quality of our broadcast on cable will be greatly enhanced. One of the things we've done is improved our coverage of the Board of Supervisors meetings. That's one of 6 government meetings that we carry. We've been broadcasting meetings live since pre-COVID. And I don't know if you're aware, but it actually takes 2 people to accomplish that, one person to be on one end and the other end to ensure the broadcast. With our work location, new work location provided in the remodel of this room, we've been able to add equipment, allowing us to add a lower third graphic indicating the meeting name and date to the live broadcast. That eliminates a step in post-production. We've added a computer and monitor out back there so we can monitor the broadcast for problems, and the ability to record directly to the broadcast server, speeding up the process of getting the recorded event back to the people. Now, on the website for later viewing, we've added the agenda attachment and also links to the packet documents. We've also added chaptering so that viewers can jump to the agenda item of interest. And we're currently working on adding closed captioning. Show production. We have 3 regular shows that we do from the studio, and we carry 5 other shows contributed by the community, with 4 other additional shows in development and 8 others proposed. This Week in Tuolumne County is a half-hour program we're producing since November for 21 episodes so far. It consists of an initial segment of important news stories of the past week with supporting video, a news discussion segment, a guest interview, and then a final segment featuring a cultural event of the past week. The Conversation is a half-hour public affairs show with a single guest each week. We've created 8 of those shows. And Love Doesn't Have to Hurt is a new show featuring a Center for a Nonviolent Community. The set design shows out the versatility of our studio. This past month, we've done a lot with elections. We did an election special. We had all of the candidates come in to make 3-minute statements that we packaged together, and we also broadcast live the League of Women Voters event. Some of our partner shows, Walk in California from Doc Weldon, Captain Encouragement, and Willow's Vintage Homestand, and some of the events that we've covered, the Roundup Parade, Cinco de Mayo event in Colombia, the Capitol Christmas Tree, and the Veterans Day event. Other programs in active development include a series on the history of Hollywood in Tuolumne County. Over 300 films and television series have been shot in Tuolumne County. There are a few people left to tell that story. The series will start with the efforts of the Sonora Motion Picture Association, which was a prototype for the film commissions that now number over 1,000 worldwide. Other programs include a Master Gardener show, a children's program with Tuolumne County Arts, and storytelling with B.Z. Smiths. I'm going to skip to one more slide here, and I'd like to just show a little bit of what we've been doing. Can you hit it? See that?
Congratulations. Can you talk a little bit about how it's been received?
Absolutely. So, the truth of it is that the content, while, the Center for Nonviolent Community did
ago, public comments ran the gamut. Here's a few examples.
The Social Equity Committee's existence is essentially a misuse.
State Highway, Highway 49, that cuts right through Sonora, our biggest population center.
It's how do we just fill what we already have available so that we can, serve the community with the needs of the community. So,
With one significant exception. As of today, masking in schools continues.
Our founding fathers understood that one of the most important ways of ensuring against tyranny was free speech.
Now, I'm not going to do it alone because they don't call me wrong way for nothing. I have secured the services of a mountain guide supreme by the name of Jamie Pluff. How you doing?
Are going to be this lighter color, older ones are darker. I was asked previously on making a basket, how do you start the basket?
Of hero hygiene with me, Captain Encouragement. Today we're going to learn about something that's very important, and that is brushing your teeth.
But he and I have worked on a lot of productions, and he's worked on a lot of productions. And what we've done together in some of these productions is set up shots.
It was a full set. It had the saloon was actually a full interior.
Here's what you need to know about voting. Notice there are 2 ballots this year. So be sure and fill out both of those ballots. Put them in the return envelope. Be sure to sign the back of that envelope. And then you can mail them or use our drop-off boxes.
Fishing opener. Okay, so you're going to give me all the secret fishing spots?
Yeah, get my GPS.
Keep the snow moving on our gravity-fed canals and so forth. He's right out there. Right now, our big thing is being in.
As we're looking out onto the legislative horizon right now, what we're seeing is actually
And that's a little look at what we've been doing for the past 8 months. While creating in-house production contributes to the value of the station, public access should mean encouraging community members to make their own programs that reflect their experience and the lifestyle and culture of Tuolumne County. So the next step for the staff of Access Tuolumne is to become more of a facilitator. The programs proposed and in development are all led by community members. Access Tuolumne will provide the tools, training, support, and distribution channel. Until now, Access Tuolumne has had a single employee with some freelance help. That was not the original plan. The original plan was for additional full-time employee and assistant manager to the station manager. Because of our limited contract, we didn't go after that person. This can be accomplished within the existing budget. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. And so we continued the budget conversation, so folks who have been here all morning could weigh in. So at this point, I want to open it up to public comment real quick for anything Tuolumne County access related. So if there's any public comment in the room. Thanks. Should I stay? Now's your chance. Yep.
So my name is Jake Edmondson, and I wear a lot of hats. This morning, one of them is for Tuolumne County's Center for a Nonviolent Community. I serve on the board. The other hat I wear today is that of a local television producer. This week, Access Tuolumne will premiere CNBC's new show, Love Doesn't Have to Hurt. You saw just a little clip of it there. The pilot episode is about child abuse. We're bringing the same stats about this horrific problem to the public that the DA and the sheriff presented to you in this very room. The people in this room are aware that Tuolumne County has some remarkable support services for the victims of child abuse. But you all know it's hard to get the word out. Access to Tuolumne is an important tool for that, and not just for CNBC. I personally have a production with Watch Resources in the works that's coming up. And as Jerry was saying, local citizens are lining up to make programs. My last point is about public safety. You could think about access to Tuolumne as a kind of a nice to have in the way that some people think libraries are nice to haves. I would like to encourage you to think of it as part of public safety. This technology to go live that Jerry talked about. It was fun for the Roundup parade. I watched it because I couldn't get downtown. But it's only a matter of time before we have another major fire. Access to Tuolumne can go live from Miwok to Groveland to Tuolumne City to Jamestown to Columbia. Our coverage will be live on Facebook, Comcast, the internet. Anyway, I'll close by saying I'd like you to consider access to Tuolumne as more than just a contributor to quality of life around here. It is a critical component of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comment in the room? Sure.
Is it good afternoon?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kirk, members of the board. Nancy Sykes. I live on Twilight Lane in Sonora, and I am starting year 3 as a member of the Board of Directors for Access to Tuolumne. And during my tenure, we have had some outstanding leadership from this board, and they have been our chairs, first with Supervisor Ryan Campbell, and currently with our Supervisor Kathleen Hath. As a small board, and we're a small board, we are the foot soldiers, if you will, serving on some very diverse committees. We are blessed, so blessed to have Jerry Day as our station manager. He has the background, the education, and the experience to provide all the expertise we need for day-to-day operations, but also to reach our future goals. Unlike other neighboring community access stations, Jerry is a one-man show, and I think you all know that. Doing more with less hands on board. Even Calaveras County has had a paid assistant since day 1 of their operation. And even without all of our extended programs and services, Jerry's responsible for not just covering government and community meetings, but also field productions, emergency services, education, cultural events, news programming. And he just mentioned the special features related to the election. I found that very beneficial, and so did my neighbors. They aren't able to get, maybe they're not as mobile, can't get down to the forums, but they were able to have that highlight, which I think is very, very important. We have been relying on freelancers, which can be extremely risky since they are not always available. It requires 2 staff members here, and if we do not have that, we can't operate even, one in the chamber board room and one in the studio. Jim Garaventa has been amazing, but he is moving out of state, as you all know. We must maintain our current budget to fund that crucial second position. That is something that every board member feels is essential. We're excited about all the progress and that is underway, and to guarantee that Access to Tuolumne will be a community channel we can all be proud of. And I thank you all for your support. And please fund fully our Tuolumne County access. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy, very much.
All right. Good afternoon, board. My name is Brian Thomas. I'm the Division Director for Innovation for the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools. I'm also a board member of Access Tuolumne for the last, I think, about 8 months. Since then, Jerry has been doing an amazing work. The reel showed an amazing work with just one person and a lot of volunteers. We're here to announce our partnership and turning on the E channel in the PEG, Public Education and Government. And the Education Channel partnership with us is going to be really exciting. We can leverage some content that we have with our statewide consortium and some other relationships with content providers throughout the state. It's imperative that you guys can see the benefit of Jerry and the product that we have of Access Tuolumne and the long-term commitment that you could provide with some fiscal help so that he can grow and maintain these the great work that we're doing and so we can move forward into the future with more great work. And with that, I close. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other public comment on the item? Okay, I'm going to jump forward real quick. Is anybody here to comment on the pool, Columbia pool? Nobody's here to comment on the pool. Okay, we do have to give staff a second to get lunch and use the restroom and whatnot. So I'm going to end the meeting for now. We'll pick up at 1:30 with the pool conversation, finish that, and then we'll finish out then. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Test. All right, welcome back. It is 1:33. We're going to jump back into the budget conversation. Before we do, thank you, everybody, for being patient. We're humans. Sometimes we don't gauge time appropriately, and so it was important to get some folks who've been here all day, who were driving to Sacramento, waiting to make comment, to make sure they had a chance to comment. So with that being said, we are going to finish the presentation. We're on Columbia Pool. Do we need to read it, or can we just jump back into it, Sarah? Do we need to reread it? Okay.
Continuation of 9:30 a.m. to item presentation on the status of the fiscal year 2022-2023 recommended budget and consideration of providing direction on further budget development.
All right, take it away.
All right.
You.
So we left off on the Columbia Pool. As your board is aware, we have leased the Columbia Pool from the elementary school for many years, 20 plus years, I believe. And part of that agreement is that we would take care of the ongoing maintenance and operation of the pool. It has been out of service for about 3 years. Last fiscal year, the board did include $500,000 to start some of that work into the capital budget. We have been working with an architect as well as the Department of State Architects as well, because that is on the school grounds, to start some of that work in preparation for the actual construction that needs to take place. The total cost is still estimated to be about $1.5 million, so we would need an additional $1 million in this fiscal year to complete the construction. The difference between funding it now versus funding it later at the adopted budget is if we fund it now, we would actually have the possibility of having it open next summer for programs and services, for the swim lessons and all the other recreation programs that take place there. So we are seeking direction on whether or not your board would like to take $1 million from contingencies or ARP funds to complete the repairs, or consider an internal loan for up to 5 years at a 2 to 3% interest rate for some of the or all of the cost of completing the construction on that pool.
I was going to wait till the... Good.
Okay. So with that, you saw what the budget team's recommendation was. This is the recommendation from the county administrator's office, which does include most of what they had recommended as well. So we are requesting to provide direction on development recommended budget for the approval on June 21st to include all CAO recommended personnel actions, the transfer from the general fund to Pine Mountain Lake of $92,000, extend the Access Tuolumne contract for 1 3-year term, and we have here place the remaining fund balance of approximately $3.1 million for a total of $3.1 million into contingencies, unless your board directs us to put the $1 million towards the Columbia Pool to get that going.
I'm sorry, I'm going to take this one real quick for the Columbia Pool. We are trying to come up with some creative solutions and how we can get that pool up and running for the community. As you're aware, the only pools we have available with community are in Twain Harte and Tuolumne that the county owns. We do partner with the Sonora High School. Some of the issues we have, though, is they run their own programs. And so when Eric Aiken goes out to try and get summer swim lessons and some of the other programs, we're working around what they have available. And not to mention, we pay about $15,000 a year for accessing that pool. So for this one, you already know we have this contract, and part of our obligation is to maintain it. But what we are here today is to ask your board to consider setting aside the money to do it. There's a couple ways we've looked at that we could do that. But if your board were to approve it in this recommended budget, the likelihood of having it up and running next summer is very, very high. If you wait till adopted, we're pretty much absolute it will not be running next summer. So that's the timing, just so you're aware. Up here, like we said, you could pull from contingencies, you could pull from ARP. The other one is talking with Deb. We have done internal loans, and this is more of a cash flow than anything else, but we do pay ourselves interest. For example, if we wanted to do a 4-year loan for the $1 million, it'd be $250,000 per year. In the past, when we've done this, Debbie and I have always worked very closely together to pay those internal loans down much quicker than what we might have anticipated. For example, we did this for the county's portion or share of costs for the juvenile hall. We paid that off 2 years earlier than we thought we would because Deb and I worked closely together and made recommendations to the board using fund balance to pay that down. So just something to think about. When we as staff talk about the Columbia pool, we get really excited thinking there'd be a pool on this side of the county for families, and that it could, the utilization I think would be great. It'd be a beautiful facility, gives us better opportunity for more programs for our recreation, but we want to make sure that we provided some different ways that we could make that happen.
So we have public comment on the prior 2 items. I think what we should do moving forward is now open it up to board members for any questions, concerns, comments. I just want to kind of bring it in, so tell me if I'm incorrect, and then I'm going to hand it over to a supervisor for questions and comments. But this document, fully balanced, we're going to get a look at it in September. And it sounds like what you need, the majority of the direction, and there might be some other pieces that board members want to discuss, but what I'm hearing is we need direction on Pound Mountain Lake, access to Tuolumne, and then the pool. Those are like the 3 key areas.
Find Mountain Lake's already in there. Correct, and just keep
Well,
in
the
mind,
airport,
access to Tuolumne is already built into the budget. What we're asking is, does your board want to extend that? So it will not be an additional amount that would have to come out of contingencies. We did build that into the budget.
Okay. All right, so that being said, I'm going to start, I think last time I started down here, so I will decide, anybody want to go first?
I don't think I have any questions on the personnel actions. I did have some concerns about the adding the position for the facilities or the community room person through IT. I do think it's kind of expensive, but I've had time to talk to the CAO and look at some of the proposed legislation that's coming down, that this may end up being something that will be required to do anyway. So I'm comfortable if other board members support that, supporting that as well. So what's in the question that's in here about access to Tuolumne, this is just a 1 year, because it does say for 1 3-year term. So what's budgeted is a 3-year contract.
Just the 1 year of the contract.
The first year, but of a 3-year contract.
Correct.
Okay.
So the next 2 years we would build into the following budgets.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess the big question is the pool. Yeah, I would, it's not in my district, and I do know that that it is an important thing, and it's something that the county has a lot of interest in based on our history with the Columbia pool, but I'm just really, $1 million is so much money. And the idea that we could place that in contingencies and still at some point put that money into the pool at a later date, to me, seems a prudent thing to do. But there again, I'm open to discussing it with the other board members. But overall, I don't have, I think I think our administrator's office has done a really good job putting this budget together, and as I said earlier, I really appreciate the work that the Budget Congress put into this. It's a much more finalized product than I think we've ever had at this point in budget discussions, and so it's kind of nice to have less work to do. But I'm generally supportive of the recommendations that are before us. Probably not the Columbia pool.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so some similar concerns. I did have a question on the Access Tuolumne on, I think it was slide 21, where it shows the anticipated franchise fees. Thank you. Are those the same as previous? I know there was some discussion about other entities that may contribute or not.
So those include franchise fees from, well, yeah. So those do not, how do I phrase this? I'm sorry. Those are what we anticipate based on what we know existing right now. Okay. We have not been able to make a lot of headway with pursuing additional. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And then again, we were just looking at I understand the budgeting, each year on the contract, but are we going to issue a 3-year contract and then just budget for it each year? Is that the plan here?
Correct. We budget for the expenses we'll have in that fiscal year.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure, having that longer term contract is a good thing. I'm okay with the Pine Mountain Lake Airport thing. We had a presentation by a member of the public. I did when that, there a couple of things were brought up about fire agency use of the airport was one. The other one was a private contractor, I think, that was doing some sort of recreational flights. Are they paying for those services to use the airport? And if not, why not? Typically, my experience with fire agencies, if they're using the facility, they pay. So, please.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, all of our operators at the at the airport do pay a fee for use of the airport in terms of landing fees, fuel flowage fees, and those that have office space at the airport pay for that space.
Okay, so the commercial operator, for example, I don't know how many flights they're doing or where they're tourist flights. I'm taking, maybe Yosemite High Country or something. Do you have an idea of how much that's contributing, or?
Well, it's definitely bringing a lot more people to the airport in terms of getting out to Yosemite. We are the closest airport to Yosemite outside of Mariposa. And they do flights generally it's on demand, but they've been experiencing flights about 1 a week. Okay. And they bring people into Yosemite Valley itself. They're one of the very few operators that are actually certificated nationwide to fly people actually into the valley itself. So they just started, and they are anticipated annual year-over-year growth as people start getting more used to it being back at Pine Mountain Lake.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm okay with this transfer, but I think if we're looking at essentially a private airport that the county's supporting, and there's other discussions about how that might change to take advantage of FAA areas, and I think we need to just take a serious look at this, but I'll go with moving forward here. The only other one was, so on the pool, when, I don't know how much the restrictions by Sonora High School, based on their own programs, are affecting our ability to use. I've heard a little bit about that. $15,000 a year, that's a pretty minor cost. Whether or not people agree with it or not, so I don't know, maybe Eric, can you speak to how whether it's hindering?
Well, he's coming up. I just want to address one thing I know that we didn't talk about before. So with the Columbia Pool, with our agreement, we don't pay any, we pay for the ongoing maintenance and operation, but we don't pay a lease or rental fee like we do with Sonora High School either. So for the 25 plus years that we've used that, we've never paid rent. We just paid for the maintenance as if we owned it.
And I understand, but anyways, how the impact of the high school program?
Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. So the $15,000 is for basically the 9 weeks we use it during the summer. So it's not, we don't use that pool for the entire year. It's just basically the Saturday after their graduation until right before they start school again, which is usually about a 9-week program. Since COVID, the restrictions have been a lot more because they've got a lot of units that their students have to make up for, especially PE. So they're doing a lot of their PE credit makeup right now. So normally we would take the pool over in the morning. Right now we don't have access to the pool till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, and that will run through July 8th when their summer school session ends. So for that first month that we would normally have the pool, we won't have access to the pool till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you. The other question would be for staff, grant opportunities to defray the cost of this $1 million?
We do continue to look for grant opportunities. That was how the last repairs were done on it several years ago, but we do continue to look for those opportunities.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I understand the importance. We do have some access to Sonora, but not as much as we like Twain Harte and Tuolumne. But I would not be in favor of moving forward on the pool at this time. Continue to look for grant opportunities that could help defray that. But I'm also interested in the, some sort of internal loan process, but just not at this time. And other than that, I'm good to move forward. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I want to start with the discussion about the Columbia Pool, and I think every one of us on this board, but I'll speak for myself, really wants to see kids learning how to swim in this county. We've got lots of lakes and streams and so forth, and this is important for parents to know that their kids can swim. However, can I direct your PowerPoint to slide 14? Wrong. That's the one. Okay, I'm going to bring up some history here. I don't know if everybody on the board knows, and I'm sure most of our public watching don't realize this. Okay, that 26%, that's 26 cents on our dollar that the county gets for every property tax dollar that's sent into the state. We only get 26 cents back, okay? I think it was the 90s, ERAF happened, and I forget what ERAF stands for, but the state was being asked by all of the school districts to give them more money. And rather giving it directly from the state, they took it from the county to give to the schools. That's why you see 64% of your tax dollars goes to the schools. This produces a thorn in my side as a county administrator, a county supervisor. I don't want the administrator's job, believe me. And I think we made big mistakes in signing a huge contract with both Sonora High School and with Columbia School to perform maintenance. But at the time, I don't think anybody even fathomed that it would be $1.5 million for the maintenance and upkeep of the Columbia Pool. So what I'd like to suggest here, and in looking at this graph, is if we can go back to either Columbia School or the superintendent of schools office, or maybe both, and ask them if we can talk about a shared responsibility here. Looking at this chart, to me, it's a no-brainer. But I would like to see what the rest of the board feels about that and see what we can do, what kind of headway we can make before the adopted budget to work out something that everybody is okay with. We may not all be happy with, but that we're okay with. And I have a question about the Sonora High School pool, Eric. We're getting very limited access. Are we still paying that $15,000 maintenance no matter if we get to use it or not? This is something I haven't had a chance to ask you before, and I apologize.
So last summer, we actually got a reduced rate because we actually had zero access during the month of summer school. So we didn't actually take the pool over till mid-July. So they did reduce the rate. I did have a conversation with the school district and the superintendent for that as well. This year, they said at this point they weren't willing or able to do that. Again, the $15,000, we've been paying that since about 2011. They haven't increased the fee in all the years. And I know right now with the cost of propane and chlorine that have gone through the roof that their costs have gone up significantly. But that was a conversation that we did have with the superintendent at Sonora High.
All right, thank you. So I just want to, for this board to understand that we're paying a lot for, like even for the Sonora High School, even though costs have gone up, we're paying for their maintenance of their pool and maybe getting a little fraction of that for our children. I think it's not a good deal. All due respect to Superintendent Ed Pelfrey. So those are my comments on the pools. I want to stress that I think that Access to Tuolumne has more than proved themselves in the 8 to 9 months that they had of the one-year contract that they were given. And they deserve to have the 3-year contract so that they can move on with the full-blown plan that they presented to us last year, starting at year 1 this year. And what was the other one that we were supposed to be commenting on? The airports. Yeah, that's a discussion we need to continue having. I agree with the CAO's recommendation that we fund this now, but look for ways to work together. I'd like to work with the group that I have talked to at the airport and get some others involved too. And I had a long discussion about 4 months ago with former airport director Mark Bautista, and there's some great ideas out there, and I think we can come to some decision that satisfies everybody. So I'm looking forward to having those discussions, and because the airport, either one, are economic drivers, and I'm seeing incremental changes with the PML airport, and it does need to be made into an FAA-approved airport or somehow brought even further up. I mean, we've been piecing it together here and there, and the group out there has fundraisers to make the difference in some of the improvements that need to be made. So I think everybody would agree we need to see it at its highest and best use to be an economic driver. Okay, I think that's it. No, I'm sorry, one more thing. I agree with all the recommendations in this budget. I do have one caveat though, and this is if supply chain issues are a problem. The NDRC furniture for both facilities, that's the resilience centers. Okay, if we can outfit the resilience centers with the furniture that is needed, we can generate income. And both of these centers need to have that. So I don't know if we need to order the furniture now to get it in by the time that they're open in November, or if Maureen wants to come up and speak to that. But if we do, that would be my only exception.
Maureen, if you could, when you get up here, clarify, didn't you get some sort of grant for
No,
furniture,
that
or
was
is
AV.
what
That
was
was
it for?
AV equipment.
No.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Right. So, hi, Maureen Frank, County Administrator's Office. This is one of the items that was going to come before your board to bring to your attention because it's currently not funded in the budget. The NDRC and the NSP grants that we receive to develop and construct the facilities will pay for everything except for equipment and furniture. Basically, if you turn the building upside down, anything that falls is we can't pay for. So I am very skilled at the art of bolting and closing as much of stuff, we won't say equipment, stuff as possible, but there's just some things that I can't do. Staff has applied for 4 different grants to pay for all or a portion of this. The latest one in which I came in from your Board of Supervisors was the Sonora Area Foundation. And it just seems like these funding agencies, they're looking at funding buildings, programs and services. Furniture is not one of them. They think that that's something an organization should provide. So as Supervisor Half was saying, and one of our goals with these community resiliency centers was to make them as sustainable as possible as far as financially. And in order to do that, we need to have a professional looking building with professional equipment and furniture in them. And so with that, staff is respectfully requesting $140,000 for both facilities in order to get the needed equipment.
And to answer my first question about supply chain issues, when would we need to order this furniture to have it arrive by the time the buildings are open and available?
I would probably need to do it sometime in July or August at the latest. We're really still struggling, as you heard earlier, with supply chain issues. Things that used to take, 5 to 6 weeks are now months out.
Okay, thank you. So to the board, I would recommend that when our $5.3 million of the second installment of ARP money comes in, that if it's okay to use it for that, that's what we would use to pay for the $140,000, and only if we get that 5.3. We haven't gotten it yet.
So sorry, so you're talking about in September adding that 140 or adding it now?
Adding it now and paying with it with ARP funding if the board so chooses, as long as that money comes in.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan.
Well, we have ARP funds now, right?
Don't you want to
That are
know
still-
that you got the other installment before spending that money?
Does our CAO have any comments on that? Last I heard, it was just a matter of days we were waiting on. We were told it was.
Right, we have not received it yet. We have done all of the necessary pre-work. When I say we, it's Debbie. So she made sure our SAM number is updated. She's gone in and made sure everything is in there. To my knowledge, no one has received it yet, but we will not go out and spend that money until we actually receive it, just so your board is aware. We will wait.
That's my point. Thank you.
But we do have
You have about
ARP funds left
1.2.
over that we haven't yet expended.
Correct, you have about $1.3 million that is in fund balance. It's not obligated.
So we
currently.
could authorize
You could.
using those funds now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
Thank you. On these items for the recommended personnel actions, I think I share Supervisor Campbell's concerns about the IT position. I know there is some legislation moving through right now. To my knowledge, it hasn't passed, as I was looking up, that may require hybrid meetings. While I think that's an ideal for having an entire position dedicated to it, I tend to find that online or in person is an acceptable, compromise budgetarily. And also, I think that there may just be a cheaper way that does not require a full-time staff member. I know we've tried other ways, but that there could be something where there is just a live stream webinar and a microphone passed around. I have never gone through and tried to problem solve that, but I feel like there are other meetings that are able to have that happen, meet the legal requirement, and not need an entire staff person, especially when we're talking about many of the other things on this list that are very important positions, reclassifications, and ideas. So besides that, I agree with the recommended personnel actions. I'm fine with the Access Tuolumne contract for a 3-year term. Jerry, really great job with all of the programming there. I'm really happy to see it. It looks super professional. That video with Dory is great. That is stuff that we would have had to pay for if we wanted to have that same information through an outside firm, most likely. That would have cost money. So that seems to be paying off very well. I appreciate all the work you and your board are putting in. I did want to speak a bit to, obviously, the Columbia School and some questions to staff on that. There was a repair a while back, Eric, on the pool, but we've also failed, for lack of a better word, and failed to acquire a number of grants we've written for it, right? The last was, I think, the RRT grant.
Yeah, with the timing and everything else was going on at the time, we weren't able to get the grant in, correct, or meet the requirements of the grant.
Okay, and do you know how many times we've tried applying for a grant or seeking out a grant and not been successful since that repair?
We continue, I couldn't answer that. We do continue to monitor and watch for grants and find the ones that we would be eligible for. So, but we have not submitted for a grant since that last one that was awarded.
Okay. And the other question on that too is this is a liability we're on the hook for too, right? So I rent out rooms at my house. If somebody moves in and they say, I'm not going to damage the place, they leave and there's $20,000 of damage, they would be legally liable to repair that. Same thing, we're basically leasing this from the school, right?
Yeah, it sounds like a legal issue, but we do have a contractual obligation with the school for that pool.
Okay, and so looking at it like that, you know, this is a liability I think we are dealing with, as we've talked about so many different times, deferred maintenance that, you know, ounce of prevention could have been a pound of cure in some of this. Right now, it's a giant concrete bowl that I get a lot of residents of Columbia talking about of why isn't this open? Especially, you know, Columbia is it's a pretty hot area in the summer. It's not something we're looking at as an additional liability. It's something we already owe, and we're on the hook for. I think in returning it, we would be opening ourselves up to liability of some type, and looking to try and figure out a way that we can, if we're going to have to do it eventually, pay this over time. And hopefully be able to get it up and running by next summer. I'll tell you, Columbia, as far as communities we know that we're a relatively low-income community. Median income for an individual is about $31,000 a year in Tuolumne County. It's $22,000 a year in Columbia. It's an area that's consistently about 40% lower for both individual and family incomes. And that's really hard, especially when you look at a place that doesn't have access to a lot of what Sonora has. It doesn't have quite the same amount of, I think, family park space. Obviously, the state park's there, but that's also geared towards tourism and a lot of, you know, adults and other folks that are in there. There's not really a space for people that are local, and not just the kids even, but I mean the adults to be able to recreate at. So with that, I would really highly recommend that we look at, I think the internal service fund loan is great. I would agree to talk to the school district. I think we all agree that that is a pretty unfair arrangement of how it works. And whether this was a good decision to go into this lease in the first place, as opposed to something like Sonora, you know, where we're just renting the use of it. That I could agree was would be a good conversation, but it's something that we miss. It's not going to be in our time. What we have is a liability and a hole in the ground that nobody can use, and I'd like to see us have a plan to actually bring that back. I don't fundamentally have a concern with some of the operations fund for the Pine Mountain Lake Airport, but for a relatively, compared to the county, wealthy community and us to do a general fund transfer, not only just operations, but $22,000 for additional lights, but not be able to put something towards even the internal service fund, a pool serving kids. And we talk about economic development. Kids are the next generation of economic development. That's one of the best things we could invest in. If we had been saving $92,000 a year in an account, we would have pretty much the money we need for that pool over the last 10 years. And I think it looks bad for what is a wealthy community that has an airport that largely serves a lot of recreational and private purposes, in addition to some others, to get this funding from us, but not a leased liability pool for kids. That's just hard to do. So that's my recommendation to the board, is to please reconsider that. I think it can be done over time with the borrowing and pay that back, especially with some of the fund balance we're seeing. I did have 2 more questions for staff. One was on, did a meeting with Kelly Schroeder's office, and it was specifically about air pollution control. We have a senior member who's been, if you want to maybe come up real quick, who's been in there for a long time that I think is on a retirement track at some point. I was wondering if you could share a little bit more info. I know that we're concerned about that vacancy, and I think that would require an additional position temporarily to kind of train someone up.
So, yes, Bill Sandman, I'm Kelly Schroeder, sorry, Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control Officer. Yes, Bill Sandman, our Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer, is planning on retiring October 13th. I have spoken with the CAO and gotten permission to have somebody sit with him for 2 months, for 60 days. And I was talking with HR this morning, and we do have 2 applicants. I don't know if they're qualified yet. I haven't seen the applications yet, but last time we ran the position, there was no applicant. Well, there's 2 applicants and they didn't qualify. So, but it's looking a little positive that they might have some qualifications for this position. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess I may have just not seen it. I was wondering if this is already included in the budget.
A dual fill would not be something that requires support from the board, meaning additional approval. It is something that is a personnel action, and then the money's been built in. We're not adding another position. Okay. It's just a dual fill for that certain temporary period of time. So that's why you don't see it called out, but it has been built into the budget.
Great, thank you. That was just the main question on
okay.
that. And then the other is I wanted to recommend that from the remaining fund balance and amount that we have, part of that go to the purchase for Public Works of the masticator. I think as we're discussing fuel reduction, we're talking a lot, I know Chairman Kirk, on a roadside brushing and being able to do that fast. I've been seeing a bunch done right now on Italian Bar. That's equipment that I think could make it move a lot faster, whether it's fire, Public Works. I think it just is, again, another way to kind of stretch what we currently have, and that'd be a very good investment. Yep, that is in the one-time, not included.
Slide 38.
At the very bottom.
Or 39? 39 on our sheet here. Excavator, masticator equipment. And one final thing, in doing a tour with the Jamestown station, a number of items that we have in here are facilities upgrades for our staff who work so hard, and compensation's not always competitive. Some of the CDD, there was a request about new furniture within the rec area and inspection on the living facility, which is in somewhat disrepair. And also just a number of, for example, when the power goes out, there's no backup. They're having to basically bring in a generator and hook it up with an extension cord, where a switch would make it a lot better. So I wanted to request $10,000, specifically an upgrade for some of those specifics at the Jamestown Fire Station. It's inadequate as a facility, we know that, but I think some of those would affect, helps quality of life issues. Currently, their furniture is filthy, full of tar and carcinogen. I mean, they're, for lack of a better word, they're gross to sit in. And they need something that's easy to clean from the smoke and the debris to keep it safe, but also just comfortable during that time. It really needs to be replaced.
Okay. My questions, and I'll have a few comments, are, first of all, can you, real quick, Eric, go back to 16? I want to highlight something you said about the hall. Big thing when I came on was I wasn't happy with the hall situation. It looks like we've turned the table because placements are now, just, can you restate that regarding placements and operation costs?
Previously, before we had the hall in place, we would have out-of-county placements, whether it was in another juvenile hall or a home somewhere, and the cost of placing those juveniles out of county exceeded what we are paying now for a juvenile hall.
Great, okay. So I wanted to highlight that. I want to thank our chief. I know our board hounded. Thank you guys, thank you team. I know we hounded on those contracts. I would just say keep holding the line because it's only going to continue to get more expensive. But on that note, I know we have some cost savings from some grants or from, I forget the name of the SB bill, but it looks like we're going to add staff. So my concern is, okay, we've built this capacity, but now we're gonna use some of those savings to add staff. Can you justify to me why we're doing that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and touch
Or,
on that real quick.
and I know the chief's maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
we'll
it's-
let the chief go ahead and dive in
okay,
here since he's
if
here.
you wanna. It doesn't have to be long drawn out, just, I just wanna,
No,
we're making progress. I don't wanna,
First
2
off,
steps up, 3 steps back.
Thank you for the compliment. We appreciate it. We're making great progress. Yes, we're adding one additional staff person, but we really do need that additional person. We're increasing our rates for the out-of-county partners effective July 1, just so you know.
Okay.
Part of the revenue is coming from that. We're getting good camp revenues. I think we do a great job in our facility, but one of the things that our out-of-county partners really like is that the camp placements. And so in order to make that fully functional and happen, we need that additional person. So I think it's the position more than pays for itself when you look at the amount of camp revenue we're receiving, but it's also a major selling point for our facility with our county partners.
Will that position outpace the revenue coming in?
There's no way to predict, exactly what's going to happen, but I feel solid on our revenue projections for our camp placements right now. We're projecting $186,000 just for the camp program from the state. And then, in some sense, we kind of double dip because we actually put our, we have our kids and other county partner kids in those camp slots. And we want to keep all of those slots full.
Okay.
And so, and that, increases the revenue. But right now, I think, 186,000 guaranteed is what we're seeing. I think that's even conservative with our camp revenues. I think it'll be closer to 200,000.
Okay.
I don't really have any concerns, about that. I think that they're solid. So.
You're good. Cool. Thank you for the.
And just
feedback.
to clarify one more point on that, the hall budget overall, the net county cost is about $700,000 this year, and that does include the additional revenue as well as that senior juvenile correctional officer. So it still is, with that additional position, it still is lower than it was previously before the hall was ever built, providing those services.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And we do have multiple year contracts in place too with our county partners. So we're increasing the rates. We got another 2 years. So
every 2 years we're looking at the contract now?
That's kind of the plan. We'll just assess what the cost is too at that time, and then try to, target, a fair share cost from our county partners. That's what we're
Cool. Well, hopefully we won't have to have any more blown out board meetings freaking
love
out
that.
about the juvenile hall. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Item number 6 on slide 21, and I was thinking about this, Tracy. I know we've already adopted the changes, but in this we say recommended and adopted budget of each year, except when adding positions that are exclusively grant funded. What happens if we have a critical position that we suddenly lose a person and then we need to hire behind it? Does this policy preclude staff from coming to you and potentially bring something to the board to have
This
to?
would be to add additional positions. If you lose a position and you're filling it, that's not a new position. So we would go about the normal process of filling it. This is to keep the reorgs and the onesie, twosie asks that are happening during the year when you don't get to see what the impact is on the total organization as a whole.
All right. Hopefully I asked that question right.
Hopefully I answered it right.
Let me see here real quick. I think it's because my son plays soccer, but everybody knows that my son plays soccer. So now everybody's complaints about Standard Park are coming to me. I'm stoked to see more stuff going towards Standard Park. By September, I might be requesting that whatever Eric needs at Standard Park as far as equipment or whatnot is included, because we obviously don't have a lot of staff out there. It's nothing new. I'm just saying, I'm just making it public. I want to support technology where we can to help that facility, because I'm hearing it. So just want to make everybody aware of that. And thank you guys for including that in the budget. And let me see. Okay, when it comes to, just jump to my back page, I have notes over. When it comes to the pool, we do have a contractual obligation, but I don't think anybody like Supervisor Half, basically she said it well. I want to ask the superintendent of schools office first, or that arena, if we can't get some help. So I'm a no on the pool. Pine Mountain Lake, I'm sorry, Supervisor Half, I'm a no for that, and I think I'm outvoted by the majority. I have been up here for 4 years, and I've heard this come around several times. And for me, it's simple. if that community and that airport isn't setting themselves up to receive FAA grants, then I don't want constituents flipping the bill, taxpayers' dollars flipping the bill for 95 homeowners who can do something to help be eligible for grants in that airport. And I'm going to continue to be a no, and I'll continue to be vocal about that moving forward. So I've sat up here long enough and heard the conversation too many times, and I'm not going to support more taxpayers' dollars going towards that airport. I think if there was emergencies, I'm pretty sure CAL FIRE would still land there. I know there's other areas where helicopters can land, and I'm still sure helicopters would land for emergencies in that area. That's just my personal opinion. When it comes to access to Tuolumne, I would have rather seen budget numbers before the meeting because I did have some questions yesterday, which kind of got answered. And Jerry, if you could just real quick, before, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I'm outvoted, but before the, what's the number here I'm looking at? Other income. Is the other income like the jobs that you do, you partner where they pay for your services? Is that what the other income is?
Yeah, we have a couple church clients that we carry their programming. We carry meetings for the city council, the city planning commission, and then occasionally we contract. For instance, we're contracting right now with Twain Hard Area CERT for a series of PSAs.
Okay.
That's the kind of stuff.
Okay. I don't want to go back too far into conversations because I know I had some issues with this prior. I do think the work that that you do is phenomenal and it's great. I think the concern I have is I want to trying to understand the contract and trying to understand the role Access Tuolumne plays and where the funding comes from. I'm really big on media, doing what media can to have basically that other income coming in, that making sure there's community buy-in and support. And I'm not sure if 25%, the contract for me, I feel like 25% is a little high. I feel like there should be a little bit of a, I think lesser of that number, like a 15 or 20%, just so that we're staying true to making sure we're doing all we can, your organization is doing, your board's doing all they can to offset those costs. But I do believe I'm outvoted, so I won't request that other than I think it's important to have media as separate from government as possible. I guess that's what I'm getting at. So with that being said, though, thank you for the services you do. I would love to see that other income number try and go up over time. It would just be something good to see on
And I believe with a second employee, we can make that happen.
Okay, cool. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, when it comes to Supervisor Half had mentioned, the $140,000 for CRC, and Brandon had brought up some things. I guess part of it makes sense for the 140 because we're going to be opening up those centers no matter what. So I'm kind of on board with that. When it comes to a lot of the other requests, I personally don't feel on board because we're going to have another stab at this in September. And I think if we open up the can to start adding things here and there, I can add a whole bunch of things. I think the siren, I don't know why no education from, regarding, we could put some money in here. We have a fire season right here, right on us. And we could be putting money in there to develop an educational plan for fire and for sirens and for that whole thing. So there's just so many other areas that I could just, hey, I want this, I want that too. And I think that needs to this has been through the budget team. It's been a lot of eyes on this. Our board's still going to have a say. And this is the most conservative approach where we're at right now. And so I support that. With the caveat of the one for 140, I could support that because just understanding that that's going to open up November. Mo, is that the plan? November? Okay. So that makes more sense. That being said, I'm going to open it up to public comment and then take it back to Tracy so you can clarify what you heard from us. All right, so public comment right now. If anybody has any in the room, feel free to come up. Do you have anybody on Zoom? No? Okay.
This has been a very grueling meeting, so I will try to be concise. So I believe the school pools do not fall under the jurisdiction of the county superintendent of schools. She has nothing to do with that. It's up to the individual districts. And this community should be paying very close attention to Sonora High School, because they've given you a lot of bullshit. So Sonora High paid for that pool out of a publicly approved bond measure. And there was plenty there that was hinky and stinky. And $2 million of those funds they used for their legal fees on that pool. Now, you're allowed to use some legal fees with regard to your bond, but to fight a lawsuit, I thought was illegal. But that's just me. So they wanted to, when they redid the football field and the stadium and all that stuff, and the grass and whatever it was, they wanted to lock it and not let the public come in. And that turned into a big fight. And there's been some fighting over the pool because the public paid for that. And you're a public institution, and you need to make those available to the public within reason, and not sit there and go mine, when you used my money to pay for it. So I think they should get a little pressure on how to be a lot more cooperative. And I'm concerned about the pool situation when you can't even fill positions in your Parks and Recs department to run some of these programs. So it costs $4,000 to fill in the old Sonora High School pool. And I've heard people say, why not just fill in the Columbia pool and call it a day? So I don't know what a new pool costs. I don't know what all the maintenance is and is it worth it, but I would say no. So I would agree with no. And I agree with Supervisor Kirk on Pine Mountain Lake Airport, because I think our tax dollars should benefit the most number of people. And granted, if you're using it for safety purposes, then the airport becomes important. But if I'm spending my tax dollars to benefit a small number of people to indulge their whatever, then I kind of have an issue with that, because I have some soapbox topics of my own that I would like to see some money spent on.
Okay, any other board comment? Or, sorry, public comment? You on Zoom? Okay. I'll take it back to the board, and I did have one question, and I don't think Eric will be able to answer this. If the board didn't approve monies to be given to Sonora to use their facilities and we just wanted to use them, would it be an automatic no in your assessment? If we basically said, if you don't want to provide services, and you can take the heat for that.
So you're saying if we don't pay the $15,000, will we?
Yeah, like saying we still would like to use them, have an agreement, but we're not going to pay you because the community has bought you this pool, and the community wants to use it.
I would imagine the answer would be no, but I can't speak for their superintendent and what their board.
Sure, I would be in favor of having that conversation, and if I need to be there, I'd be there too. So I'm just putting that out there. So, Supervisor Tracy, we don't want your job and you don't want our job. Do you have clear direction as far as want to put it all together? I'm going to put it on you.
I'm sorry. So there's a few things that we'll ask for clarification on. I did want to bring up, because originally we were going to have Mo come up, and when we talk about what's not in the budget, talk about the CRC. So thank you, Supervisor Haff, for bringing that up. The other one was the CIP, and I bring that up because the ordinance, and you guys have all heard this from me, and I've been harping on this for years, but the ordinance for the county administrator says that, that person shall keep an updated capital improvement plan in place, and we don't have one. So each year I bring that up to make sure that I'm following through on one of the core responsibilities that I have. So both Mo and Simi did work on issuing an RFP, and we did get those responses. Eric spoke about those earlier. So they range anywhere from 139,000 to 370,000. That's the variance in between. And I think the one that they are recommending is the 213, almost 214,000. So I'm just bringing that to your attention because, again, your ordinance does state that I will keep up a capital improvement plan. The current
So-
plan is over a decade old.
Can we just change the ordinance and say you don't have to, so we're not wasting
That, that will work.
$300,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can bring that. That takes a little bit of time, but we could do that.
I'm fine
So
with that.
I just feel obligated to make sure I bring that to your board's attention, that you clearly understand that it's over a decade old and it's no longer a tool that can be utilized. Outside of that, what we came up with was a no on the pool, and I'm gonna look for just, you guys can do whatever you want. You're gonna give me thumbs up, thumbs down, but this is where I'm at. No on the pool, yes on Pine Mountain.
But speak with the district to see if.
Yes,
they got
yes,
some monies.
and some, we have some caveats, but right now with the recommended budget is what I'm talking about. No on pool, yes on PML. Seeing no, is the rest of you, no, do I have 3 for PML? Yes, okay, all right. The staff changes, there has been some conversation about IT tech in or out. Roger is here, he has drafted that position in a way that it will add capacity to the IT department as well. So when they're not running commissions or committees, they're going to be able to provide additional staff work that we don't have now. But he is here if you'd like some more questions on that.
I think it's clear you're not gonna hire that position until we get close to having that facility ready to use
Correct,
the
we
body.
won't hire
Make
it.
that clear.
What I'd like to do is probably about a 60-day, so if we think we're close, it would be good for them to get to learn the systems if they're going to provide staff support. And again, Roger's here, I don't know what all that entails, but I know there's a lot of training that all of his staff go through in order to support each of us, so. But as of right now, all the staff changes, I didn't hear that you wanted to take anyone out, I didn't hear unanimous or even a majority removing anything, but I'm looking at you to make sure that's true.
It just depends where it was at with IT, because I only heard that mentioned by 2 supervisors, I think.
So what I'm getting from them is that they support the position. So that everything that's currently in the budget would stay in the budget, so I'm just looking to see if that's what I'm doing still.
That's the case then, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. The other one, is there anything else? Access 12, me already said was in. The other one that's not in that I'm hearing, I think that there might be support, is the CRCs and to do the furniture. So I get a no
Just a comment on
with
this.
ARP, right?
If we're saying that we have plenty of time and we'll do this later, that means that that needs to be broadly applied. If then we're saying in one district, between 2 people's districts, we're gonna make only one exception, but not for any other items, not coming in with 10 separate things I'd like to see money to, but a specific request, I don't know, I feel it's disingenuous. We should either consider some of these or we should not consider any of these.
The only reason I brought it up was due to supply chain issues, otherwise I wouldn't have brought it up. And we have to order way in advance in order to have the furniture here by the time it opens, so we can start generating income. Otherwise, I would wait.
And I'll just make a point too, that's not necessarily just people in those districts that are gonna be using those facilities at all. You know, so it, you know, may be more prevalent, you know, District 4, you know, just because of the proximity, geographical differences, but certainly not the case in Tuolumne. And there's gonna be a lot of services provided to the communities, different courses and what have you, and, you know, we've gone this far and to not be able to open them up because we don't have furniture doesn't seem to be a very wise decision.
Okay.
Okay, am I seeing 3 for that then? Is that?
Well, and I was kind of starting where Supervisor Brandon was on that. I did, was kind of in agreement, but are we really looking at a situation where those resiliency centers are gonna open up without any chairs in them?
Right
I mean,
now, we
is
do
that
not
where
have
we're
the
on track?
money to buy any furniture. So yes, if they were to open and your board doesn't allocate money, they will open with no furniture.
Why was that not part of the recommended action?
We have actually brought that to the board on several occasions over the last several years, that the things that you can't bolt down, as Mo was saying, you turn it upside down, that those things can't be covered by a grant. She's just been working very, very hard. Like she said, she submitted 4 different grant applications, trying to find other ways to pay for it.
So we thought we were gonna find another way to pay for it. Now we're at the end of the road.
And
We don't have any other way to pay for it. It has to come out of,
Right, we've not found another way yet.
okay, all right. Well, that, I don't, if you're telling me we don't have a choice, then we don't have a choice. And I guess the other comment was that if there are monies available at some point between now and November, we can always put the money back.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
if we can find a grant somewhere else, then we just don't pull whatever it is that we don't need. So
Okay.
make sure it stays in there. There are two other items a board member brought up, and I want to make sure that we follow up on them. One of them, and it's on your not included, it's the masticator. Supervisor Brandon brought this up, but it is on your list. And Kim is here, so if you wanted to ask her some questions about what type of work and the capacity that would add to do some of these fuels reductions along roads and other places, she could answer that for you. And I think she's, oh, that's Quincy. So there's that one, and then the next one that was brought up is a $10,000 allocation for Jamestown Fire, and I'm just looking, am I adding these two items into the recommended or not?
Well, I have a question for Kim about that masticator, and that is, while you're coming up here, that is, I know it takes forever and a year to get a fire truck. How long does it take to get a masticator?
I actually don't know. We've had some delays in supply chain as well, but I can get you an answer. So, and just so you know, it's the masticator with the excavator head. It's got a dual purpose.
So can you explain all the different things that it can do that you don't have capability of doing right now?
Not really. I
Okay.
wish Mike Young was here, but it is meant for taking out trees much easier than what we have right now. Right now, we have to use basically by hand.
It knocks a tree down and then grinds it down to chips. So it's
Well, I
just-
know what a
it's quick.
masticator does. Yeah.
And
specifically
yeah,
for
so it's going
trees.
to be, it'll really save us on crews, and we can get stuff done faster. And with the additional excavator head, we'll be able to do more ditching.
And do you think it will help on any workers' comp issues that you might have had related to labor?
We're really safe, knock wood, so far, so
Okay.
good.
Thanks.
So my 2 cents on adding, it's like if I kind of want to go through that process in September because we have so many things that aren't added. And I want to spend a lot of time going through it and asking department heads and vetting some of these things because it sounds horrible for us if we sit up here and say, we're not going to get a masticator because every single one of us would want one. We'd also like the fire engines. We'd also like the snowmobiles. And so for me, I'm just not ready to have that conversation until September when I can vet a lot of, there's pages of things that aren't included. So I don't really feel prepared to just single a few things out right now. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm kind of in concurrence with that. I realize the value of the masticator, both for labor savings as well as fuel reduction for, roadside fire purposes. There's an awful lot of money still coming down from the state and the federal government. I think maybe we try to sell this from a more of a fire standpoint. There's some grant opportunities that maybe, come up for one-time purchase. So I'd like to see us hold off and keep looking a little bit.
Supervisor Campbell, comment?
I agree with you and Supervisor Goldenberg.
And I don't want to ignore the Jamestown thing by any means. Just as, Supervisor Kirk, as you said, we can one after another all the way through this if we decided to. I wasn't real clear on what the exact, are we just talking some fire station furniture here, or what? I wasn't clear on what you were saying.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer. I spent about 2 hours with them going at a pretty granular level through a lot of little issues. We know there's big issues, and expensive issues in the building. There's an ice maker used to keep things cool that's open to a lot of the exhaust that's in there. It's kind of a fan system issue. There's tests that have been done on some of the facilities, but there's damage from the outside in the living quarters. It's a rental. It's been there for a long time. A more in-depth test to make sure that it's safe. The chairs and I think a couch. It's an accumulation of small things, and then I think the only big one was the switch, where they could still, until we're able to find a better solution, like a grant for a permanent generator, they could jury-rig a generator as long as it had a switch to the station. That was at least one discussion, and I think the idea was what would improve immediately their quality of life, recognizing that this hopefully will not be the permanent station. We're going to have a better one in the future.
Okay. Personally, what I'd like to see is our as our county fire chief to prepare a report on this and make the ask coming from their perspective rather than, I'm not saying, you know, the conversation wasn't there and that there can be loss of validity, but I think it needs to be a little more formalized.
I think direction from this board to compile that would be absolutely fine.
I would like to see that, yeah.
Is, sorry, because there's so many districts, Jamestown, is that part of our contract
Yes.
schedule?
Yep. That was the one we got the Safer grant for some time ago that we're able to incorporate into a full-time funded station. So, yes. And I will work with Nick also to see if there is any capacity within the current budget that we might be able to go in and make some changes, at least the generator and chip away at some of the other stuff.
And the chairs.
And chairs, yes, we'll look at that too. We'll see what we can find. So to summarize, what I'm hearing is the only changes that we are making than what has been presented today is adding in the $140,000 into the ARP budget so that we can place that order. And then the second one is PML, the $92,000, I think $600. That will buy the lighting and backfill the other costs, and yet you are giving us the go-ahead to go ahead and spend resources on beginning the conversations with the stakeholders in that area about options to get us to where it's fully funded and to make it eligible for FAA.
I did want to bring up one thing on that. There's two items we're talking about. One is the operations funding that has consistently come from the general fund to support that. I didn't ask earlier, why are we adding $22,000 to that for lights now, as opposed to 5 years ago, or 5 years from now? But why now?
So the 22,000 is not actually for operating budget. It's for a constant current regulator that supplies electricity to the entire airfield. The one we have right now is about 50 to 60 years old, and it's completely obsolete and starting to fail. So we need to actually replace that in order just to keep the lights on.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Tracy, could you start from, I was writing it down, then I got, what's?
So two items that will change from what was presented today. PML, the 92,000, I think 602. And then the other one is the CRC will be added into the ARP budget so that Mo can begin working on that and getting that order placed so that we have that furniture in time. Those are the only two changes I'm seeing that we're making from what's currently contained in the budget.
And I just want to note on the Pine Mountain Lake, on the airport, I'm not thrilled at all with this either. You know, with the residents and our supervisor half, you're looking into this. I would not support this again in the future. We need to bring this to a resolve.
Sure. So I'm going to look here in a second for a motion, but before we do, I'm not going to let the things that I don't have full support of for this. I'm going to vote yes for this budget, but you heard my concerns why I vote no on some of these issues. So, but we'll move forward as a board together. So with that being said, I will look for, unless there's any other comments, I'll look for a motion.
Do we need to do a motion, or is this just, this is just direction on these items?
If your board would like to do a motion, you have indicated in the past that you prefer to do those, but it's not required. What we're looking for right now is direction. We will return on June 21st. I'm not seeing a need for a June 14th board meeting, so no need for a special board meeting. We will compile this and we'll bring it back to you on June 21st for final approval.
Okay. So if you have direction, then I'm fine with that. Cool. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, public and staff members, for getting this to us and being part of the process. All right. Where are we? 1:30? Oh, 9:30. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, let's go with, hold on a sec. Okay, I guess we're gonna take, people are walking out, so, we're gonna go on to we're gonna go through items 8, 9, 10. Let me see. We have a 1:30. 1:30 and a 2:30. I feel like we should do 8. We should just do 8 through 14, get these things done, and then go on to our appointments since we have staff who've been waiting here quite a while. Tracy, does that sound like a plan?
I just want to make sure that Kim and Blossom are available. If we don't get the road report done today, then we're in jeopardy
Okay.
of not getting the funding.
So
as long
do you
as
guys
they're
want to do it
available.
now? Are you available later, or? Mm. Okay, if something comes up, we're humans, just communicate, and if we gotta throw you guys in, we will. Okay, so, Clerk of Board, would you please read item number 8? Yes.
Item number 8, consideration of approving the appointment of Mr. John Latorre as an at-large member of the general public to the Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee with a term to expire December 6, 2023.
Sorry, my apologies. I thought we were doing the road report. Okay, Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. I'm covering for Jim. So on April 14th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors authorized the notice of vacancy for an at-large member of the general public for the Solid Waste Committee. And at the May meeting of the Solid Waste Committee, the committee considered all applications received, including applications from a previous vacancy posting, which are attached in your package. The committee unanimously approved the recommendation for appointment of Mr. John Latorre to the Solid Waste Committee. Mr. Latorre is a longtime resident of Tuolumne County and brings with him years of experience as a building contractor. And with that, the staff recommend approval of the appointment of Mr. John Latorre as an at-large member of the general public to the board's Solid Waste Committee.
All right, that's great. Any board questions or comments?
No, I mean, Mr. Latorre, both Supervisor Campbell and I sit on solid waste, so we were there when it was discussed. He's a constituent of mine in my district. I've known him for a long time, and I think he'll do an excellent job.
Okay. Any public comment?
Well, I supported and lobbied for Mr. Latorre because I remember when he was on the Planning Commission. And he was always very thorough and was well prepared when he came to the meetings. So the two supervisors have done a really great job, and I would like to see them supported by some more people on that committee.
All right, thank you for those comments. I'm gonna bring it back to the board, and I will look for a motion.
I'll move that we approve the appointment of John Latorre as the at-large member of the general public to the Board of Supervisors Solid Waste Committee for a term that will expire on December 6, 2023.
I'll second.
So first by Happ, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. So what's next?
What's that?
So which one are we doing next?
It doesn't matter how much we plan, it always changes. Are you guys ready to do the roads report?
Yes,
Let's
we are.
bust it out. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, Kim McFarland, Director
Well,
of
hold on.
Public.
She's got to read it.
Oh.
Kim, you're... Okay, 1:30 p.m. appointment. Consideration of adopting Resolution 64-22 for the fiscal year 2022-2023. That includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account at RMRA expenditures.
All right, good afternoon. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me is Blossom Scott Heim, our supervising engineer, and behind me is Janelle Koslavy, our business manager. So roads are one of the county's most valuable assets, and the replacement value is estimated at approximately $209 million. It's important for the public to understand the limitations of our gas tax funds and specific road project grants. So although the focus of today's presentation is on the SB1 funding and the proposed projects, we will give a brief overview of the funding again as we have done in the past. So just as a reminder that everything we do in Public Works is guided by our vision to provide exceptional services to ensure the county is a desirable location for years to come. Last month, the State of the Roads report was pulled from the agenda and provided online only via Public Works webpage. Because we didn't get a chance to cover some of the topics then, we'll touch on an overall road funding and then discuss the SB1 plan specifically. It is our goal to provide you with a 5-year capital improvement plan, likely after we have discussed the traffic impact mitigation fee projects with you in July. So again, as a reminder, when we talk about public works, we are really talking about multiple divisions, from airports to surveying and GIS, and with that comes multiple funds. So with the exception of the general fund, these funds are very restricted and must be used for their intended purpose. Today, though, we are focusing on the road fund. There's also a separate capital fund, just to mess everybody up, as well as a storm fund, which is also specific to the individual road damaged by a specific storm. The capital fund is project-specific and grant-funded. The engineering staff apply for grants, which are often labor-intensive and time-consuming, from gathering public comment, conducting public outreach, completing preliminary designs and data compilation, to writing the actual proposal. Sometimes we're lucky and we're awarded the grants, such as the Jamestown Active Transportation Program grant and the latest Clean California grants. And other times we're not so lucky, like Dodge Ridge Road. The Storm Fund is also project-specific and is funded through CAL, Office of Emergency Services, and FEMA. These projects require a great deal of time meeting with the CAL, OES, and FEMA staff to assess what was actually damaged in the storm versus pre-existing conditions. These always have a match, and to date, for these last few storms from 2018 to present, our total match has been $3.5 million, so they're not always completely covered. The road fund itself is primarily gas taxes and is strictly intended for county-maintained roads. So as much as we'd love to help out with pushing a road through a subdivision, unless it's county-maintained, these funds can't be used. We presented this slide last year and received feedback that this was a good funding overview. So as a reminder, here are a few of the major revenue buckets. Only the general fund is discretionary. So you've got SB1, the HSIP, CMAQ, all those are restricted to projects. But once all these funds go into the road fund, including the general fund contribution, it becomes restricted to road work and road work only. This graph here provides an overview of the road revenues, and as you can see, the gas taxes, the highway user tax account, and SB1 are the largest contributions. And this graph provides an overview of the expenditures. Again, as you can see, the largest portion of the road fund is spent on pavement, greatest cost, of course, followed by vegetation removal, bridge work, snow plowing, and drainage.
Kim?
Yep.
Real quick, just a question I always get. So why is only 34% going to pavement?
Well, a major part of maintaining your road is keeping the water off of it. So ditching, for instance, is hugely important. And of course, I think these two supervisors would say snow plowing is the most important at a certain time of the year. And of course, the vegetation removal for spraying, it all adds up. So.
Thank you.
So now that we've provided you with a brief overview of the funding, we'll jump into the SB1 report. SB1 addresses basic road maintenance, rehabilitation, and critical safety needs on both the state highway and local streets and road system. Tuolumne County has adopted projects in the past and has begun work on a number of important street and road repairs. No funding from SB1 goes into the general fund. Revenues go directly into transportation accounts and are constitutionally protected. In the next year, fiscal 22-23, we are again focusing on our SB1 funding on people and projects. The process for receiving SB1 funds requires the county to adopt a resolution identifying the anticipated expenditures. The county submits the projects and the CTC reviews and confirms if they are eligible for funding. Then the CTC notifies the State Controller's Office in order to release the funds to the county. The county receives these revenues in the same fashion as the HUDA apportionments monthly. For this upcoming year, we are proposing that we continue our spray program, which is the vegetation removal on the side of the roads, as well as crack filling on Phoenix Lake Road, Longeway, South Fork, Ferretti, and quite a few other local roads. For culvert replacements, the roads team has identified several locations in need, and that's what we use as their eyes on the ground, as well as Blossom's team identifying which ones are most pressing. We also have set aside some funding for traffic signal maintenance. The decline in revenues from HUDA and secure rural schools in conjunction with increases in PERS, our 87 charges, and the cost of living increases resulted in staff reductions in road maintenance. In 18-19, staffing dipped to an all-time low of 26 employees. Because of SB1, we've been able to increase road maintenance staffing back to 29 employees. Unfortunately, retaining road staff currently has also been a challenge, with compensation cited as the primary reason for people leaving. And from here, I'm going to pass it over to our technical expert, Blossom.
I'm going to talk about some of the projects that we'll be using our SB1 funds on this year. The first one is the Phoenix Lake Road Improvement Project. Sorry, let me get, excuse me. This is a safety project. We're going to be widening the shoulders, constructing radar feedback signs, and upgrading drainage. We expect that to go out to bid in the next 6 weeks. And you can see the local match portion of this is coming out of our SB1 account. We have 3 projects, rehab and reconstruction. First is the Tuolumne Road surface treatment. This is a rubberized chip seal on 6 2/3 miles, so all of Tuolumne Road. We hope to put this out to bid this fall or next spring, but it's really dependent on our SB1 funding and how much some of the other projects come in at, since we've had very volatile bids lately. We have the Tuolumne Road North Rehabilitation Project. This is 3 1/3 miles from Ponderosa Way up to 108, so kind of the northern half of this road. This would be a full reconstruction, and because of the price tag, roughly $4.8 million, this is going to require us to kind of save our SB1 and not do other projects until we have enough to deliver this project. And finally, our Kewen Mill reconstruction project. This is a 1 mile full reconstruction that we're very pleased is going to be funded with the ARP funds. And that goes out to bid on the 21st of June, so the next meeting. We also have our Standard Road Rehabilitation Project. We were able to secure some grant funding for this. Fortunately, this is about 1.5 miles, all of Standard Road. But any overages or local matches required for that grant funding will come out of our SB1 funds. And we hope to put that out late this year or early next year to construction. There's a pretty significant water line project in construction right now that TUD is running. And then we have some projects for consideration if there were some one-time funding available. Merced Falls Road, which is a major collector, 2.8 miles long is our portion. A full reconstruction would be $2.1 million. A rubberized chip seal would be approximately $420,000. Mariposa County will be chip sealing their portion, which is roughly 9 miles, later this summer or fall, we heard. So that'd be a good opportunity for us to get on board and bid at the same time. Crystal Falls Drive, we have the first 0.9 miles as a minor collector, and then it changes to a local road for the last mile. These would be full reconstructions, together just over $1.3 million. Phoenix Lake Road, which is also a major collector, and a chip seal, a rubberized chip seal for all 6.3 miles of this would be about $950,000. And finally, Jamestown Road, a major collector. We have a center segment of about 1 mile, about the middle third, that's in terrible condition. The PCI is about a 10 on that segment. Full reconstruction of that would be about $870,000. Fortunately, the first mile, the southernmost mile, we're going to be doing our Cape Seal demo treatment on. Again, that goes out to bid on the 21st, just like Kewen Mill, and that one is, of course, $335 and funded with the ARP funds. We're very excited about that. Just a little overview, Merced Falls, average PCI of 21. You can see it's pretty rough. Our crews did go out and do a little bit of maintenance overlay, which has helped with the worst parts. Crystal Falls, 28 for the PCI on that one. We would do a cold in place recycling. Phoenix Lake Road, a little better condition, overall PCI of 52, so the rubberized chip seal would be a great option. And Jamestown Road, there's a look at the lovely segment in the middle there. I'm going to turn it back over to Kim.
Thanks, Blossom. Right, so it's easy to get overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what is needed to repair the county's road system, but we can attack this in small bites. As roadway pavement conditions deteriorate, the cost to repair them increases exponentially. For example, it costs much more to reconstruct a pavement than to preserve it when it's in good condition. The best treatment for each road can vary based on current condition, traffic volume, original construction, weather, elevation, and other factors. These bullet points give you an idea of road treatment costs, how they can really increase as the road deteriorates, and how over time the treatments can slowly improve the PCI. So for instance, 1 mile of road with a rubberized chip seal is about 15% of the cost of a full reconstruction, but the rubberized chip seal can only be used or is only appropriate on a road surface in fair condition, not very poor. 5 miles of Cape Seal is about 30% of the cost of full reconstruction. So again, you can see it's pretty economical if we can preserve what we have rather than waiting until a full reconstruction is needed. And I'm going to add here, Blossom had added this. These are estimates, so please don't hold us to these costs, but they do include preparation, paving, traffic control, striping, water quality compliance, and the payment of prevailing wage as required under California law. These costs can vary depending on the size and location of the project, and costs often can be higher in rural areas to accommodate for travel, lodging, and mobilization costs, which we've definitely seen. But being a self-help county could provide another small bite of the elephant. 88% of the state's population approved a transportation sales tax measure dedicated to roads. Counties such as San Joaquin, our neighbor Stanislaus, Merced, Tulare, we wish Tuolumne, Orange, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. A 0.5% local sales tax measure devoted to roads could raise over $2 million annually for road rehabilitation and reconstruction. Or we could even do road maintenance, which we would do as 5 miles of rubberized chip seal and 5 miles of overlays every year. So it could really add up. So that's just food for thought for future discussion, but one thing that we think that we should look at more in order to keep our roads from deteriorating more.
Kim?
Yeah.
Could you explain, just in the second area there, you're saying it's more successful in competing for funding and leveraging a larger share of state and federal dollars. What does that mean more technically? So we would have 2.25 million, but then what?
There are certain grant programs that you have to be a self-help county to be eligible for the funding. So something like some of the set-asides under SB1, I believe the congested corridors is one. So that opens us up. It also would allow us to have more local funding, local match for grants, because right now sometimes there are grants that we don't apply for because we can't afford the local match.
Okay.
No.
What does it take to become a self-help county?
Generally speaking, a self-help county has a sales tax devoted to transportation.
Oh, I see.
It's very general. I mean, I wouldn't want to get down into
Okay.
more detail. Leave that for legal.
And the 194 billion, that is what a tax like that would allow us to access along with other counties over those 34 years?
That is what these 25 counties that have self-help tax measures in place expect to generate over the next 30 to 40 years collectively. So if you look, that's half the counties in the state. That's a lot of money.
So speaking with my colleague in Stanislaus County, he said that the measure that they passed a couple of years ago was really a game changer. They saw a huge increase in their PCI. So it is just, right now, it's nothing that you have to decide upon. We're just putting it back out there. This is really about getting the SB1 report through. So is there anything else you want to?
I do have a question about that. Have you had any interest from grassroots organizations to carry the torch to become a self-help county?
Do you want to address the RTPAs?
Actually, all 25 of these counties, the measure has been spearheaded and brought forward by their MPOs or RTPAs, so they're regional transportation planning agencies. That's generally the group that does spearhead these.
Okay, thank you.
So for us, that would be TCTC.
Correct.
Looks like that's the end.
Yeah, so that concludes our presentation, and I was just going to move on to the staff recommendation.
Sure,
if you
yeah.
guys- Unless you have other questions.
I think let's go to this and then we'll open it up.
Those
All
were
right.
those were old hard hats.
Right.
Yeah,
I
that was
remember my dad wearing a hard hat like that.
out at the airport, I think, in Columbia.
I did have one question on the Tuolumne Road North rehabilitation project, that 4.795 million. What's our cost on that one?
100%, all of it.
100%, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
No. We do have the plans ready. That project is essentially what we call shovel-ready, meaning we could have it out to bid within 4 to 6 weeks of having the funding.
Yeah, and I just asked her if there was tribal mitigation funds, but that's for Tuolumne roads, so, right? Does it have some too?
It does, but there's not enough.
Not enough. She's saying not enough. Okay. Did that answer? Okay. I think I confused you more by. So our staff recommendation, it's recommended that your board adopt a resolution for the fiscal year 2022-23 that includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance rehabilitation account expenditures. And we do have to have this resolution in before July 1st, or we are at risk of not receiving our SB1 money.
Okay. So open it up to the board real quick if there's any questions or comments, and then I'll go to public comment. So, here, nope. Over here. No, thank you. I sent you guys emails as typical. When's Tuolumne Road going to get fixed? And I know we're saving and waiting and saving and waiting. And so it is what it is. And you know, I'm looking at that self-help thing. It's good to hear that other grassroots organizations pick that up and spearhead it. Because I'm telling you right now, when I'm looking at a state that is sitting on a $97 billion surplus, I will never, ever ask people to pay more for their roads that they're already paying for. I won't do that. So we do have a board meeting with the budget, governor's budget team on the 13th. And we're going to talk to them about roads and surpluses, correct?
Correct, Department of Finance on the 13th.
So I'm in office for 4.5 more years, and I'm going to do that every year or quarter or whatever we got to do, because it's pathetic. We got trains in nowhere and third world roads. So I'll shut up because I'll get on a tangent. Any public comment in the room? Do you have any on Zoom?
I'll agree with you that some of that surplus should be given to all the counties for the roads, because I don't think we get our fair share of everything that we pay in. But I want to ask about the thing I've been asking about several times, and that's that high-friction surface, putting it on that road on the way to Copperopolis or something. How much does that cost?
So it's funny you asked. The grant cycle for that just opened. We don't have any cost estimates yet, but it is generally it's a very affordable treatment.
Yes.
So we'll be applying for what they call a systemic application, so multiple locations throughout the county, including Oberon's Ferry.
Yes, thank you.
Have you been talking to Lieutenant Tafoya?
I have not.
This is Lieutenant Tafoya's pet project, so.
All right, any other public comment in the room? There's none on Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board. Do we need a motion? Let's see here. Yes, we do, I believe. So I'll look for a
And I
motion.
will move we adopt the recommended resolution.
First by Campbell, Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? No? Okay, so passes 5-0. Thank you guys very much. All right, that is our 1:30. Let's see, we were on 8. Let's go to item number 9.
Item number 9, consideration of adopting resolution 61-22, approving submittal of a home investment partnership program income application, an amount not to exceed $1.6 million on behalf of Visionary Home Builders of California, Inc.
Good afternoon.
You guys need a minute to set up?
Yeah, just 1 second.
No, okay.
Oh, she said no. She said okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rachel Bell, Community Development Department Business Manager, joined by Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. We should have via Zoom Lori Adams with Adams Ashby Group, and also Maricela Fuller with Visionary Home Builders of California. Okay, perfect. We come before you today to request your consideration of a resolution authorizing the submittal of a home investment partnership program income application in an amount not to exceed $1.6 million to support a project being developed by Visionary Home Builders of California, Inc., which is proposing the Hidden Meadows Terrace development on Cedar Road North in Sonora, California. The funding will be provided to the project in the form of a loan. Hidden Meadows Terrace is a proposed affordable housing development that will provide 72 affordable dwelling units in Tuolumne County, a much-needed step in the direction of our housing crisis. In September of 2020, Tuolumne County entered into an agreement with Visionary Home Builders of California, Inc. to fund professional services directly related to an affordable family rental project with a permanent supportive housing component. This approved agreement identified various grant funds from a variety of programs, such as No Place Like Home, Local Early Action Planning Grant Funds, Regional Early Action Planning Grant Funds, and Home Investment Partnership Program Income Funds. Several of these resources were used for pre-development activities to support the Hidden Meadows Terrace project, and others are proposed to be used for development aspects of the project, including the request before you today. As you may or may not know, Tuolumne County has participated in the Home Investment Partnership Program for many years in a variety of ways. We have supported other multifamily projects, first-time home buyers, and in years past, owner-occupied rehabilitation. These programs are designed to assist income-qualified households in the county and the first-time home buyers with the goals of reaching home ownership. Our current contract with the home program includes 2 buckets of funding, as we would like to say. That includes the program income funds of $1,971,000 from repaid loans, as well as the 19 home grant funds, which currently has $1 million available for first-time home buyers, as well as tenant-based rental assistance. To date, the Community Development Department, on behalf of Tuolumne County, manages a loan portfolio of $11,371,000. This portfolio is the combination of many programs the county has to offer, including CDBG housing rehab loans, home rehab housing loans, first-time homebuyer loans, and Cal Home loans. The project before you will be using funds that will be reinvested in our community for the second time. With the recent rise in home values across the state and our county, many participants in the first-time homebuyers program have either sold their homes or have refinanced their homes. The funds that are received as a result of this activity are deposited into our program income account for the home program. Again, through March 31st, 2022, this program income account stands at approximately $1,971,000. The regulations governing the home program require that a significant amount of this balance be committed to an approved home program or project by June 30th, 2022. These funds are required by the Housing and Community Development Department of the State of California to be obligated prior to us pulling any funds from the home grant. The home program will halt access unless we have these funds obligated. Even with the $1.6 million allocated to the current project, the program income account will have a remaining balance of $371,000 to be allocated to other projects, and more program income is anticipated to be received this year. On average, our department receives approximately $500,000 per year. We will continue to work with other projects that are coming up in the pre-development process to commit remaining and future program income towards supporting the development of more affordable housing opportunities, both in multifamily and first-time homebuyers programs. On May 18th, 2022, the Housing Loan Review Committee voted unanimously to recommend to your board to adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of a Home Investment Partnership Program income application to HCD in an amount not to exceed $1.6 million on behalf of Visionary Home Builders of California. Today, the Community Development Department staff is excited to make the same recommendation. At this time, we'll hear from Maricela Fuller with Visionary Homes, and then Lori Adams with Adams Ashby Group.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Maricela. I'm with Visionary Home Builders. We're very excited to be here once again before you, presenting Hidden Meadows Terrace project. I can go over an overview of what the project is and answer questions from the board about our organization or the project. Also other sources of funding that we're hoping to secure. A couple of things that I did want to mention regarding these potential local contribution. All of our funding programs that we will be working towards achieving will require some form of a local contribution in order for us to be competitive in these different programs. This year is the first year that HCD released the Supernova, so we're anticipating a lot of competition. We're very excited about this particular project because we meet so much of the requirements within the program, so we're expecting to have a very competitive score. But not having any local contributions could hurt the project. The whole project costs are approximately $53 million for the project. So we're asking the county to contribute $1 for every $33 that we're securing in additional funding through other sources.
Thank you, Maricela and Rachel, and hello to the Board of Supervisors. Today it looks like you've had a very productive and long meeting. Budget meetings are always hard to be a part of. The project that is in front of you today, again, as Rachel talked about, is 72 units of affordable rental housing in your community, which is something that is much needed. The timing of the funding with program income is critical, and obligating those funds to allow access to continue to other grant funds is an important factor. So the timing of this project and the size of their request does definitely support you in being able to move forward effectively with your grant dollars that you have available to you for your first-time home buyer program, as well as your tenant-based rental assistance program. This would halt that access, so that works out very well in your favor. In addition to that, you do have other projects that are going to be needing support and funding, and you have adequate resources currently available and coming in as you are reusing these funds, which is the best situation to be in, is loaning these dollars out, having them come back in, and now being able to go to that second step and being able to reloan those funds back into the community. You basically are, setting up your own granting system and being able to recycle those funds over the coming years. And with $11 million in a portfolio, and then the additional grant that you have currently with first-time homebuyer loans that will be made out of your open contract, you are in a good position to continue to support projects that are coming forward in this phase as additional funds. As Maricela is aware, the state is taking steps to bridge the gap of funding because these programs are overprescribed and we have a lot of projects on the board. So finding a location in your county and being able to address that and create that is quite exciting. I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have in regards to the funding sources and the project support. Thank you.
All right, I'm being told that's it for the presentation, so thank you guys, and thank you, I can't see the names from Fuller and Adams for being on with us, and for bearing through. I don't know how long you guys have been waiting for us, so sorry. Long board meetings. I'm gonna open it up to any comments or questions from board members, so I'll start down here. I know you're on, no, okay. Any questions from Goldberg?
No questions. I mean, just a couple of comments. Obviously, the funding, there'll be some money left over, and I heard approximately $500,000 a year is what's expected to be coming in, and we get 72 units out of this. It's a project we previously approved moving forward with, so I'm supportive.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
So this is a program we've been talking about for a while, having money sitting in there that people have been unable to access, generally because of the parameters around that program, with more coming in from the state to be able to give out, but we can't give it out. So I'm really happy. There is a deadline on this. I think it's going to be great to have 72 lower-income units. I do have a question to staff. I know there's been discussions about what jurisdiction this property will fall into in the future and how that's going to play into the discussions.
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon, for the question. Quincy Daly, Community Development Department Director. I have no new information from the last time that I came to your board regarding any sort of annexation discussions that I have been involved with. Your CAO may know more information than I would.
And I guess on a normal basis, would these funds be available to residents within the city of Sonora, or do they have their own funds from home?
To clarify, the funding would be through the county and would remain at the county. So any payments back would come into the county, and the county would produce that those funds back into the county.
Mm-hmm.
So if the property is annexed into the future, it does not change the loan with the county.
Okay. Great. Appreciate that. I know we have been talking about it for a few months. I guess I'll just close on, I think this is a group that is very capable and is moving forward with a really good project. We've identified that we haven't been able to get this money apart, though. This is something that was already ongoing, and it's helping close a gap. But there is the Supernova. There's a lot of funding out there right now. I'd like to know for the future, because we're going to run into this situation again, where we will have money accumulate that we're unable to give out because our property values have become so inflated compared to the median income, of how we might be able to use home funding in the future to potentially purchase in private developments, affordable units, and start new projects, which I think is going to be very important to addressing our housing crisis. That way we're not in the same situation next year where we're kind of up against the deadline and need to use this funding or lose it. Thank you.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, Lori, I like your dog picture. I do have one question, just a clarifying question. In the presentation, it was mentioned about a match that's $1 for every $33 of the grant. And so is that what the $1.6 million is? Or is that different?
Actually, let Maricela answer that question because there's technically not a match on our specific program income. So Maricela, would you be able to answer that question?
Yes, so I use those figures just because a lot of localities like to hear, you know, what is their dollar doing for them and what is it getting them? And so I just wanted to clarify, yeah, it is not a match, but it was just a comparison as to the ratio that we're asking for contribution compared to the rest of the funding that will be required to develop the project.
So the 1.6 million would be our contribution, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, and that would be in a loan, so they would be repaying these funds back to us.
Got it, and it's coming from the home fund?
Correct.
Kitty. Okay.
The program income, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. Any public comment in the audience on Zoom? Okay.
I'd like to make a public comment, Deb?
Yep.
If so, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 61-22 approving submittal of a home investment partnership program income application in the amount of not to exceed $1.6 million on behalf of Visionary Home Builders of California.
I'll second.
All right, got a first. Yep. First by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, staff.
Thank
and thank
you.
you folks for waiting for us. Appreciate it. Have a
Thank
good
you
day.
very much.
All right, moving right along, we're going to go to item number 10. So clerk of the board, would you please read item number 10?
Item number, item number 10, consideration of adopting 62-22 for Tuolumne County for fiscal year 2022-2023, opting out of Assembly Bill 1976, Mental Health Services, Assisted Outpatient Treatment.
All right,
Thank you, Heather. I thought that was my voice. I was going to make a joke. My notes say good morning, so I'm a little lost. let's just take a moment to be present. Right? This has been a really long day. I'm really glad I don't have your jobs or your jobs. You guys work all so hard. All right, so good afternoon, Chairman Kirk and members of the board. My name is Tammy Mariscal. I'm your Behavioral Health Director. I am here to talk about Laura's Law. Historically, some people, as a result of mental illnesses, have a great difficulty taking responsibility for their own care and often reject outpatient treatment even when it's offered to them on a voluntary basis. In 2002, Assembly Bill 1421 established the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Demonstration Project Act, also known as Laura's Law, which provides court-ordered community treatment for individuals with a history of mental illness, repeated hospitalizations, repeated incarcerations, or a history of violent behavior towards themselves or others. Laura's Law permits courts, counties, probation, mental health systems to address needs of individuals unable to participate in community mental health treatment programs without supervision. In 2020, Assembly Bill 1976 was introduced, providing California counties the option to implement an assisted outpatient treatment system beginning July 2021, or to opt out from participation annually. Bill 1976 also repealed the original bill's sunset date, thereby extending the program indefinitely, while prohibiting counties from reducing existing voluntary mental health programs because of the implementation or program continuation. Laura's Law is unfunded. The implementation and operational expenses are unknown. Your current behavioral health workforce is at Medi-Cal caseload capacity. Thus, adding necessary infrastructure would challenge the department's administration and timeliness of service delivery to the Medi-Cal beneficiaries who voluntarily seek services provided by Tuolumne County Behavioral Health through the Department of Healthcare Services contract. In addition to voluntary specialty mental health services, behavioral health ensures provisions of mental health services through court programs by partnering with the district attorney's office, public defender, and the courts, providing assertive outpatient treatment similar services, intensive case management, and full service partnership, substance use disorder treatment, residential treatment, hospitalizations, and up to conservatorship when needed to judicially involved individuals. Those individuals are inmates within the county jail, probation referred individuals, and persons meeting or found to meet the criteria for mental health diversion court, which recently was expanded to include incompetent to stand trial misdemeanors. There are other court-related initiatives underway. Incompetent to stand trial felony programs, the governor's proposed care court, and the potential for a local homeless court, all involving assertive outpatient treatment, similar services to the same or similar population targeted by Laura's Law. Because BH does not have the funding or staffing to implement assertive outpatient treatment at this time, if MHSA funds were to be repurposed, further analysis would be needed to conduct on FSP capacity and the costs thereof. Prior to that, MHSA requires a stakeholder process to direct the expenditure of funds. There is no impact for opting out of Laura's Law. At this time, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution to opt out of AB 1976, Laura's Law, for the fiscal year 22-23. Thank you.
right, thank you. I'm going to open it up to any questions from the board. I'll start down here, Supervisor Brennan.
Great, thank you. This is something we reviewed as we did last year on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And Tammy, thank you for the presentation and the history on that. We know that we have a pretty broken mental health system. I think MHSA is helping to try and rebuild that with some of the funding and be able to provide support. We know that there's a number of efforts, and thank you for mentioning the misdemeanor and felony incompetent to stand trial. CARES Court is coming in. I tend to be a believer that we do need to have, for lack of a better word, a forced or coercive option for people who need that type of help and refuse to do it. The problem has always been that the state makes a mandate and they do not put the money to actually help us achieve it. And so while MHSA is working to address this issue and provide this funding, this is something that is taking a slice out of that pie. And so while I support the concept of what they're trying to do here, even the care court to an extent, it's a resource issue. I think we'd be happy to implement it if they were willing to put the money behind it. And was mentioned earlier, there is plenty of money at the state to be able to do this. So with that, we did have one recommendation also that I would like to see added in here from BHAB itself. That was not only opting out, but the recommendation that to our legislative platform, both the MIST and FIST populations have been significantly expanding. This was at the Administration of Justice Committee at CSAC, a whole presentation. The cost to counties has greatly increased and has not kept pace with the increases in revenue of what they're giving. And that also Care Court and Lower's Law both require additional resources to be able to implement. And so the request from BHAB was that the board would add this to our legislative platform as well. When we go to AOJ committees in the future, when we go to HA, Health and Human Services committees in the future, and that we add that to trying to make sure that, say, RCRC and CSAC, we are supporting them, and I think they are pretty clear about these efforts as well. So I didn't have any questions. I will be voting at your recommendation with that, and thank you for all the time in this.
Supervisor Hoff.
Thank you for your presentation. I remember this from last year. I have no questions. I fully support your recommendation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with what has been stated already. I support this.
And Supervisor Goldman.
Tammy, thanks for the report here, presentation, and I do concur with Supervisor Brandon. To the extent possible, we look at potential legislative things in the future, but I support this as it's shown to opt out.
Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment in the room? Sure.
Well, I appreciate that we have no money and no staff capacity, but I wouldn't say that this has no impact because we have several people with a serious mental illness wandering our streets, frightening people or frightening themselves. So I've gotten a lot of conversations from other people about one particular individual. And I was trying to get a hold of law enforcement one day because someone was out he would run out in the middle of the street when cars were coming, and then was clearly not in his right mind and was getting violent and abusive. So there is an impact to people who are not being treated, who could perhaps be treated. And I know this was a big discussion in Stanislaus County several years ago. And I don't know if we've had a big discussion here beyond we don't have the money or the capacity. But I have an issue with our community being held hostage by people's behavior that could potentially be violent or assaultive. Like the library's become a very unpleasant place to be because of some of the activities that go on there. And so we have to make some choices as to who's in control of our society and who do we have to kind of try to help or manage their behaviors so that something really untoward doesn't happen.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Any other public comment in the room? All right. I'm gonna take it back to the board. My only comment is, I know there's different opinions about mental health system, and I know maybe some people have perspectives that maybe it's broke, but I think you and Spino and some folks do a great job for the resources that you guys have.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Sure. So with that being said, I'm gonna look for a motion.
So I'll make the motion to move on staff recommendation to adopt Resolution 6222 and to add the direction that those three programs I'd mentioned, FIST-MIST, as well as Care Court and Laura's Law, funding for those to implement and run them be added to our legislative platform discussion when that eventually does come back.
All right, first by Brandon. You look for a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go on to our 2:30 appointment. So we'll come back at 3:37, and start with our 2:30. Clerk of the Board, would you please read item 2:30?
Okay, 2:30 p.m., public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010V related to fees for community hall rentals.
All right. Good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and I also oversee the Recreation and Library Departments. And with me, of course, I have Eric Aiken, our Recreation and Library Manager, Library and Recreation Manager. So we are going to run through proposed changes to our fees for our halls, and ultimately looking for your board to approve an amendment to the ordinance that will actually include the fees for hall rentals. And yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Eric.
Thank you. So what we have before you is a presentation today and a proposal for modifying the fee ordinance in regards to the different community halls that the county rents. Currently, right now, we rent out space at, there's a list at the bottom of the first page of the board memo. So we have the Jamestown Community Hall, the Groveland Community Hall, the Groveland Community Resilience Center, Tuolumne Museum Courtyard, Sonora Library Meeting Room, Sonora Youth Center, Pinecrest Community Hall, the Tuolumne Community Resilience Center.
Time out. I have to open the public hearing. You may continue.
Thank you. And then the Courthouse Park, which we will get into in a little bit, we don't currently rent, but we have a proposal in regards to that. So the hall rental fees is something we've been taking a crack at here for a few years now. This is our third or fourth attempt at this. And we have been asked to come up with the proposals of what it would be to recover our costs to operate these halls within the community. And so that's what you have here before you. So these fees would take place starting July 1st, which would be for the upcoming budget fiscal year of 22-23. We have met with the Finance Committee We took this to them on May 5th, and they voted to approve to bring it to the full board for your consideration. So we'll kind of go through this here, and hopefully we answer all your questions, but I'm sure there'll be many as we get to the end. So again, I listed out those different community halls that we currently rent out or will be renting out when the new resilient centers are completed. What we did in calculating these fees was we looked at, and working closely with our facilities management department, figuring out what their costs were to housekeeping costs, to vacuum and clean the buildings, supplies and things like that, as well as we added in the capital costs for each of these locations. So there's an example in there, you know, if we have a roof or flooring on a building, it has a certain lifespan that it will last. And so looking at the cost of what that is and then amortizing it over the lifespan of that particular asset, we then use that to apply that towards the hourly rental fee to recover those costs. So these fees do include the facility cleaning, all facility maintenance, repairs and things that get broken at these different facilities, the overhead and supervision to book and schedule these, as well as checking on them throughout the year. And then, like I said, the different capital costs that are applied to each of these different locations. So we looked at this, and it kind of made sense that the different facilities we had kind of broke down into three different categories. The first being community halls that have commercial kitchens. And right now, that's your Jamestown Community Hall and Groveland Community Hall. And then once the two new resilient centers come online, those will also be in that same category. So these are facilities that have kitchens that have been inspected and approved by environmental health to allow food service types of events to go on. The next category would be our meeting rooms, such as the Sonora Library Meeting Room, the Sonora Youth Center, and the Pinecrest Community Hall. And then the last category is our outdoor meeting spaces, which currently right now we only rent out the museum courtyard. But we are proposing with the courthouse park to, currently right now it's open as first come, first serve, which we would like to continue to do. But we would like to have the ability for those groups that want to come in and basically have an event where they're taking over the whole park, that we could have some sort of reservation process to where they would have access to that park for those specific days and times that they're looking at. As well as we get quite a few requests to use the utilities within the park, which right now are not accessible to the public, electricity being one of them. So several of the groups want to come in and plug amplifiers in or different electronic devices. So we're proposing that this get lumped into the outdoor meeting space for those groups that are looking to use it and use those utilities. The groups just want to come in and use the park and not use those, it would still be free of charge, and we wouldn't be, you know, if they're not using the utilities, we wouldn't be proposing for them to pay a fee. So when we calculated these fees, we looked at it based on historical hours used. Because in order for us to recover full cost, we could easily say that the facilities are available 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, but we know well that they're not used that amount of time. So in order to come up with a true way to figure out what we would need to charge to recover the full cost, we looked at historical use at each of these facilities. What do we typically get on a normal year of use? And so that's how we took that number, and then with the different costs, expenses up above, we came up with an hourly cost, which you can see in the table there on page 2. The first column, or the middle column, is the average hourly cost with capital costs. So those are the different costs as to what it would cost the county to break even based on the historical hours used for those different facilities. I know one question I've gotten a few times is, why is the meeting rooms cost more than the ones with kitchens? And that is in large part because the kitchens are used, or the halls with kitchens are used far more than the meeting rooms without. So even though there is more cost involved with that, the amount of hours that they're used brings that hourly cost down. So that's why that looks a little funny there. So we are proposing, based on these fees, as well as on the top of page 3, we have some market comparisons that we looked at locally and kind of around our area as to what different organizations are charging their user groups, that we would charge $25 an hour for both the commercial or the community halls with kitchens as well as the meeting rooms, and then for the outdoor meeting spaces, $10 an hour. So we did the market comparison as well, just to kind of get an idea of what other organizations are charging the different groups that utilize their facilities. And the $25 is within range of most of them, at the lower end of some and significantly lower than others. I know this is difficult because every facility is different. They have different amenities, they're different sizes. So we tried as best we could to compare apples to apples, trying to find facilities that were similar to the ones that we make available to our public. So that's essentially how we came up with the rental fee that we are proposing. The second question that we need to have addressed is who is going to pay for the use of these facilities. Currently, right now, it is set up that private organizations pay a rental fee, and then nonprofit organizations, they don't pay any fee. They do pay a deposit, which is a refundable deposit, but they don't pay out any hourly rental fee to use those facilities. We recognize that not every nonprofit is the same. There are some that collect dues, generate revenues, pay salaries. There are some that are strictly pure volunteers that run it with no incoming revenue. So we understand that there's a lot of different organizations out there, and they're not all created the same. They all have different structures. But by charging all entities the same rental rate, basically everyone that's using that facility is helping to contribute to keep these facilities in the state that they are, to make the improvements that we need as things break and as things need to be repaired, that we have the funding in order to do that. So our staff recommendation is proposed to allow all governmental entities to use the county facilities without charge. So this would be like your school districts and community service districts and things like that that are performing governmental services, that they would get to use those facilities at no charge. And we are also proposing that the county charge the same rate to all renters, including nonprofits. So today we're just looking for approval or a decision or direction on what the new fee will be and who is going to pay that. Depending on what's decided here today, we will be coming back to your board with policies, but depending on what's decided here today is really going to dictate what those policies are going to look like. So we will be coming back to your board with an additional item in regards to approving the actual rental policies once we kind of see what happens here today. One of the things that was discussed in the Finance Committee meeting was creating basically a waiver process for those organizations that are providing county service, that they would, and setting a limit or a number of hours of service provided, that they would then in essence be able to use the facility for free. So these would be services that had they not provided, the county would have to hire staff or contract out to provide those services. The museum's a good example, that we have a lot of volunteers that had they not been there to open and run the museum, to have that open, we would have to hire staff, which would cost the county funds. So these would be determined by the individual department heads that those organizations are working with. That department head would then submit for the waiver for those groups to be able to use the halls for free, and they would then have access to use those. So like I said, we will be coming back with more policies. There's a lot of other things that policy-wise that we're going to need to go over, but today we're looking to approve the fee and then also who is paying that fee. So it is our recommendation that your board approve staff recommendations and amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance for Recreation Department, Section 3.40.001, Section V. And with that, if there are any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer those.
All right, thank you guys for the work on this. Who sits on the Finance Committee? Do we have it? You two, so I'll let you guys go ahead and go first. if you have any questions or comments or.
I don't have any questions. We were on the Finance Committee. I mean, there are some people here today that want to speak on this, so I'd want to hear what they have to say before I kind of go into my opinion. But this is something, I'll just preface by saying this is something that has come to the board about 3 or 4 times at this point. And so we're looking to find some kind of resolution now and not have to keep bringing this up year after year without any kind of answer. So,
sure. So I'll jump in with some comments from the Finance Committee. Yes, this was brought to us. Staff gave us the same information we're looking at here, and we considered it and went back and forth, quite a bit. And when we ultimately decided to move forward with looking at some changes, to this ordinance and bring it to the board for discussion and obviously in the public purview. A lot of things were considered, and there's a lot of considerations here. You look at some of the elements of facility cleaning, maintenance. What concerns me a lot, and it did concern me, when we looked at it in committee, is that when you look at the long-term maintenance, the capital costs on these buildings, and that's where, quite honestly, the county has, we are so far behind in many ways, and now we just discussed this earlier during our budget sessions a bit, the impacts, of that and how, and those are what a lot of people don't understand necessarily and see, because that's kind of a dangerous hidden cost that you don't really see, but it's really out there, that those costs do come in. I do understand, there's a sticker shock element here, right? We're going from, a lot of groups not having to pay anything or very little into all of a sudden, being, asked that they're going to, have to look at and contributing, to these costs. I do feel that it's important, to look at, what I would say market considerations, right? The comparisons that are on page 3, because it shows what a lot of entities throughout our jurisdictions, what they're charging, including City of Sonora. So all those factors, come into play here. And so I just wanted to explain, coming from the Finance Committee, where we, asked that this move forward, is that, the county has gotten in trouble because they didn't manage finances maybe as well as they should have in some ways in the past. And so we did try to give a lot of consideration, to if certain groups were, offering up, that they were contributing in some manner, to the county directly, that should be a part of the decision-making process, and we supported that. I know Eric, mentioned, some groups, have dues, that they pay, and I'm a member of 2 of the groups that uses the library, the Motherlode Art Association. I know there's some folks here from there, as well as the Sonora Photography Club, who's associated with the Motherlode Art Association. And yeah, maybe they have a little bit more ability, they might raise their dues $1 or $2 to, help defray some of these costs. So I just wanted to, give background from my, perspective as a supervisor as we move forward in our discussions, and certainly, we'll hear from the public as well, but just kind of wanted to lay that out a little bit. So thank you.
And Supervisor Haft, do you want to wait until public comment, or do you have any comments now?
Yeah, I know that there are several to quite a few people here actually to give us their concerns and their thoughts on this item. And I want to say, from a standpoint of getting calls and emails, we had a packed agenda today. We still have more to go. But this item has generated the most comments from constituents, at least in my district. I can't speak for the rest of you. So it's important for me, anyway, to listen to what the constituents have to say. I just to put it out there, I do believe that we can't give this away any longer. We have to get some kind of nominal fee, and I'll go into that later, but I do want to hear from constituents.
And if I could make one other brief comment, Chair Kirk. In discussion, I think amongst the various facilities, we might be looking at approximately $150,000 a year, or maybe even a little bit more than that. And the numbers that I'm hearing is roughly 83% of the usage is by nonprofits. And so that, and maybe that number might even be a bit low, but even if you took it at that, it's $125,000 a year, some potential impact to the county. And we're constantly looking at ways where we can use our money in many different, aspects. So I just wanted to point that out too, because it's important. There's, initially I thought, well, if it's 50 cents, 50% private, 50% nonprofit, we look at some of them, maybe we could, shave things a little bit, but it's a substantial number. So thanks.
All right, Supervisor Brennan.
Great. It's important that we maintain these facilities, but I think as a community, we pride ourselves in how many people are active, involved in organizations that join us. I mean, you hear over and over how philanthropic our community is. One pile at a time was in earlier, all the effort out there. I think that's great. I think we're talking about our seniors and trying to age gracefully. One of the things is making sure they're able to get involved in a lot of these organizations. I know we've talked a lot about cost recovery. I just don't see the amount here being very substantial compared to the cost of what it is to nonprofits. So this is one that I don't think we should do. I think there is a huge difference between paying $1 and free when somebody's looking at where they want to rent and be able to start something. I would be fine with some type of a request for them to be able to pitch in, but as the memo states, there is huge differences between nonprofits which have staff and funding and ones which are, bringing canned goods from home to donate something and aren't necessarily coming from means or have any, admin budget or anything like that. I think we can ask those to maybe pitch in if they're able to afford it. I think some could. I just don't see a universal rule applied to all of them, regardless of need, being beneficial to the community for how much money it would actually bring in. I'd rather just see this board take that amount that was generated and allocate that to recreational programming.
All right, quick question. If we do, and then I'm going to open up the public comment, if we do approve these fees, where does the money go? Does it just go into the general fund for this, or are we putting aside for those fixes down the road?
So the facility, yeah. So it would go in the general fund because recreation and facilities are both general fund departments. Yeah. So these are, again, fees for service. So it goes back into the departments who provide the services.
Okay. But I mean, the pitch is that we have these long-term fixes that are going to come there someday, but we're not necessarily putting it like in a line item specifically for that in the future. It's just going into the general fund.
Well, we definitely could. This is a whole new day, but we absolutely could put some of the capital portion of the fee. We could set it aside and transfer it to the capital budget.
Okay. I think for me, what I'm looking for today is maybe we've spent $150,000 just over 3 or 4 meetings worth of people in the room trying to figure this out. So I'm looking for a resolution today, just like Supervisor Campbell said, where either we move forward with a decision, otherwise, we just got to stop kicking the can down the road and make a decision. That's where I'm at. So I'm excited to hear from, and yes, my emails have been blowing up, my phone's been blowing up, but there are costs, just like a home, just like anything, where if people are going to be going in and using it. I believe this started from a really hard budget process 3 years ago. No? Mo's shaking her head no. Sorry. I just remember. I remember we had some really bad budget years, and we were like either closing things down or hey, we need to look at being, starting to. If things are going to operate, they got to be self-sustainable. I think that's where this whole conversation started. So. As of course, government doesn't move fast, and now here we are. We're in a better fiscal year. Things look good, so now it looks like we're jerks if we were to go down this road. But the reality of it is it was born out of some really hard fiscal budget conversations, and we're going to have those again someday. So I don't want to be here in 4 years or next year with a downed economy saying, oh, we got to close these facilities down because they're not paying for themselves. So there's got to be some resolution today, one way or another. So with that being said, I do want to hear from folks in the room, so I'm open up to public comment.
And I did just want to chime in really quick on what you said, which is absolutely true. We talked about this in 2019 and quite significantly in conjunction with discussion about Pine Mountain Lake Airport, the Columbia Pool, and I think the library or at the time. And so these were all issues, and they're still issues today, and we're still trying to find a resolution to them. So just it is good to remember that this has been a long-term issue that we're trying to resolve. So
sure. All right. So thank you guys for showing up and bearing through with this day, but love to hear from you.
Looking at the agenda, what else you have to do the rest of the day? Thank you, Chairman Kirk and the esteemed Board of the Supervisors. My name is Patty Beaulieu, and I'm here representing the little hamlet of Groveland. I manage the thrift store down there. It's called Helping Hands Thrift Store. And it's actually, this is our 40th year. It was started years and years ago by people who just felt the community needed a little thrift store. And now it's actually pretty much a hallmark of our town. But we've met once a month with all of our volunteers. Everybody's a volunteer, completely. Manager, everybody, except we pay one custodian and we pay one bookkeeper. We've met there in the community hall, which is right next door to us, once a month for 40 years. 40 years. We do have a deposit somewhere, probably that we gave 40 years ago, that's still sitting there. We do have insurance, but I'd like to give the board a little bit of information about what we do as an organization. We give $4,000, up to $4,000 to seniors at our local high school for scholarships each. We give the Active Food Bank $500 a month, and we continued to do that even during the pandemic because we were closed, but we knew the food bank needed the money, they still needed to be funded. So we continued to do that even though we weren't open at the time. We sponsor all the organizations in town with whatever they need. We pay the transportation costs for all the field trips for the high school and the junior high school. I mean, the high school and the elementary school. And they go on several a year. The biggest thing that we do is that twice a year we have a giveaway. I'm sorry?
You still have a minute, and I'll give you an extra 5 seconds.
Okay, thank you. We have a giveaway where we save donations that we get that aren't quite up to par. We have that twice a year. It takes 4 days to do. I have about 30 volunteers that set up the whole community hall with clothing. We do that for 2 days, and then the other 2 days, anybody in the community comes in, we give them a black garbage bag, they walk around, they take whatever they want. Blankets, pots and pans, mostly clothing, coats, anything. It's free. It's a free giveaway. If we were to pay an hourly rate just to give stuff away to our community for free, it would cost us $2,750 to do that. And we're there to help our community. And I'm wondering what we're going to have to take away and not give back in order to pay an hourly rate just to help our community. I don't think any of them would want anything taken away that we give them already. But
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Just to remind folks, at 2 minutes that will make a beep noise, and then you have 1 minute left, and then after 3 minutes, if you would. Thank you very much. Yep, go ahead.
Chairman Kirk, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Phil Van Swal. I'm the president of the Tuolumne County Genealogical Society. We meet monthly at the library meeting room, one day a month. We have done so for many years now. And we also do functions at the museum so we do utilize the courtyard there on occasion. I was happy to see in Eric's presentation that he did make mention of the fact that certain groups provide volunteer work on behalf of the county in other resources. And I believe that Debbie Batista also addressed that at the finance committee meeting a while back. So she brought everyone up to date on that. But our members, just for the museum alone, donate 1,800 hours a year in volunteer work to run the museum. 500 hours a year at the Ferrari Archives, and 400 to 500 hours a year for the elections board. In fact, we've got several of our members downstairs right now working on elections. We believe that work is commensable by the charge that would be made for the meeting room, and we would like to see that those things do offset, or at least some consideration is given. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Vlatch, and I'm here to represent the League of Women Voters of the Motherlode. And we hold 2 meetings a month, and we love to use the meeting room at the library because it has internet capabilities, and some of our members are uncomfortable yet with public meetings, so we Zoom our meetings also, and that makes it more convenient for some of our members to attend. So for us, that means that we hold 2 meetings at the library a month, and by the time we get set up, hold the meeting and take down, that means that each meeting costs us $50. And so it would be $100 every month for us to hold a meeting at the library. We do collect dues, and it's $20 a member by the time we give our state and federal organization their cut. So it really takes a chunk out of what we can then do for our community, which is to foster democracy. We provide a lot of education services for voter registration. We help educate our youth what it means to be a registered voter and participate in democracy. We also work with voter education on issues, and we are nonpartisan. As you know, we hold forums to help educate our citizens on political issues and candidates. And we feel that we provide a vital service for our community and in support of government. And so we understand the constraints that you have to deal with budgets very, very well, and the issues that you have to deal with. What we are asking for is that you don't lump all nonprofits in one category and give some consideration to those nonprofits that are providing a real service. We too have volunteers that are working with the election process that's going on right now. So if you would just give some consideration to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I see a show of hands in the room who would like to make public comment? Just some more? Okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name's Jean Dakota. I believe I sent each and every one of you and some of you folks here a letter Sunday night, and I'm here talking for 2 small nonprofits, Motherlode Art Association and Central Sierra Audubon Society. Both groups are small, with 100 and some members. The dues that you're proposing to charge, excuse me, not the due, the fee that you're proposing to charge of $25 is more than our dues. Our dues for Audubon Society are $15 a person. Our dues for MLAA, Motherlode Artists Association, are $20 a person. We're all volunteers. Nobody gets paid. We do a lot of work in the community, and I'm not going to spend time going through all the things we do, but for the Art Association to pay this, and it would be $175 a meeting. That's money that we give back to the schools for their art programs, because that's our big push. Similarly, for Audubon, we only use the room once a month and for 3 hours, so that would be $75 a month that we would be having to pay, and it's difficult. So basically, what I'm asking is that you differentiate, and you have done that, but with the nonprofits, the small nonprofits, and exempt them from having to pay for the library. And I'm just talking about the Sonora Library right now. We don't use the other facilities. We give back to the community as far as the Art Association is we hang at least 3 shows, maybe 4 a year in the library. We provide all of the organization to do that, and we're giving back into the community that way. Anyway, and then I just might add for the Mr. Goldenberg, you belong to the photo club, you said. I think there's only a dozen members of that. Paying $25 an hour for them to use the library room would just wipe out their budget. And they're all volunteers also. So anyway, so I'm going to stop, but hopefully you read the letters that you got from Audubon and from the Art Association, and you'll consider our request to not be charged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Hello, I'm John Sherm. I'm the president of the Motherlode Art Association. As we said before, I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes on what we do for the community. We put on an annual art show, which is our big fundraiser. So we do have some money, but all of the money that we net from that goes back to help provide art materials for Tuolumne County schools. And so the more successful we are, the more successful the schools are in being able to have active art programs, which they might not otherwise have. We also, as Jean mentioned, we do the show in the library. We're now working actively with the Sonora City to expand in Art Week, extend our time that we have the show, and also work with other groups to be able to have collaborative work during Art Week. That takes a lot of our manpower, and as I say, we've got 115 members, and so you can sort of look at how many hours we put in and whether that's enough to offset the requirement to pay for cleaning the room, even though we clean the room either before or after when we use it. So it's not a case whether, we wouldn't be more than happy to make sure that it's in pristine condition. But, it is important, and it's important for our seniors, which most of our members are. It gives them a place to be. It gives them a place to participate with like-minded people that are artists in the community. And we think just art in the community is extremely important. So, again, could we afford $25 an hour? As Jean said, that's about equal to what we pay our members on an annual basis for membership. So it would mean either increasing our membership dues, and we have a lot of people that are on fixed incomes, and that would be significant, or we're going to have to cut back on what we can do for supporting art in the schools. So it's just like every other thing. There is a trade-off, and if you would consider some of the smaller nonprofits, which we consider our organization to be, as exempt or maybe with some sort of offset for some of the things that we do, then we would welcome that as a consideration of the board. So, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else in the room?
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Wybra, and I represent the Groveland Community Thanksgiving Day Committee. Once a year for the last 33 years, we have provided a free meal to the population of Groveland, Big Oak Flat, and surrounding areas. And basically, we rely on donations only, and we generally have enough money to sustain ourselves for the next year and a half. So in order to pay the fees that you would be requesting would be a little less than half of what the money that we take in to provide the meal that once a year. So generally we need the hall for 2 days, 1 day to set up, and then 1 day to provide all the sides and all the things that go along with the turkeys that are cooked outside of the facility. And so anyway, I guess we're just considering maybe a waiver for our particular group in this case. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kirk, supervisors, county staff, and my fellow community members. My name is Shirley Horn. I'm speaking on behalf of the Yosemite Highway 120 Chamber of Commerce in Groveland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to give input today and consideration of some of these points. First, I want to acknowledge the Board of Supervisors, though, and thank you so much for the focus and action that you are directing towards the community of Groveland and the Highway 120 corridor. Recognizing that we are a major strategic asset to the county as being the northern gateway to Yosemite National Park. And we really thank you for that support, which we feel is growing, and the partnership is growing. I want to speak now just about the Groveland Community Hall, not about the new Resilience Center, because that we believe is a very different model. It's a different animal. And it's a model that has more potential for better income for attracting corporate events and that type of thing. So speaking about the Groveland Community Hall only, the Chamber of Commerce has approximately 115 members, 84 of which are business members. The rest of them are nonprofits and local clubs and organizations who do a tremendous amount of community service. Way more than half of our business members are either sole proprietors or have less than 10 employees. We don't really have any other facility in town for indoor events and activities. For some of those smaller members who want to do things. For example, many of our very new members this year are individual artists and craftspeople who really like the opportunity to attend pop-up markets but don't have their own retail establishments. So just given that perspective, we have two asks and one consideration for you to think about. First of all, we'd like to ask for zero rental fees for our nonprofits and organized clubs. You've heard an awful lot already from other members of our community asking for that. These events that happen there are big attractions for visitors to our community. We're trying to promote Groveland as a destination, and these the nonprofits, put on a lot of really good shows for us. So we really would like not to shoot them in the foot and, make it the burden more, when in fact they're giving a lot back to the community and helping us attract visitors. The second thing, I'd like to just say Pinecone Performers is a good example, 501c3. We can't wait for the Resilience Center to come into play, but they're only going to be able to afford, if they can, to pay for technical rehearsal time and the performances at the Resilience Center. Where else are they going to? Right now, they have nowhere to practice. They will not be able to afford it. So that's the first ask, is for our nonprofits and clubs.
That's right. I do have to cut you off. That way it's equal for everybody for the
Okay.
3 minutes. So
Thank you.
thank you very much, though, for showing up.
I'll provide the rest in a memo form
Sure.
because I didn't have a chance to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome.
I'm Pat Perry with the Tuolumne County Genealogical Society and Historical Society. As Phil mentioned, we, as a genealogy society, donate about 2,800 hours a year staffing county facilities and working in elections. The number for elections and the archive are given by Debbie Batista and Annie Matos, but they're not just ones we've made up. A couple of questions I have. One is this the first reading of the ordinance?
Son.
So this is a public hearing,
Public
so
hearing.
it won't be a first and second reading. It'll just be the one hearing today.
So there won't be a second reading?
That's right.
One of the things that occurred to me, supposedly this is going to go into effect on July 1st. What happens to those of us who are pleading our case now when there's not a policy in effect one way or the other? The other thing, I think you've heard fairly eloquent comments about how much most of these nonprofits really, really give back to the community. Granted, we give time as genealogy to support your facilities. I think we're pretty clear. But I think when you look at some of the scholarships and donations to schools, you'll find that a great number of our nonprofits give a great deal to this community. And I think if you do waivers, you'll find a great number of these nonprofits will qualify. That, in essence, will mean you will not bring in the money you've been talking about. So I would ask that you really consider that. Because if you're talking about 88% are nonprofits, and let's just say half of them are ones that truly give back to the community in many ways, well, maybe you're down to $50,000, $60,000 a year. Is that really worth doing what you're going to be doing to these organizations? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other public comment in the room?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I need to excuse myself for a medical appointment. My apologies, and to those in the audience. It was an appointment that I could not change, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mo Frank, County Administrator's Office, and Project Manager for the CRCs. So when the county staff went to look at going from Phase 1 to Phase 2, we needed to prove to the state of California that what we were looking at as far as charges, what will be all the expenses, what do we want to do? And so what staff did is, first of all, went through and looked at historical data. One of the data points we picked up was number of rentals that we had in 2017. And it was just amazing that Groveland Community Hall was rented 1,178 times. Of that, we had one paying person. The rest were all listed as nonprofits. So that's really hard for us as staff. We do hear and we applaud the great work that these nonprofits are doing, but you just need to realize it's really hard. When we had emergencies in the county, oftentimes we used to find that we rented it out to Mary, who had a nonprofit staff status, and Billy was using the room, and so that was something that was very hard for us. If we're not going to, one of the things that staff was trying to do is make the CRC sustainable and not be a burden on the general fund. So if your board is going in that direction, as far as waiving for nonprofits or some other option, you just need to know that looking at potential costs for the CRCs, we're about, and this is just estimates, it's roughly almost a 10,000 square foot buildings, both of them. And we're looking at $30,000 or $40,000 that then you would need to put in and contribute on a yearly basis to the CRCs. And that's difficult. I don't think we planned on that one. So that's just letting you know some of the stats in regards to the CRCs.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? You got one? Okay.
Yes, this is Janice Kwiatkowski from Groveland. The gentleman mentioned that the Groveland Community Hall has a commercial kitchen. It does not have a commercial kitchen. It is also not ADA compliant. So I don't know how that fits in with, as far as I know, it has been closed since the beginning of COVID and not reopened because it's not compliant and doesn't have a community kitchen. So just take that into consideration. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to respond to that real quick. It's not closed due to ADA issues, but it's HVAC issues that we are resolving right now.
HVAC, okay.
And it does have a full kitchen.
No more public comment on there? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you. I did that all by myself. And bring it back to the board. So I will, any comments? Questions?
Yeah, and I really appreciate all the folks coming in, and I've gotten emails just like I think we all have, and I try to respond to most of them. There's definitely some that I didn't get back to, but read all of them, and I think this is something that's, as I've said, has come up more than once. And the thing we need to remember is that these facilities they're not free. You know, whether the people that rent them pay for them or it's passed through to the taxpayer, somebody has to pay for the upkeep. And so finding a balance there where we're not unduly burdening one group over another, I think is pretty key to this. And if you look at the board memo, there's one line in there that's right at the bottom of the third page. It says, we will also develop, or part of your recommendation. And this actually came directly out of our discussions in the Finance Committee, is we will also develop a waiver policy that details if a group contributes a predetermined number of hours of in-kind work toward county operations, they will not be charged for their facility use. And so I think that recommendation goes to some of the specific concerns. I think of some of the groups, like I think about, you know, the Genealogical Society or the League of Women Voters. For example, the League of Women Voters uses this room here for their forums, and there's no charge for that. So those types of things will continue. But I think when we're talking about the day-to-day usage of it, where there is wear and tear on the facilities, where there is cleanup, where there is staff involved in making sure that things are put away, there just has to be some kind of cost there. I can't think of any other, whether it's the city of Sonora or any other county or that doesn't charge for the use of these facilities. So I think we have to come up with some kind of fee schedule, and I think what we have is good. I think it's very fair because it is not a full recovery of the costs that a lot of these centers would incur from their usage, I think. So there is still, I guess if you want to call it a subsidy from the taxpayer, to help some of these groups continue with the important work that they do in their community. But as Mo stated when she was up, that's not always what these facilities are used for. A lot of the nonprofits will use them for, there have been people who have had parties, all kinds of different things that are not necessarily the kinds of important work that have been described here today. And there has to be some way to recover some of the costs associated with those. I think it's only natural, and it's a responsible thing to do when we, the county as an organization, has to maintain them. So, I'm supportive of the fees that are recommended. We had a long, very good discussion about it in the Finance Committee, and I think we landed in a place that's fair. And I'm also supportive of finding a policy, developing a policy that has the potential for exemptions for groups that meet a threshold. And I guess I want some clarity from staff. Do we need to determine what that, if the other board members agree on that, would you be looking for us to establish that threshold right now? Or can we agree to the baseline idea that we have this fee schedule and then come back at a later point with recommendations about how to roll out exemptions for groups. So that's a question.
So yeah, we're looking for direction on the establishing the fee and then coming back at a later date with the actual policies.
Okay. And and that's the last element to this that I'll mention is that I'm very concerned with making sure that this is fair. I don't want anybody to come back to me and say that we're cherry picking the different groups that are our favorites and then excluding other people. That's the one risk that I think we run with setting up any kind of policy for waivers. It has to be a very clear set of rules that if you meet this, then you qualify. If not, you have to pay the full cost. And beyond that, I think it's important to make sure that policy is very clear and that everything else is very simple. Everybody pays the same, because if we start setting different scales, if we start setting different fees for different group memberships, it gets extremely complicated for you that have to determine, who actually qualifies for what. And I don't want to put you in a position where you have to verify, the actual number of memberships, members that are in each group or these types of things. It just needs to be a very boilerplate. You either meet the minimum qualifications for exemption or not. So those are my thoughts.
All right, Supervisor Huff, do you have any?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's come to speak today about their particular nonprofits. I think nonprofits really form a valuable service to our community. And my thoughts are that every nonprofit makes contributions for valuable service to our community. And it's impossible to choose between our children. It's kind of like Sophie's Choice, right? How do we choose which one is more valuable than the other? And I knew that this was coming. I knew that this was coming to the Finance Committee. And my impression before we got the actual figures was that a nominal fee would probably be less than $25. $25 is cost prohibitive for most nonprofits that I'm aware of. So I don't want to choose. I don't want to say, yes, you get this for free, and no, you have to pay whatever the price is. I think we should settle on something, because we have been giving, away our costs to everyone, and we've got to start somewhere. So we've got to decide what a nominal fee is, even if it doesn't come close to what our costs are. We've got to start somewhere. And I also believe that private individuals, even if there's only a few of them a year, should be paying full cost, period. It's just unacceptable. I wish we as a government agency could charge more to help make up the cost for some of the community services, some of the nonprofits, but this is not a business, and we have rules, and we can't do that. So I want everybody here to understand that if we could, we would, but we can't. I think the CRCs, or what we know as the resilience centers, are on a whole different level, and they need a whole different scale, so I'm not even talking about that. What Shirley Horn mentioned, I agree with totally. And we do want to make sure that those centers pay for themselves. So they'll be on a different scale, and I think the zone idea that you have is perfectly fine. So I'm good with that. But I would like to entertain with this board, if the board is willing, to talk about what a nominal fee would be to begin with, rather than completely free. So that's where I stand.
So just to clarify, I'm not going to vote to support to increase fees on nonprofits. The only thing I think where there is an argument to be made, I think as mentioned by Mo, is the CRCs, which offer a pretty premium meeting room service. They're new, which means we're not breaking organizations' habits that are currently meeting there. Modern AV systems that cost money and have upkeep. To me, that makes sense. I can see a strong argument for that. But for the rest, it just doesn't make sense to me. Looking at it, let's think of a comparison between the facilities, right? The CRC and Jamestown Community Hall are not the same building, and I think everybody up here and in the room has probably been to the Jamestown Community Hall. It's a box. It's just a box. It's just a room. right? You want something in there, you pretty much have to bring it in, versus the library AV room, which has been upgraded and is substantially better, versus some of the other facilities that are much larger. I think an equal fee on that, the Jamestown Community Hall sits quite a bit vacant. I think it just means that nobody will ever use it, and that's not good for anyone, and it also doesn't return any money. I look at the difference between groups, that equality is not equity. So what is $25 per hour to the Genealogical Society is not going to be the same as $25 to Historical Society versus $25 to a gaming club or anything for kids there. And so the groups might be charged the same fee, but it impacts them differently, which is inherently inequitable. And then a comparison between services. You can go, if I was to suggest that we need to recover fees, we should start charging for library services to enter the building per hour that you're there. Now, I think most people would find that unreasonable, but maybe that makes sense to me because I don't have any libraries in my district, right? I don't think that would be reasonable. I don't think it'd be reasonable to charge people to go into the pools that we have. I don't think it'd be reasonable to charge people to use a lot of these centers that we do fund. It's very similar. I think it's kind of being, penny smart and pound stupid a little bit with the amount of time that we end up getting from these volunteers, the money they contribute to the community, even if they don't do any of that and all they do is meet and socialize, which is in line, I think, with the Blue Zone's kind of thought on living healthy life. Then I think it's a really good investment there. So anyway, I think there's other options we've talked about, and Supervisor, you've suggested a recreation district as an idea for other things. I can imagine it could incorporate something like this, asking some of them that may be able to pay, if they're willing to help support some of these costs, asking for a fundraiser. Combine all the efforts of the nonprofits if we need that help. I would say, while I will oppose it, unless we're able to just talk about CRCs, and I would support just moving forward with that, there should at least be a grace period if I'm outvoted. It should not be implemented as soon as this policy is put in. There needs to be some time for these organizations to plan. And I would also say that if we're going to be fair about it, it should not be free for government entities. So if other government entities are using these facilities, they should be able to pay they are in a better position to pay, I think, than many of the nonprofits using these facilities. And so if we are approaching it that way, to me, that should change.
Okay, so I'm the third vote because Goldenberg's not out. A few things that concern me are there are some abuses with people who claim to be nonprofit and then letting other folks underneath that nonprofit utilize it. I don't know if changing this or if adding fees would change that, but that kind of irks me a little bit. I think it sucks to be in this position because you hear of all, I'm going to get an earful from folks who feed homeless people out of a certain area. They're providing an amazing service. So maybe something that we look at as a policy. I'm not sure if we're doing that today or if it's coming back, but maybe if it's like one of our 5 priorities, I don't know if that would be something that we would waive it. You had mentioned something, Campbell, about, was that something you had mentioned earlier about a few organizations maybe waiving their fees, nonprofits? Did I hear that right?
So the language in the board memo, actually, and it was something that came out of the discussion. Actually, a number of things that were brought up were discussed already. So I'll be happy to share kind of where we landed and why we did. But one of the key ones was that when you have something like the Genealogical Society was, I'll just say that was pointed out specifically because that group is kind of the originator for a lot of county volunteerism work where it's actual in-kind time contributed to county operations. And so the discussion was there needs to be some way to recognize that here's a group that is contributing actual time that we would otherwise need to hire someone for and pay much more. If there's a way to offset that by waiving the fee for the meeting room, we should figure that out.
So is that something that you guys would figure out and bring back at a later date? Okay. I'm just throwing it out there, maybe something also that goes in line with our priorities. If there's an organization, nonprofit that is actively working towards maybe some of those areas, that might be something. But what I don't want to do is convolute this any further and make it more complicated. Where I'm ending on it is, I think for me, the biggest thing was something I brought up earlier was I'm not in favor of having fees if it's just going to go into the general slush fund and be spent on whatever. If it's going to go to a line item that will go towards specifically maintenance and operational costs, and or maybe in 2 years we go through a really crappy budget cycle, maybe we're going to close it down. Maybe we could use that, part of that $150,000 to offset a way to keep it open. That's more what I'm in line of. I don't want to just put it in the general slush fund. I want to have a line item. If the three of us or potentially four of us could at least agree on that part, then I would like to move forward. So,
Supervisor Kirk, just to verify, if your board were to go ahead and move with whatever level of fees, if any at all, you can direct that they don't go into an operational budget, but they want them to go into a capital fund for maintenance, roofs, like we've done, the roofing, the floors, AV, whatever that might be. That could be something your board could direct. So as it's collected, then Eric and his team, they account for it, and then it could be put into a specific fund just for capital for these types of buildings. That is an option that you could consider. Just keep that in mind.
Then I'm of the mind, or go ahead.
I'm okay with that. I just point out that, take CDD, for example. They collect a lot of fees for permits. All that just goes right into the general fund. It doesn't go back to CDD. That's the standard practice that we do have, is that it does go back into the general fund. I'm not aware. Do we have any other areas where fees are collected and they go into a line item or a specific fund?
I think you have abatement fees when we go through and collect abatement. There are.
But are those fees collected that would otherwise go into the general fund, though?
They could, or they are pulled out for specific items. The other one would be, there's a few other in your public safety arena where they go into a trust fund and they can only be used on certain items. So we pull those funds in when we're going to expend on those types of items.
Yeah.
So it's not all that unusual.
I think the crux for my, it's too late. The crux for my argument is if these fees are, for the most part, being requested because of the operating costs and future issues like roofs and whatnot, that's why I'm honing in on, I want to go specifically, if the community who's doing community service and providing services, if I'm going to justify a fee, I want it to go specifically to what we're saying we're asking the fee for. So that's where I'm at.
If it's a separate vote on that specific idea, I agree. TOT is something where we've run into it. Practice was to have that all completely into the general fund over and over. People say, well, I don't know where that's going. Why isn't it going to fire? And we say, well, it is, but we can't track the dollar. If it's just keeping track of another line item in a budget, that makes a lot of sense to me. I still don't like it, but I do think it would be a better way of doing it.
Okay. So there are a couple things brought up that I wanted to address, or at least give staff a moment to address. One of them, Supervisor Brand, you mentioned the pools.
And I was incorrect.
Yeah. So to me, that's like a perfect example of something we should emulate. Pools take a lot of maintenance. They take a lot of time and energy to keep them at a standard that we would want them. And so you have to have some recovery of costs. Now, what we do charge for the pools is not what it costs to provide that service per person. I don't think. I would be very surprised if we were recovering costs. But so there is this public subsidy for something that does enrich our community. But I think if we can figure out a number that is reasonable to bear for children swimming in the pool, we can do the same for meeting rooms. And the other element was about not asking other government entities to pay. That is, I don't think you'll find another city or county that does that. And I know we've used facilities that either belong to the state or to the city or different government agencies without being charged for that. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on it, because that was something that was actually brought up in the finance committee.
Wouldn't that be like OES saying we're going to go hold a fire meeting in Groveland at the Groveland Hall? We're going to charge ourselves?
It would be like if CAL FIRE wanted to hold a meeting about operations during an emergency and us asking them to pay to use the facility.
Correct me if I'm wrong. since it's under staff recommendations, that means that currently we would charge, or that is not a written policy, right? So this is a recommended change for us to make, is to make government entities exempt.
So government entities are technically not for profit, and so they don't have a fee already. And so if we are going to apply a fee to nonprofits, and the recommendation is that government entities be
Don't we
excluded.
don't we pay the standard fee for the city of Sonora when we rent the Opera House?
I just want to weigh in because I have used the Opera House and have asked specifically for that fee to be waived, and they have waived it for me. The same with the schools. When I would go out to the schools, when we would do drought, tree mortality in different forms, they waived that fee for me as well. I did make the request, but also we were doing public forums. It's not like we're doing recreation programs where there's a fee involved, where we're collecting fees to reimburse the cost. So there's a little bit of a difference, but for public forums, when I would do it way back when, I never, we didn't pay a fee when I would, including the Opera Hall, but we have paid the Opera Hall for other things.
Yeah, and we just paid Tenaya School a fee to hold a town hall there. So I just want to say it's not across the board.
All right. All right, so what I'm hearing, and I guess we'll need to make a motion, is to amend it to where there would be a line item specifically where the fees would go to that specifically for the operational costs. Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
Right. Remember that this fee is for operations and for capital. But if your board said we just want to collect it all and put it into a capital trust fund, you could do that.
What do you recommend?
Well, yeah, I would want to keep it with operations as well, because we would need to pay the people.
And a point of order on this, I think. I would recommend splitting the question. There's the CRC, there's the idea of how we're going to track the money, and then there's the route, are we going to charge this at all? I mean,
I don't see why we would need to overcomplicate it. I mean, we're talking about fees. If we're going to do fees, we need to do fees. If not,
Supervisors.
That's
I agree. I think we should start with the CRCs because I think there's probably agreement there.
I just want to clarify that once you make a decision on things that are internal to the ordinance, then the ordinance as a whole needs to be adopted. So we have to be careful about how we split things out. So if you are interested in addressing the CRC right now, the meeting rooms, which are, I would guess, defined as the zones, are going to be the $25. So we would need to just look at kind of the pieces inside the ordinance code, and then as a whole, the ordinance gets adopted, if that makes sense. No?
And a point of order on that again, will we have to send this back to have another public hearing from the amendment?
No, that's the nice thing about the public hearing. But we do need to be really, really clear about what the changes to the ordinance code are. And so when I'm looking at the ordinance code, you will see the redlined version that is in your packet. It's number 5. So if there's things that you want to change about those fees or how they're applied, we just need it to be really clear so that we can revise the ordinance if that's the direction of your board.
Okay, I'm still not clear. Do we need to specifically call out CRCs? Don't call out CRCs?
No, you can. I just want to make sure we don't adopt an ordinance and then go into addressing the CRCs or what the actual fee is.
So what was the recommendation for CRCs half? What was?
I think we have agreement on the board about that. So let's start with that.
And that is?
To go by staff recommendation on the CRCs. The charge by zone.
Charge by zone. Okay.
Yeah, $25 per hour per zone.
And another point of clarification on that, just with the language in the amended ordinance, it has those designated as community halls with kitchens, not parsed out as the CRCs.
So that'll need to change.
So would that change?
Yes.
Because I don't want that to accidentally apply to all the community halls with kitchens.
Right, it should change. It should be specified.
Yeah, we were planning to specify that in the policy, but we can add it to the ordinance. Sure.
I think it would be better.
Okay. So we're clear on CRCs, and the second portion is?
Can we go to government?
Government?
Government agencies, whether we'll charge or not?
Government agencies, whether we're going to charge or not.
You should say whether we can or can. If we can, we should. I know there's some that we can't, probably.
I just want to keep it simple. If they're a government agency, I don't think we should be. So we'll look to my Campbell, government agencies.
I mean, there's already been work that's gone into coming up with a plan. And here we are sitting on the board, as has happened in the past, picking it apart and cherry picking things without the full picture. So you have staff that's worked on this. They have a recommendation. I support the recommendation. If you have a different idea, let's hear it.
All right, I don't like the tone right now, and
It's an honest tone because that's exactly what's happening.
Let me speak, please. I know a lot of work has gone into this. However, we've got a lot of public comment to take into consideration, and you're operating from the Finance Committee without taking it into consideration, and I find that tough to take. I would like to suggest that we charge a nominal fee, and I don't know what that is. I'll say $10 an hour for both nonprofits and governmental agencies. And I don't want to do waivers unless they actually offer a true service to the county, like animal control, Friends of Animal Control, Friends of the Library, and so forth. I don't want to pick and choose based upon merit. Every community nonprofit has merit, but we need to start somewhere, and so maybe we start with a nominal fee of $10 an hour. And I'm sorry that all this work went into staff work and finance committee work.
Can I ask what you're basing $10 an hour on?
Because we got to start recouping our charges somewhere, and we've not done it ever before, so this is a start. That's where it comes from.
So it's coming out of thin air, $10 an hour.
It's a nominal fee. It's something that I think most nonprofits can afford.
I just wanted to clarify.
Well, and a question about, where did this come from? When we look at our board priorities, we have update fee schedules on there. It's a ranked D. It's December 2023, and we've talked about trying to hold some of these things accountable to that schedule. We have part of what is our fee schedule coming up now a year and a half earlier than it should be. And so I don't know why this is what staff are putting time into as opposed to the other things.
This was put into motion
years ago. Can we just have some motions that will get this
I'm bringing up
finished?
A point. I know you're frustrated, but I don't.
Part of the
I'm not
board,
trying to make it hostile.
If you have an idea that you would like to see happen,
I know. But
what is your idea?
We've
and
had
we'll vote
ideas
on
in
it.
this, and you've
If
said
you don't like
want
this,
to nitpick the ordinance.
Then fine.
Right.
What is your idea? And have a motion, and let's vote on the motion. I don't see why we have to keep going over and over this.
So we were doing that. We did the CRC discussion. Then we were talking about the governmental use, which it sounds like there's not
So what's
three.
your motion?
Then Supervisor Kirk had an idea to put it into a line item. Those are the three distinct ideas I heard.
And I thought I just made a motion. Maybe I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and if
so
it fails, it fails, and then we move
So
forward.
let's start on the motion for $10 per fee. So I'm gonna first by Supervisor Half. I'll call for a second.
And I want to clarify with council, this is not approving the whole thing. This is just the change in language, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We did not yet have a vote on the CRCs. So we haven't voted on anything yet.
We had a
So
consensus.
if you want to divide this up,
ideally,
we need motions.
we would have consensus on all of it, just because the ultimate item
Ideally.
before your board is to approve an ordinance. So we really do need to have understanding of what goes into the ordinance.
So what I would suggest is that you decide what fees you want for what facilities, and if it's zero, then it's zero. But that we pass an ordinance that has the fee structure in place so that our staff can go back and implement it. If we can't do this by cherry picking. That's why I'm saying if you have a better idea for a fee structure, let's hear it now so that we can vote on it as an ordinance.
The thing taking time is the discussion instead of us just moving forward to be able to hear out these points.
I
and
am
make a
ready
change.
to vote on an ordinance if you have an idea.
We have
I
several
just made
ideas.
one. I guess you didn't hear it. $10 an
You're gonna
hour
need to
for all
clarify.
nonprofits and government entities.
Well, wait. Are we still
No.
on the CRC then?
No.
Because
No.
we didn't do a vote.
Well, we need to do a vote then.
Yeah.
The
So
more we talk, the more it just.
can we
cherry-
move
we-
into a vote on that? Is that fine?
I don't know. Every time we go to a vote, you say something else. So I don't know what we're doing.
Well,
What are we voting on?
I think we all talked about the CRC, and it's so
Okay.
late,
So
we're
we're
not listening, we're
so-
not paying attention to voting. So let's vote on the
We're
CRCs.
going to vote on CRC for 25 per zone, per hour per zone. So I have a first by Supervisor Half. Is that correct? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. So motion passes 4-0. CRCs are done. Don't talk about CRCs again or I'm going to flip out. Okay. Government agencies. There's a motion by Supervisor Half
I'll second.
for $10 per, no, government agencies and nonprofits, both, for $10 per hour. So I have a first by Half.
Oh, wait. I thought it was only to include governmental entities.
No, it's
so.
for both.
Okay, so first by Half,
You can do the
second
next one.
by, is there a second? All right, not hearing a second. Motion dies. So would anybody like to put forth another motion?
I would motion to have it apply to whatever the fee is, governmental entities as well.
Okay, so I have a first by Supervisor Brandon. Is there a second?
But what is the fee?
Yeah,
You have to
the
say-
issue here
Oh,
is
as
what
stated, not changing the
the
recommendation.
fee schedule is. That's the issue, is what do you want to charge for what facilities? So it's more about the dollar figure than it is about these other things that we're talking about.
You may view it that way, but we are writing language, and that includes also amending the categories. And so that
hear
is
a lot of
all
clear
under the
language.
scope of this
Okay,
decision.
I want a clear motion, or I'm going to take a 5-minute break because what motion do we want to put forth?
So my motion is to apply the fee also to governmental entities.
The $10 fee to
No.
government.
It's whatever fee that it's the fees as they're already written right now.
Okay, the $25 fee. Okay, so your motion is the $25 fee also applied towards government agencies, including nonprofits, correct?
No.
Okay, so the motion is for $25 fee to be
No, it's the same fee language.
same
which
fee
is
language,
not all 25,
but also
one of
added
them's
towards
10.
government agency. Do I have a second?
Line government.
All right, motion dies for lack of second. Would anybody else like to make a motion?
So what I'm observing is that we're not prepared to make clear decisions on this.
I think this is why it keeps coming back for
And
2-3
so,
years.
yeah, and that's a good point. It is a difficult discussion, and there are obviously a lot of people in the community interested in it. I hate to say, we should probably table this and let staff take another crack at it.
Okay,
Is
so
that-
I think we should.
oh,
because
wait. Everyone's been talking a lot. I want to. If we're going to table this, I'm going to recommend that it's not going to be brought back up until we go through our priorities, objectives, action items discussion because we're wasting too much staff time if we table this. It's not going to be. I'm not going to keep doing this. This is insanity.
This would have been my original recommendation. I would be happy to make a motion on the staff recommendation as it is. If I don't succeed, then that's the end of it, and we're not going to have any fees.
Can you add in there to make a line item for the money to specifically go to?
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, make your motion. So Supervisor Campbell makes a motion.
So first I'll ask County Council, if I make that motion and it goes nowhere, are we not going to address this issue anymore?
Well, I had one suggestion.
I
because
really
did
hate
hear
telling staff to keep
consensus.
working on this.
I understand that. I heard consensus on one item, which is the CRCs. So it is possible that your board just make the ordinance very specific to the CRCs, so at least that is in place. If you can't, get agreement on the other items.
Thank you.
I need a couple minutes to look at this because we would have to cut out. So it would be cutting out all facilities except for CRCs, but the bulk of it would be cut. So looking at the chart for the fee schedules for all other facilities would be cut out, but except for CRCs, everything else would stay the same.
Right. I think what we would do is amend.
That would be my
We would
motion.
amend the language in the ordinance, just make it very specific that the CRC zones are going to be charged at $25 an hour. Is there anything else?
So we do have fees already in place for the private organizations in the current policies and procedures. We were trying to get all this into the fee ordinance so that it was all in one place. So we do currently have fees of a $50 refundable deposit, $3 an hour for community hall space without a kitchen, and an additional $8 an hour if you're using a kitchen, and a $25 per day event fee. So we were trying to clean all that up as well and get into an ordinance and really clarify and make this very clear to the community what it is they are being charged for. And currently, right now, that's for private organizations only.
So then it would stay the same, and we would just change CRCs if we were to move forward.
And
$25 per day for a facility, for a private entity?
Plus the hourly fee on top of that. Again, this is what we were trying to clean up and get into the ordinance. So currently, the way it is right now, the way it has been, is there's, for private organizations, there's a $25 per day event fee, and then an hourly fee on top of that, as well as a refundable deposit. So we are trying to get rid of the event fee and just make it a straight hourly fee for whoever and whatever we charge. Put that in the ordinance so that it's all in one place. It's clear and concise for the community, so they know exactly what they're paying to use these facilities.
Well, I'd like to make a motion then on, for specifically for private entities, that we make it at our costs, whatever our costs are for, it's, what was it, 27 and 34, depending on what the facility is. I'd like to make a motion that we enact that for, along with the CRCs, that we enact that for private entities. I think they should pay the full share.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear here, because we're going to revise the ordinance to include CRCs, and then private organizations will pay what's listed in the ordinance. Is that what your motion is? Does that make sense?
What our actual costs are.
Actual costs. Okay, so then we'll have to go in. Right.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We should charge
but
our
I want to make sure before you... So here's the concern I have, is that the cost right now is not, of everything is not in before your board. What is before your board is the average hourly cost with capital cost. So is that everything? Okay, so then it's in the memo and it's outlined. So it's going to vary, but so then the ordinance will be revised to reflect for certain facilities $25, for others $34. And then for some of the outdoors, $12.20. I just want to make sure everybody understands that's how we would be revising the ordinance to reflect. For private organizations, and then the CRCs, are we still doing those at $25 or actual cost?
We had already voted on that. That's $25 per zone.
Okay.
So I had one question I wanted to ask too on the outdoor meeting spaces. So we do have other ones such as Roker Park in Jamestown. I want to see if this would apply to that, or if we're only talking.
Time out. This is never ending. I mean,
is this not a valid
time
question?
out. I'm the chair. I thought being the chair, I might have a little bit of control, but there's not any control. Staff spent a couple of years developing costs and costing all this out. Either we're what are we doing? We've decided CRCs. Are we going to go with all this time, research, and energy that's gone into this plan, or are we not? Otherwise, we're going to be up here. I don't know when, because now we're talking about another facility. I'm sorry. If you had all these questions or ideas, this should have been figured out or asked prior to this board meeting. Because I did. I asked some questions. I got clarification. I'm ready to make a vote. I'm prepared. So I'm going to put forth a motion that we do CRCs and that we're done, and that we end this conversation. So would anybody like to second that, if that's even a legit motion? That's my motion. And so I'm going to call for a second.
So everything stays the same. That was a recommendation. Eliminate all the other facilities and just keep it to CRCs.
And I hate to do it because you guys put a lot of time in trying to get this figured out and balanced, but we're going to keep nitpicking this thing to death.
Okay.
And then I'm getting more confused the more we talk.
I'll second that. The CRCs is the important thing. Isn't there, I think it's sort of a requirement for us, isn't it one of the requirements that we have to have fees in order to open it? Okay, so we have to have fees for the CRCs.
And then guess what?
So
when we go
I will
through,
second.
Do I have a third? Oh, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, 3, it passes. And when we go through another horrible budget year, we'll have this conversation again, I guarantee you. And you guys will have this information ready to present to the board.
That is exceptionally unfair. You are saying that we are wasting a lot of time nitpicking this. You are the only supervisor on this board.
We
who
made
has
a
brought
motion.
An item that has taken 5 hours.
We made a
to
motion. The
discuss.
motion passed. This is the end of this
It's
discussion.
extremely hypocritical
So let's move
and
on.
disrespectful of your colleagues.
Brandon, it's
Very
okay.
disrespectful.
We're done.
Okay.
We made a
All right.
motion. It passed. We're done.
If you want to be the chair, be the chair.
We
Don't
should-
be a bully.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
All right.
We got through it. We have a vote, so let's take a break.
Thank you. We'll take. So I was speaking with council, and we need clarification on the motion. So I have to reopen the public hearing. Is there any? So I'm reopening the public hearing on that last item. Is there any public comment on that item? Oh, Carol, welcome. Oh, you're on. There you go. You're on.
Thank you. You as a board are clearly not ready to vote on a staff recommendation. So for me to sit in the audience and watch all this is disrespectful of my time and insulting to the voters of this county. You have staff people that came that made a recommendation. You actually used your committee system. It went to the committee and they made a recommendation. So you either like it or you don't like it, and we're sitting here nitpicking the crap out of it, and you want to bring in the kitchen sink on this and something else on that. So clearly you need to think this over and digest it. And then bring it back another time. I don't know what the hurry is about July 1st. Because this PD, whatever it is, most things aren't ready to open on July 1st. And you have several other items on the agenda. And you've exhausted me. So I think we should be done.
All right. Any other public comment? Any on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And I have to withdraw my motion because there's some clarification needed. So County Council, would you please clarify?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Ms. Peterson, who's going to clarify.
So as Eric mentioned, we do currently have fees for the private folks who rent our halls. They are not currently in our fee ordinance. We need those fees to be included in the fee ordinance. So the previous motion was only for the CRCs. We are requesting that your board also approve the ordinance to include community halls and kitchens, meeting rooms, and outdoor meeting spaces, all at staff's recommendations of $25 per hour, and then $10 per hour for the outdoor meeting spaces for private entities only. And the CRCs, as you already approved, for $25 per hour, those would be for private and nonprofit, specific for the CRCs. The other rates would be only for private at this point, but we are asking that if we don't have fees for our halls at all, we will have no fee. If the fees are not approved in this ordinance for our other halls, excluding the CRCs, we will have no fees at all for renting any of our community facilities, even for private entities. And I don't think that is the intent of your board. So that is staff's request.
Okay. So I'll take it back to the board. So if I could go back in time and remake a motion, that's what my motion would be. But now we also have Supervisor Goldenberg here, so I'm going to ask if there. I guess what I'll do to make it very simple is I'm going to make a motion to adopt those recommendations. So.
And sorry for my delay.
Well,
I just want to ask County Council. I missed obviously a number of things, but. At this point, as far as the private aspect, is that something that I can weigh in on at this time?
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
I just want to make sure that not violating anything because of my absence. Thank you.
Okay. So I put forth that motion, and I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
Here, first by...
Thank you, Liz.
I'd like to make a second motion.
Okay, so we'll do mine first. First by me, second by Supervisor Brandon. And does that mean I have to go to second motion first?
I haven't made it yet.
Or does that mean I have to go?
We need to hear it first and then.
Okay, so let's hear Supervisor Haft's motion.
And mine is almost the same, except that it would be full cost for the private entities.
Second?
So I have the
So that's my motion. I'm
second
looking
motion
for,
by Haft.
I'm looking for a second on that.
Looking for a second.
So, and just for clarification, so it'll be full cost recovery for the use of the facilities. Has that been determined?
Yeah, it's in that chart.
Yeah, okay, all right.
It's by facility,
Yeah, okay.
27 and 34, depending on the facility. I don't see why we should charge them less.
The only reason why we are proposing not to charge full cost recovery is because of what Eric mentioned with when we determined full cost recovery, it was about hours of use for the facility. So it actually costs us, well, in the chart, it costs us more to rent a facility without a kitchen as opposed to a facility with a kitchen, which seems a little counterintuitive, which is why we are proposing to keep the rate the same at $25 per hour.
Okay. So first, are we clear on questions? Okay, so first by Haft, is there a second?
I seconded.
You seconded Haft's? And you also seconded mine?
Mm-hmm. They both basically do the same thing.
Okay. First by second, or first by Haft, second by Brandon. Okay, so can we go back to mine?
Your board procedures actually say you take the second motion and you vote on that first.
Second motion, vote on that first. Okay. Yep. Second motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0, and all those opposed? No. No. I'd go with staff recommendation, which was mine. So, but we have come to a vote, and thus I would like to thank everybody for working through this. So that motion passes 3-0, or 3 and 2 opposed, myself and Campbell. Okay. We are done with that item. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and for your 2 cents. Thank you, board. Now we are going to go on with item number 13 was pulled. So we're going to go to item number 11.
Totally discombobulated, whatever the word is. That's what I am.
Item number 11, consideration of providing direction on the Director of Innovation and Business Assistance position.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Evening. Good
Yes,
evening.
It's getting close. It's late afternoon. I'm going to stick with that. How about that one? So this item is before you. We had this once before, and we pulled it because it was getting late in the day, but I really do need some direction from your board on this position. As your board is aware, the Director of Innovation and Business Assistance gave his resignation, and his last day was March 18th. So we've gone almost 3 months without this position, and I will tell you our office and Roger, because Roger is helping us on some of these things, is definitely feeling it, and things have fallen behind. For example, the broadband map and the entire plan that the 5 counties put together, your board has not heard those yet because we have not had time to get that ready and get on the agenda, so we're hoping for July, and we've let the contractor know. So where I'm going with this is I've also spent some time talking to each of you, talking to department heads, and we've had conversations in our office is what do we think is the best way to move forward on this. And there's lots of ideas. The current way that this is put together, this is a board-appointed department head level position. And it, with the compensation as outlined in the memo here, so it tops out at $127,500 per year. After further consideration and looking at this, what I think would be a better model, and that I know can be successful because our team in our direct office has employed this on multiple occasions, is to take this to more of a community team effort. And so what that would mean is I'm recommending that we would create convert the position from a department head level position, create it as a senior analyst level. I don't think I have to tell you what our analysts in our office are able to accomplish, and they do great work. So this analyst would pull together a team. They would be the glue that holds that team together and continues to push this team forward. My goal, and there's a list of entities. I've not spoke to these entities, just so you know, and there's others that aren't on here that I probably need to speak to. It's just a list of the such as, where we would pull a group of individuals together and begin talking about what does economic development look like in our county, what would we like it to look like, and what are some strategic areas what we would like to focus on, and then pull the stakeholders in those areas together. So it may be different if we're looking at maybe in Groveland, you wouldn't have TUD involved. I would ask Pete to be sitting in there and working with us in that instance. And so it might change as we look at the different types of projects and needs in each of the communities. So with that being said, the other thing is it also gets that individual into our office directly and allows that mentoring and oversight to take place so that we just have a better feel for what's taking place. And it really focuses on the economic development. This team, of course, for county employees would not just be this new position or this downgraded position. It would also be your new housing specialist that we'll be recruiting for, the broadband manager that we're bringing in, as well as support from other key staff within our organization. So my recommendation is that your board would consider converting this position from a department head board appointed position to a senior administrative analyst that would be obviously in the county administrator's office. As you can see, the savings is anywhere between $30,000 to $36,000 per year. And that I actually got this acronym from one of the board members up here, and I really liked it. But it's this furthering opportunities for resilience, growth, and economy. We all know that we tend to put these. We put kind of we name them like the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. I will tell you, and I'm asking very sincerely that your board would not make this a board committee, and I'm not trying to bypass the public, but I really want to be able to have some really good conversations with individuals, and I'm not meaning to be disrespectful anyway, but when you're in there, those conversations change. And I really don't want that to happen. We would bring updates to your board. There's no reason that maybe you could come and listen in periodically, but I'm really looking that it not be a board committee, that it have the freedom to work with staff within our organization and other organizations to be creative and have free conversation of what that might look like as we move into the future. Some other ideas I've had is your board could also consider contracting this out. There are many contracted independent contractors out there who do this kind of work, and I've had lots of ideas. We've discussed those as well. But after sitting down and going through this, I have to tell you, in my own area where I did drought and tree mortality, and then you've seen Liz with MSA, the team environment is where we get the work done. It's when we bring that energy from within various entities and the community, and we work towards a common goal. And that's the stuff that gets me excited. When we get that kind of work and we get those types of people and that energy going, it's a much different outcome than we get when one individual is out there trying to forge their own paths. So that is my recommendation. If your board approves it, then we would begin recruiting for that ASAP. It's in the current budget, it's an allocated position, and it's in next year's budget as well. And just happy to answer any questions or listen to any direction you may have.
I know Supervisor Half was jumping at the bit, so I'll let her go first.
So Tracy, I do like your approach, and I like how you have talked to the city and other entities, the tribes, and that kind of thing. But sincerely, I think we've had 2 tries at this using our governmental agency platform, and I think where the private sector can do, the private sector should do. And I think this is one example of that, where economic development belongs in the private sector with a community support team like you're suggesting. Because even if they were in the private sector, there'll be grants that only the county or the city can apply for. So I think it still needs to be a team approach, but I think the position needs to be located in the private sector. I have talked to Visit Tuolumne County. They already are a big booster for Tuolumne, all things Tuolumne County. And they have talked, the executive director has talked to her board about it. And I think the board, I don't attend those meetings, but I think the board just discussed it and is on board with the idea. Lisa Mayo would be here right now if it were not that she was on vacation. So I would like to suggest that we put it out there. I don't know if we have to follow a process to do an RFP for it or what have you. Using it as, okay, it will be located in the private sector for the benefit of all Tuolumne County, and somehow roping in the community support, the team that you're talking about with that. And so I don't think we need to spend any more money on PERS liability for a position like this, even if it's at a reduced administrative position. I'd like to see it in the private sector.
All right, jump over here to Supervisor Campbell, if you have any comments.
Okay. I give a lot of thought to this, and I can see both ways, quite honestly. At first my tendency was to look at the analyst type position, but I wasn't, quite honestly, in favor of the makeup here, and I did have concerns that this would turn into some sort of, maybe not committee, but too large of a group, to manage this type of effort. Less is best. Supervisor Kirk has mentioned in other times the KISS principle, factors in here. With no, offense at all intended, and I truly do recognize the value of the tribes. I don't necessarily think that the tribes under this scenario, as proposed, would be the ones that are making decisions economically in the county. Certainly they've contributed mightily, both tribes have, but I have concerns about Tuolumne Business Council, being a part of that effort as well, quite honestly. I see a lot of value, with the city of Sonora. Visitors Bureau can contribute, but, I think we need to keep it more to county staff, housing specialists, IT, broadband. Those are the ones that, are looking at the needs, and broadband is huge, in this effort. That said, I can also see the private sector aspect of it. But I'll be totally honest here. I do not feel that it needs to be with Visit Tuolumne County at all. My concern is that, they serve, a lot of groups that are members. They're doing a tremendous job in bringing people to the county, but I don't know that economic development should be in their wheelhouse, quite honestly. We're moving forward towards negotiating a new contract with them, and I have very serious concerns that in contract negotiations with this on top, that it could go sideways. I think it's the wrong path to take. I'd be open to considering another private sector, probably going out with an RFP, would be, more of my desire if we were going to go in that direction. So I know I kind of shifted both directions here, but I'm just, laying out, concerns that I have, and I'll let the other board members speak. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Okay. I do like, I like the idea of it being part of county staff, and I respect some of Supervisor Goldenberg's concerns with some of the groups outlined in the third to last paragraph of the board memo. But, I think it does, to me, it does represent a good cross-section of the different groups that are active in the community, and all of them do have some concrete influence on or interest in economic development. And I appreciate the comment of having it be between the county as an agency and these different groups as agencies instead of a board level committee. I agree with that. I support that. But I also just kind of, wanted to point out that, so we have an idea that's been, a recommendation that's been forward by staff. We have kind of an alternative that's quite a bit different, recommended by Supervisor Half, and then Supervisor Goldenberg. You have some pretty strong concerns with this. So, without hearing what Supervisors Brandon or Kirk are going to say yet, it seems like there's probably we've got a long road for some consensus on this, and I'm willing to have that conversation. But if we need to work on this again in the future, that might not be a bad idea.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
I like it as it is. I think right now, the way that I interpret this is it's a collaborative approach. It has a central coordinator, which is what we're authorizing, conversion of what would have been Cole's position. And then the next step is inviting partners. I didn't take it as that was the formal list. It's just kind of a list of examples. And so as far as creating a position, staff analyst that runs this, and working collaboratively on economic development, I'm in support. I don't know if anybody ever played SimCity. No? Great computer game. Loved that as a kid. Probably was telling with the future. You can't just do zoning and economic development. You have to build infrastructure. You have to have housing to support it and roads. And I know it's just a video game. I think the way in the past we've approached economic development is bring a big project in, have the conference, the outreach, but then making sure we also have the infrastructure capability with the water system, where it may be but is not up to snuff, and where it isn't and it needs to be run, trying to plan for growth areas proactively. Right now I think we bring in a project and then expect utility districts to kind of rise, figure it out. And it's kind of project by project instead of saying we're planning this area for future growth for that. And so then we end up with not enough projects because without planning that in advance, the infrastructure costs can be massive. Or we're in a situation where we have, like in Jamestown, a lot of great projects coming in. We don't know where they're going to live. And so we're going to be scrambling a little bit to try and figure that out. So anyway, I think the collaborative approach is really good. I have no disagreement with adding, I think, private members on there who are able to function as would, I think, a professional staff person, not just to vote, but to really do outreach with it. I would agree it should be a public-private partnership, but also with independent public agencies.
Okay. My comments are, I think, similar with Half in the fact that, well, first of all, I've been here, I was here at the end of Larry Cope, here for Cole, and now this, and I'm just a little wary that, if we keep hiring people, we're going to kind of keep having turnover. And for me, economic development in this discussion isn't just a couple-year conversation or a couple-year, position. It's like we have to have longevity. So part of me really likes the staff position because that'll be internal and continuous in conversations and collaborating with the community partners. And I was very concerned about having all these people speak into it, because then I think there's going to be 20 different directions, but maybe not. Maybe that can be more managed because it's a staff position. However, I also don't know what I don't know, and I think the RFP process could inform me. Maybe we don't maybe we don't actually go with a consultant, but I'd like to open those doors for an RFP to find out maybe if there's something that we're missing that somebody else could provide and do something better. So I think what I would like to do is go the RFP route, go through that process. Maybe it doesn't turn up anything worthwhile, but maybe there's something awesome that becomes of it. And I kind of want to go. I would rather do that first than to open up a position off the bat. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And just to speak to Supervisor Half's comment about not having PERS liabilities and stuff. There's a lot to be said for that, and so we've got a lot of long-term liabilities already. So I'm not trying to ignore that. Anyways, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, you brought up an interesting point with the consultant. I know when we've hired other ones for accomplishing a task, we've said, okay, they've got more skill set or more of a team in that. It still had a draw on county resource, whoever they work with, which I know we're kind of capped out right now. So, for example, if they then went to TUD, they would have to do the same thing of planning the infrastructure, figuring out where things could go. It would still be have to be a very collaborative partnership. And then there's not that door you can go knock on to go talk to the person. So for me, I'm really hesitant to hire consultants unless it's really clear, like we're hiring one to do a study because we need this grant. But where it's just we need their advice or to offload, unless it's, I'm just hesitant with that.
I hear you. And you brought up the word study, and I'm telling you right now, if a consultant were to come up and say, well, we're going to do a study or a poll, no, I'm not doing that. Tell me something that we could do that you could bring to the table that would be true economic development. I mean, I'm just saying I don't know what maybe I don't know. So I think that's kind of why I'm curious, because I've been at the end of Larry, here with Cole, and now here we are, and I'm just kind of just don't know what I don't know.
And that kind of raises an idea with me, or an observation, I guess, is that the reason why we brought it in-house to begin with Cole was for that oversight. That was one of the problems, without going into too much detail, that was one of the problems with EDA was a lack of oversight. And so by bringing it into the county organization, there's a very clear line there. There was a great deal of oversight. We knew what was going on. And we did have that door to knock on if there was an issue. And the question I would have with it going out to RFP, you've listed here 74 some odd to 91,000. I would be surprised if we could hire somebody through RFP for that range. But I don't know. I don't know anything about hiring a private economic development firm, or if it would be more or less than that. Do you have any view?
I really don't. I've never put this out, so I don't know. Yeah. Supervisor Brandon did make a good point, and those of you who have worked with contractors, this would not just be a short term. We're talking about a consistent, ongoing. There is an expectation, right, that we have to manage that. So, but we would manage it if it were an employee too. So just to make sure that there's an understanding that there's still, that, we're still going to be intimately involved, which would be one of us that would have to help drive that and get it going. But just like an employee with time, the hope is that they'll step out. And you could have the same issue with an independent contractor that you would have with an employee about consistency, but that can happen on either side. Yeah. So, there's no guarantees either way, but I don't know what the going rate would be for a professional of this. This person would give you an exempt individual that's going to work a minimum of 40 hours a week. You're probably not going to get that from a consultant for that price. You're just not. So that's the give and take that we just have to think about is there is, everyone knows that I came from the private. I see the absolute value in it, but we also aren't going to get a minimum of 40 hours a week time out of a consultant for that price. Even for the 127, you're just not going to get that because they're building in everything else that we add in separately from that. So just something to think about.
I wanted to ask you that 127,000, was that a fully loaded?
Yeah, that included the PERS and FICA.
Okay. That was what Cole's 127.5, I think, was his salary.
I'm going to have Eric check. It might have just been the base pay. Eric's going to check.
Yeah, I think it was the base pay.
Pulled it off of the pay schedule. He's going to look. So you may have another 15% that gets added on that for PERS and FICA.
Well, and then I worry a little bit if once we get a project, maybe searching for one doesn't take too many hours. They have the connections, but then when it starts becoming more intensive, the same comparisons of hiring, for example, legal counsel in-house versus the rates that we pay to hire outside firms. And then when a case comes up, would be like a project, suddenly it's a huge expense that we weren't planning for. It would have been a lot cheaper to just have somebody working on it.
It could be the way that someone responds to a proposal. It could be that there's a flat fee considered for just managing overall, but I think there is that when there is a high-level project or projects, that we may find that they're asking for supplemental adjustment to their contract because they're not salary, right? They're a contractor, and when you're a contractor, you're paid by hour. You do that for a reason. So there's a give and take in both sides of that, and I think we just need to make sure that we consider both of those when we decide to move forward. I will tell you, that like I said, we're feeling the impact of not having that assistance there, and with some of these large-scale projects, I have some ideas of what we could be looking at and pulling a group together. And anyways, we'll make it work whichever way your board wants to go. It is definitely one of the options that is on the memo is to consider an independent contract too.
Okay. And I think it's doubtful, just as CEO Riggs just said, that you're ever going to see 40 hours of work in either of those price ranges with a private vendor. It just, I've worked for a number of private companies, did consulting work, and I know how their rate structures and how they work, and I don't see it. So perhaps we can hear from the public here. And
any public comment, or did everybody go home? All right, any on Zoom? Okay, so I'm looking for a motion. I'm hearing consensus. I'm hearing a majority, but I don't want to assume on bringing it in-house and adding staff. I'm hearing two that want the RFP process on the private side, but won't know until we go to a vote. So unless anybody has something else that they want to add, we've heard each other's ideas and thoughts, so I think we should put it to vote.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Well, I only had one question real quick on that, just about the motion itself, because it's a two-part thing. Again, one of them is basically converting the position. I think the move was before to continue hiring this out, because again, there's projects ongoing this needs. The second was kind of the new concept, which seemed to be where we were talking about needing more time to discuss how we do it. I don't know if that changes anybody's mind with that. I'm just afraid some of these projects that are coming in, there's not somebody to catch it. You know what I mean? So if it's the hesitance on the new concept, my recommendation, at least for your motion, would be we could approve the first part if that changes anyone's vote.
So it would
just
be
the conversion.
Yeah, it would be convert the Director of Innovation Business Assistance to Senior Administrative Analyst, and that's it.
And that's where my motion was going to go.
Okay.
Was to do exactly that. Would still like to discuss the makeup of the groups that get involved. I don't. From what I'm seeing here, is just says such as. So I think the first step is, do we want to have this in-house and convert it to an analyst position? And then we can follow up with staff on where we're going to land on just who else involved. And so
Thank you, Supervisor. I jumped the gun.
That would be my motion.
I would just encourage you that would be operations, and I know your board has full authority to get in there and tell us, but that would be operations. So I'm not telling you to get out of my way. I'm just saying I would like you to be sensitive that you'd be getting, if you give me the position, and our office is trying to implement that, telling us who we're going to work with and who we're not, that truly is operations. But as always, we're sensitive to the board and how you feel and what you think about things. As Supervisor Goldenberg said, this is a such as, and I see the working group changing also depending on the areas that we're looking at. So like I said, if we're in the Highway 120 corridor and I'm looking at utilities, I'm not going to TUD, I'm going to GCSD.
And I have no desire to micromanage staff. I'm very resistive to that. And I would rely on staff to reach out to who they need to as they move forward in different areas, right? And not leave it, straight in one area or not. And
So did you make a motion?
I did.
Can you restate it, please?
I restate that would like to move on staff recommendation to convert the position to a staff analyst with the body of the makeup of people that they tap, be at the latitude of the CAO's office.
And I will second, because if you hire somebody for this position, they'll have a level of experience and connections and different things where they would have pretty significant input in how we should develop the next step, which is determining what that person would do. So I'll second that, and then if we can hire somebody good for this position, then approach the next portion of it based on their experience.
Okay. So I have a first by Supervisor Goldberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those who oppose, no.
No.
And no. And so oppose are Kirk and half. However, the majority rules. And so, again, I would simply like to know what I don't know out there, and that's why I want to do the RFP, but the motion passes 3-0. So moving forward, though, I'm looking forward to what that employee and what that group will do to help in the endeavors. So thank you, staff. It was brought to my attention that we have CAL FIRE staff here for 14, and I am so sorry because I would have done that item first before the last item, but let's move on to item 14 so we can get that staff on their way. So please read item number 14.
Item number 14, consideration of approving an amendment to the CAL FIRE Cooperative Agreement, adding a fully staffed fire station to be co-located with the Groveland Community Services District Fire Station for an increased cost of $852,157 for fiscal year 2022-23.
Okay, so unfortunately, Chief Cashy nor Chief Murphy could be here. Please come up and join us, yes. But we do have another member that's going to come in here and help us out. And then you also had Pete Campa, the general manager for GCSD, who's been sitting here patiently waiting. I told him he just likes hanging out with us. But so I'll jump in, and then specific operational questions I will defer to over here so that you can get the specifics. But essentially what happened after the board meeting, that your board directed us to move towards a Schedule A contract with up in Groveland to be co-located with GCSD. Since that time, we have met with Pete. Pete is working on an MOU that he will give to us. Hopefully we can have it on the 21st. And that would be just an agreement for us to be located on their property, co-located. But in the meantime, Nick did get a contract for us, an amendment, which was in record time. Thank you, CAL FIRE, for getting that done for us. But I think the good news is the estimate he gave me was $1.2 million. Further good news is that when he gave me that number, we had not reduced out the Amador Station contract. So it's actually this $852,000 is the adjustment to the current contract. The current contract does terminate next June, 2023. Am I on the right? Yes. So it does not change the term. It does add the Schedule A contract for Groveland is what this contract does. Now you will see I have included in here some budget numbers. And what I want to make sure you know is we would be, if your board approves this, we would be amending the current contract with CAL FIRE by $852,000. Your board did approve up to $1 million from ARP funds. What I'm asking is because some of the things we didn't account for when I first got the 1.2, which was my error. I thought that included the line items, and it did not. That was just staffing. We will need the line items for like fuel and other items that they're going to need. But the other thing we will need is safety equipment for the new staff. And so turnouts, I don't know if there's any breathing apparatus and I'm going to defer over here again because I don't know the specifics of that. But I am still asking that your board would allocate up to $1 million. We'll only use what we need, but we do need to properly outfit these new employees who are coming in with the proper safety equipment. And again, good news being that it's much less than what we thought. And it allows us, without having to come up with me coming to you asking for additional allocations to make up for that, we're able to do it. So the recommendation is that your board would approve the amendment to the CAL FIRE contract, which would allow us to co-locate a fully staffed fire station with GCSD, and also to continue to allocate up to $1 million for fire services up in Groveland, and we will only transfer the amount that is needed. And when it gets to operations, I will defer to the left and to the right of me for the individuals who can answer any specific questions about that.
This is probably your first and last time you ever come into a board meeting, huh? Poor guy. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to open it up because for me this is simple. We already gave direction. We already, I know we didn't approve it as we are today, but we gave clear direction that we wanted to staff that up to 120 quarter. So for me, this is just a technical aspect. So I don't have any questions or concerns. I don't know if the rest of the board feels my sentiments or if you have any questions that you want to ask.
I'll just weigh in briefly. totally understand the need for PPEs, radios, other equipment, and it's a constant. They're never a one-time cost. There's an end of life on all of them, so that needs to be budgeted for. It's similar to what we've been talking about for the fire service generally overall. So I'm supportive of going with our original recommendation of up to the $1 million, and if it shaves a little bit off of that, well, okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Sure.
Yep. I just have a comment. As mentioned, it's not on the contract itself because we've already approved that. One comment on that. Specifically with the commercial developments, I think that was the use of the one-time funds. That was the understanding that we have to be full speed ahead on a CFD, because if this comes back after a year and it says, oh, well, some of these things that are one-time often can be, grow into something that's ongoing. What I'm worried about is two areas that would affect. One is the Jamestown station, which, as I mentioned, has some really severe needs for that area. Equipment, personnel, the facility itself, and then Columbia, which just had a fire at a house not 2 stone throws away from the independent district there. And yet also on the other side, what is the county's solution to that area, which is irreplaceable? I worry about if we're not able to find that CFD funding, will that come out of our other fire services, which are already not having enough money to do fleet replacement and that. So that's just my direction on it, that if this does come back in a year, we need to have a very hard conversation about that, because this can't be like, well, now the county's done it, so now we don't need to pursue a CFD, and maybe they'll just keep going. That won't fly, for me at least. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thanks for presenting it.
And if I can just jump back in, because when we made that decision to go with, the $1 million to begin with, I was very clear and very emphatic that, that we would not be using ARPA funds, other, one-time funds. I was specifically looking at, the possibilities of TOT because of the projects coming online, and I think we can see funding come that way. I'm not against looking at the CFT as well, but I just want to be clear that I wasn't in specific saying CFD. So
I'm going to interject here real quick, because the decision in front of us is, are we going to approve this $852,000? It's not a discussion about future funding and whatnot. So I'm going to, unless there's questions about this contract and what we're funding, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Well, have we asked for public comment?
No, we have not. Thank you for reminding me. Public comment.
That just didn't feel right. I appreciate you letting me hang out in your house for the day. And I always seem to be the one right before dinner. You can set that for a minute, and I'll be out of here. Anyway, Pete
30
Campa,
seconds.
General Manager, Groveland Community Services District, and very interested community member as well here in Sonora. But the district was formed to provide fire protection services, something that the county couldn't provide at that level in South County. It just wasn't possible. So in 1953, that was what the district did, what the community members did to form that community services district to increase services, and it's existed since that time. And now we're at a point where we're seeing development, we're seeing projects, we're seeing needs, we're seeing increasing service demands, and we all recognize it. And we spent a couple years with county staff and our board of directors evaluating it and better understanding the issue and talking about the alternatives. And I think we're at a good place here. I think we're at a place where we're partnering together. We're opening the facilities that we have there to be able to house the folks without the huge investment on the part of the county to build another station out there. I think it's a good first step. And I have to agree with Supervisor Brandon that, and also Goldenberg, as far as the funding, it doesn't have to be a CFD, but it's got to be something. The need for the services are not going to go away in a year. Just period. It's not going to go away in a year. So I realize that this is a one-time commitment, but the district is moving forward with this relationship with the intention of finding a way to help the county and the district be able to provide the level of services that are needed in South County. What that is, we're not absolutely certain yet, but appreciate your support for
Hey,
this.
you went past your minute.
4 seconds.
No, you're good.
Well, okay.
Yeah, you know you still have a minute. if
No,
you
I'm
want.
done. Seriously.
Okay.
And unless there's any questions,
Sure.
the our board of directors fully supports this proposal.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? And I do know Nick, Chief Cassie's on. Nick, would you like to make any comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the continued support from your board.
Short and sweet.
So I'd look to make a motion, but I have a question of county council because of the wording on our agenda. That it shows increased costs of $852,157. So that's for the actual contract. Do we need to include in anything the statement as far as staff recommendation, the additional funds for services, supplies,
Your
equipment?
board already approved the $1 million.
Okay.
So when you
So
did the
this is
action,
really
and the
just-
$1 million is what's in the ARP budget for fire services.
Okay.
So then the motion should just be based on what's in the agenda language.
And with all due respect, since it's in District 4, can I make that motion?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we approve an amendment to the CAL FIRE Cooperative Agreement, adding a fully staffed fire station to be co-located with the Groveland Community Service District Fire Station for an increased cost of $852,157 for fiscal year 22-23.
All right, first by half, second by
Goldenberg.
Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, guys. Thank you, CAL FIRE, for being here. All right. Okay, we're going to move to item number 12. Clerk of the board, would you please read that item?
Item number 12, consideration of approving a license agreement with Youth Sports Foundation for the use of Pioneer Park for an 18-hole disc golf course.
Good evening. Liz Peterson, Tuolumne County Administrator's Office. I am here with a fun item, hopefully. Ultimately, I'm looking for your board to approve a license agreement with the Youth Sports Foundation for the installation and maintenance of an 18-hole disc golf course at Pioneer Park, which is county-owned property. So the Youth Sports Foundation is partnering with the Tuolumne County Disc Golf Club, and they are requesting the use of Pioneer Park in Columbia to install an 18-hole disc golf course. Disc golf, as you may or may not know, is similar to traditional golf, but instead of using a club to hit a ball in a hole, you throw a frisbee or a disc into a metal basket. Disc golf is growing in popularity nationwide and even locally, and is a popular recreation activity for people of all ages and all abilities. The Tuolumne County Disc Golf Club proposes to use volunteers and donated materials to create a free course that would be available for use by the community. The course will be available during normal park hours, dawn until dusk. County staff with County Council developed a license agreement, which is attached to the board packet there, stipulating that YSF, with assistance from Tuolumne County Disc Golf Club, will be responsible for course maintenance. If the license agreement is approved today, course installation will take place immediately. And it is anticipated that this course will have no fiscal impact. So again, it is recommended that your board approve a license agreement with Youth Sports Foundation for the use of Pioneer Park for an 18-hole disc golf course.
All right. I'm going to bring it to the board. I believe it's in Supervisor Brandon's district, so we'll start with you.
Great. Keep it short and sweet. I think disc golf is really cool. It's really cheap to install and maintain. This is a great agreement, and we should do it at a lot more places. So hopefully this will just be one of the first ones, fully in support. So thank you.
Supervisor Huff?
I support it.
Supervisor Campbell?
Ditto everything that was said. This is great and low cost and a good use for that area, which doesn't get as much use as it should.
Supervisor, let's see if we can do this short and sweet. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Sure. I concur. The only thing, just want to make sure this agreement covers any liability concerns on the part of the county.
I guess there's still a lawyer here.
Yeah, that is really one of the primary reasons for the license agreement. There's an indemnification provision where the foundation will indemnify the county for any use of that license area.
Perfect. Thank you for the explanation.
And I get the final say, and I'm going to say awesome. That's it. Any public comment? And the email I sent you about standard parking volunteers. But I won't talk about that now. All right. No, anything on Zoom? Okay, everyone's gone to bed. I'm going to look for a motion.
So with immense amount of pride and all the work Liz has been doing to be able to get this going, I'd like to motion to approve of a license agreement with the Youth Sports Foundation for the use of Pioneer Park for an 18-hole disc golf course.
I'll second that.
All right, first by Brandon, second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item 13 was pulled. We are done with appointments, so we are going to go into, if you guys don't mind, we'll do reports next board meeting. Okay. I'm going to do, are we still doing closed session items? Yes, we are. So, clerk, and do we expect a report out? No. Okay. Would you please read the items? Yes, and then I'm going to ask for public comment.
Item 15, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Paul Lohr, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 16, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, Michael Tippett versus Quincy Yaley et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 64495.
All right. Any public comment on these items? Oh, we do.
Good morning, Chairman Kirk, members of the board.
Evening.
Oh, excuse me. I've been here all night.
You've been sleeping.
Thank you. First of all, I want to just take this opportunity to thank the board for your continued support of the Health and Human Services Agency. I've gone through a couple of reorganizations, and today you just approved, once again, 2 pages of changes. Although it ended up being 2 positions, it was 2 pages of changes. So I do want to thank the board. I'm here to fully support the innovative recommendation the CEO plans to bring before your board in closed session. I want to say that salary is important, but there are other non-monetary ways to enhance our county employees' experience as county staff. But of course, I'm not going to waste this opportunity to once again take this opportunity to further advocate for all Health and Human Services agency employees, highlighting our clinicians, our behavioral health clinicians, as I said before, our public health nurses, and our social workers. I do want to acknowledge the great work that your board did in negotiations in November. Prior to those negotiations in November, we had a 54% vacancy rate in clinicians, and today we have a 35% vacancy rate. That is still super high, so anything that you're able to do today would be greatly appreciated. In child welfare, our vacancy rate has dipped down to about 13%, but that changes constantly. So again, anything you could do for our social workers, that would be awesome too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheriff.
Good evening, board. So I would also like to advocate for, I know it's late, and I'm going to take a little time here, I apologize, but I think what you're about to do is so important to this county that I'd be remiss if I didn't make a statement. So, first and foremost, I want to remind you that we as department heads have met and unitedly have come forward and said we need to take care of our employees. There's vacancies in almost every part of our agency, our county, and that needs to be addressed. We've talked about we don't want any other positions added. We don't want any widgets or anything else. Let's take every opportunity to invest in our staff. And I know that this board last year made a huge step in the right direction to help staff. And the mere fact that you folks are here today, coming early to do this, warms my heart. It's a step in the right direction. I want to thank you for that. It's very important to our staff. I do want to let you know that since that time, we're still seeing a lot of deputies leave. They're leaving for other agencies. They're leaving for other fields. And the number one reason that they're telling us is we're poorly compensated. They can't afford to stay here. When you look at our patrol division, of our 66 positions, one which includes me, we have 11 vacancies. We're going to have another one next month because we know that individual's already in backgrounds. We have 3 in training. We have 3 out on 4850 that were injured who probably aren't going to come back. So in the next couple months, through the middle of the summer, which is our busiest season, and with the fire danger and everything else, we're going to be down 15 positions. That's incredible. That's 22% of our entire staff. So what we've been doing in the meantime, just so you know, we're pulling from courts. We're going to pull back a deputy. The judges are not going to be happy with this, but we're going to have to. We're going to pull back our probation team. Our high-risk probation team are out there to supervise those individuals deemed to be a high risk of reoffending in our community. We're no longer going to be able to do that. We're also pulling back a boats deputy. So we're just basically folding in on ourselves. I'm very fearful of this summer. I have no confidence at all in our ability to properly evacuate people. I can tell you right now, we've already laid out our staffing for this summer. We're a sergeant and 3 deputies. I can't evacuate people safely with that. I can't even, let me just state this. Our deputies deserve to work in an environment where they have a reasonable expectation for backup in a timely manner. Our community deserves to have, when you call 911, somebody answers. And I don't think we're there anymore. I really don't. When we talk about the jail, we have 10 vacancies out of our 48 positions that were allocated. 6 are in backgrounds that are going to be leaving us. 4 are injured, and we don't expect those folks to return. So we're projecting that we're going to be down 19 positions or 39% vacancy rate. In our dispatch center, we've had 3 vacancies for almost a year. This has been an ongoing problem. I came in 2013. I inherited 12 vacancies. We gave 2 of those positions up just so we could get by. Tough financial times, I get that. But this is something that I believe that your board has the ability to fix, finally. Let's not continue to go down this path. I mean, 10 years of problems is just too darn long. We need to fix this problem. And again, I know it's very hard conversations that you folks have to have, but I do appreciate the fact that you're coming forward and bringing this early. I've met with CAO Riggs. We've talked about her proposal. She understands our issue. I think she understands the county's issue, and I think it's a fantastic proposal. So I'll end it with that.
I think we got to be careful with some questions because we're going into closed session. Yep. All right. Any other comment in the room? Okay. None on Zoom. All right. Thank you. You guys go home. Have a great evening. We're going to finish up in here and see you at the next meeting.